Thank you all. Kindly be seated. It is often said, when in darkness, look for the lamps fueled by hope. With such hopes, I would request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly come forward for lighting of the lamp and enhance the glory of this program and brighten the path that we all have assembled here to walk upon. Thank you all. As the golden rays of fortune illuminate our gathering, we find ourselves woven together in a silken fabric of unity, knowledge, and celebration. On this momentous instance, we have gathered here for the one-day state-level consultation program, which is being organized by the Juvenile Justice Secretariat, Patna High Court, in collaboration with the Government of Bihar and supported by UNICEF Patna. This felicitous occasion is auspiciously graced by the Honorable Judges of Supreme Court of India, the Honorable Judges of Patna High Court, the eminent and esteemed members of the Bihar Judiciary, distinguished members of the executive from different departments of Government of Bihar, prominent members of the legal fraternity, the acclaimed members of the UNICEF, other respected members who are physically present here, and also those who are virtually connected with us. Your gracious presence is not merely an adornment to this event, but the very fragrance that lends it dignity and charm. I, Sakshi Prakhar, Judicial Officer of the Bihar Judicial Services, feel privileged and honored to address this august and prestigious gathering. सभा में उपस्थित सभी गणमान्य जनों को मेरा सादर प्रणाम एवं नमस्कार. आप सभी मेरा अभिवादन स्वीकार करें. Moving ahead, to felicitate our dignitaries on the dais, I would request Shri Pradeep Kumar Malik, Registrar General, Patna High Court, to kindly felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice J.K. Maheshwari, Judge, Supreme Court of India, and the chief guest of our program with a token of respect. I would again request, sir, to kindly felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Ehsanuddin Amanullah, Judge, Supreme Court of India, and the guest of honor of our program. Now I request Shri Dipankar Pandey, Registrar IT, Patna High Court, to kindly come forward and felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Vipul M. Pancholi, Honorable the Chief Justice, Patna High Court. Sir is again requested to kindly felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, Judge cum Chairman, JJMC, Patna High Court. Now I would like to call upon Shri Prajesh Kumar, Registrar Vigilance, Patna High Court, to kindly felicitate Shri Vinay Kumar, DGP Bihar. Sir, you are also requested to felicitate Ms. Margaret Guada, Chief of UNICEF Bihar. Thank you all. The highlight of today's program is safeguarding the girl child towards a safer and enabling environment for her in India. The objectives of today's program are: firstly, response and support services for children impacted by violence through inclusive and effective child protection systems underpinned by a robust, gender-sensitive social service workforce. Secondly, legal protection mechanisms and effectiveness thereof from all forms of violence. Thirdly, availability of integrated service delivery and associated strong data and case management system. Fourthly, effective preventive mechanisms through specially community-based mechanisms and parenting programs. And lastly, oversight and accountability mechanisms and their functioning. With this, we'll now advance ahead. May I now request Srimati Rachana Srivastava, Additional Registrar, Juvenile Justice Secretariat, Patna High Court, to gladly receive you all with the gratifying welcome address.
Thank you, Sakshi. A very good morning and pranam to all the dignitaries present today. Honorable Mr. Justice J.K. Maheshwari, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Mr. Justice Ehsanuddin Amanullah, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Mr. Justice Vipul M. Pancholi, Chief Justice, Patna High Court. Honorable Mr. Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, Judge cum Chairman, Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, Patna High Court. All the honorable judges cum members of Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee and all the other honorable judges of Patna High Court. Honorable Mr. Justice Ashwani Kumar Singh, former judge, Patna High Court. Learned Additional Solicitor General of India, Shri Vinay Kumar, DGP Bihar. Registrar General and Officers of Registry. Member Secretary Balsa and Director, Bihar Judicial Academy. All the learned Principal District and Session Judges and Judicial Officers. All the Additional Chief Secretaries and Secretaries of Department of Social Welfare, Health, Education, ADG Weaker Section, Panchayati Raj Department and Jivika, learned resource persons and all the dignitaries and participants and brave survivors of different forms of violence who are present today, as well as participants who are connected today in online mode and print and electronic media. I, Rachana Srivastava, welcomes you all for participating in this one-day state-level consultation program on safeguarding the girl child towards a safer and enabling environment for her in India. I extend my heartfelt regards and gratitude to the Chief Guest, Honorable Mr. Justice J.K. Maheshwari, and our guest of honor, Honorable Mr. Justice Ehsanuddin Amanullah sir, who have accepted our invitation and graced this occasion. A girl child is considered to be a blessing. She can be a mother, sister, daughter, friend, and so on. And yet, she is not respected and abused both mentally and physically. Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar, the architect of the Indian Constitution, once said, "I measure the progress of the community by the degree of progress which women have achieved." Throughout history, girls have faced countless challenges, from gender discrimination to lack of access to education and healthcare. Even today, in many parts of the world, the birth of a girl child is met with disappointment and her rights are often neglected. This deep-seated bias not only harms individuals but also cripples societies by depriving them of the potential, strength, and contribution of half of the population. Safeguarding the girl child is not just the responsibility of parents or government, it is a collective duty. Each one of us can contribute by speaking against discrimination, supporting girls in our communities, and promoting a culture of equality. Let us remember, when we save a girl, we save generations. When we educate a girl, we empower humanity. Together, let us build a world where every girl child is cherished, protected, and celebrated for the incredible potential she holds. It is also a matter of pride and honor for us that today in the different technical sessions, we have women as co-chair, resource persons, and survivors of violence and child abuse as male speakers who have made a mark in their respective field. So let us celebrate the achievements of inspiring women who have broken barriers and remind ourselves that every girl has potential to do the same. Safeguarding the girl child is not just a cause, it is a moral obligation and a path to a brighter future. I hope that the different technical sessions of today will be fruitful in understanding the different problems faced by a girl child and how a preventive mechanism can be developed for safeguarding the girl child. Thank you.
I sincerely thank you, ma'am, for such a gracious welcome address. Also, accept my deepest gratitude for your insightful points and sincere contribution towards this program. With this, may I now call upon amongst us Ms. Margaret Guada, Chief of UNICEF Bihar, to kindly address this august gathering with your wise words.
Thank you very much. Good morning and a very warm welcome to all our distinguished guests on the dais and off the dais. Respected Chief Guest, Honorable Mr. Justice Maheshwari, Judge, Supreme Court of India, our guest of honor, Honorable Justice Asanuddin Amanullah, Judge, Supreme Court of India, Honorable Justice Justice Patna High Court, Honorable Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, Judge and Chairperson of the Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee of Bihar, Mr. Amit Lalmina, Chief Secretary of Bihar, not present today, Mr. Vinay Kumar, Director General of Police, Government of Bihar, Ms. Bandana Preyashi, Secretary Social Welfare Department, which is our nodal department, esteemed members of the Bihar Judiciary, the police, distinguished officers of Bihar government, civil society partners, colleagues from UNICEF, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Indeed, it's an honor to be part of this state-level consultation dedicated to a cause that touches the core of our collective mission, which is safeguarding the girl child. And our consultation today is looking towards a safer and enabling environment for her in India. On behalf of UNICEF, I extend heartfelt gratitude to the Patna High Court's Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee and our partners in government and civil society for convening this critical dialogue. Across the world, girls continue to face disproportionate risks, which include child marriage, gender-based violence, trafficking, amongst many issues that we were discussing this morning as we were waiting, and also including barriers to education. UNICEF data tells us that 12 million girls are married before the age of 18 years. That is, one girl every 2 seconds is losing her childhood. But there is hope, because if we see globally, there's been quite a lot of progress. In Ethiopia, for example, a mix of legal enforcement, community mobilization, and school-based interventions have reduced child marriage by 1/3 in a decade. In Bangladesh, our neighboring country, adolescent girl groups have stopped thousands of child marriages in real time. In Kenya, my own country, where I come from, amendments to the Children's Act and fast-track courts have ensured swift justice for survivors. These examples show that laws alone are not enough, and I think we were discussing this in the morning, and change happens when laws are backed by strong institutions, community ownership, and survivors-centered justice. Ladies and gentlemen, every year, millions of girls in India face threats that we have mentioned above, including child marriage, gender-based violence, exploitation, trafficking, amongst quite a number of areas. However, India has one of the most progressive legal frameworks for children. We have the Juvenile Justice Act, the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act, POCSO Act, the PCPNDT Act, which addresses gender-based sex selection. We also have the Right to Education Act, which guarantees free and compulsory education up to age 14 for all. So on the policy front, we also see social protection schemes like the Beti Bachao, Beti Parao, Mukhya Mantri Kanya Uttan Yojan, the MKUI, the Kastaba, Gandhi, Balika Vidya Yas. All these schemes aim to support girls' survival, protection, and empowerment. However, the question is, how do we ensure that these laws and schemes translate into lived reality for every girl in Bihar, and in that matter, every girl in India? Bihar stands at a crossroad. Nearly 40% of our girls are married before 18, and many drop out of school. But Bihar is also a state of innovation. So even where we see violence and where we see unsafe migration, there is quite a bit of things that are happening. Girls are getting empowered through the URAN program that UNICEF is partnering with the government on, the URAN adolescent groups. The girls themselves are saying no to marriage and yes to education. The MKUI scheme, which is implemented by the government, is a scheme that incentivizes families to keep daughters in school and delay marriage. So if these are scaled and integrated with strong legal enforcement, these programs can transform lives. In my 2 years in Bihar, I have heard of many cases, and one of which is a 12-year-old girl in Bintoli, Punia district, who was about to be married off, but the community intervened. Villagers alerted the police, stopped the wedding, and ensured that the girl continued with her studies. This wasn't a random activity. It was an informed, deliberate, community-led defense of child rights. And it shows what is possible when systems and communities work together. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Grounded on Bihar's reality, India's very enabling policy environment, and inspired by global best practices, we would want to put on the table the following priorities for our collective action. 1, end child marriage with a dual strategy, which is legal enforcement and also fast-tracking courts under the PCMA, which should be accessible and survivor-friendly. Simultaneously, work with the social protection schemes, the scholarships, the livelihood programs to ensure that children stay in school and access education, making and ensuring that education is the easier option for our girl child. 2, strengthen adolescent platforms. We've heard from the global experiences from Bangladesh to Ethiopia. We've seen that when girls lead change, results follow. And therefore, expanding the existing adolescent platforms like URAN across Bihar can create a statewide movement of empowered adolescents. 3rd, ensure safe education and digital spaces. Keeping girls in school is the strongest protection against early marriage and exploitation, and we must support transitions from school to skilling. And in today's digital world, we must protect girls online through literacy campaigns and cyber policing. Deliver survivor-centered justice and rehabilitation processes, which must include psychosocial care, vocational support, and reintegration into education. And last, adopt a whole of society approach, and I think we discussed it at length this morning with the honorable judges we were sitting in, to ensure that we reach the last mile, that child in the village. And what we realize is that no single department can solve this issue alone. The police, the justice system, education, health, social welfare, civil society, the UN, we must all work together to ensure that the systems are talking to each other. Indeed, child rights, child protection for this matter is multi-sectoral. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, UNICEF remains committed to supporting the government of Bihar in strengthening systems across the various sectors as mentioned, so that every child, particularly every girl child, is not only protected from harm, but also enabled to realize her full potential. Because when a girl is safe, when a girl is educated, when a girl is empowered, she's not just shaping her own future, she's shaping the future of Bihar, the future of India, and the future of our shared world. As we say at UNICEF, Bihar, Bacha Bachi Age, to Bihar Age. Thank you, Nama.
Thank you so much, Madam, for your valuable inputs through your benign address, which are truly worthy of appreciation. Now, I would humbly extend my invitation to Shri Vinay Kumar, DGP Bihar, to address this solemn convention.
Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Mr. Justice J.K. Maheshwari, Honorable Guest of Honor, Honorable Mr. Justice Asanuddin Amanullah Sir, Honorable Chief Justice Patna High Court, Honorable Mr. Justice E.M. Pancholi, Honorable Mr. Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad Ji, Chairman JJMC of Patna High Court, Honorable other Justices of Patna High Court, Chief UNICEF Bihar, Ms. Margaret Warder Ji, other esteemed guests seated on the dais and off the dais, learned judicial officers, police officers, other stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I feel deeply honored to be a part of this august gathering. Gender-based violence has devastating impact on not only individuals but families and society, communities as well. It transcends borders, cultures, and socio-economic backgrounds. It continues to undermine the self-development, well-being, and dignity of the girl child. The root cause of gender-based violence is gender inequality and deep-rooted gender stereotypes and patriarchal cultures. So the societal norms and attitudes perpetuating gender-based violence must be challenged and reformed. As police officers, we have a critical role to play in preventing and responding to gender-based violence. Bihar Police is committed to providing a safe and supportive environment for the girl child. We must empathize with the victims of gender-based violence and provide them support and resources they need. True gender equality would mean equal choices, equal voices, and equal spaces for all genders. Goal 5 of the Sustainable Development Goals aim to achieve gender equality and empowerment of women and girls by 2030 by eliminating all forms of violence, including domestic violence, sexual violence, etc. As has already been outlined by Mrs. Gowda, community engagement is must to address this issue. Building trust, improving access of victims to police stations, sensitization and awareness programs in collaboration with other stakeholders will go a long way in providing a safe and secure environment for the girl child. Conducting effective investigation and prosecution, collection of scientific evidence, sensitization of police officers to address attitude and biases, building capacity of police officers in terms of using data analytics and technology, minimizing re-traumatization, providing support services like counseling, medical care, safe shelter, victim-centric approach, etc. Bihar Police has taken several initiatives to address all the issues and strengthen the state apparatus to address the issues. Women police station has been set up in every district. In 2013, the state government issued notification to establish a women police station in each and every district. So, in all our 40 districts, women police stations are functional and they are headed by women police officers. Then we have got women help desk functional in each and every police station. We have got 35% reservation in all police posts in our recruitments, and just 2 months back, 22,000 constables have been recruited, in which almost 12,000 females have been recruited, and they are being trained in different training institutions of the state right now. So we have got more than 30,000 female constables working in our police strength. It constitutes almost 30% of the whole police force in Bihar. So Bihar has achieved the unique milestones of having highest percentage of women in police force across the country. It stands at number 1. This has not only brought diverse perspectives and experiences, but women police officers also serve as role model and inspiration for other women and girls to pursue career in law enforcement. All women Mahila battalion at Sasaram, we have got a battalion at Sasaram which is constituted of only females. Then we have got a Swabhiman battalion established at Balmiki Nagar, Betia, that is constituted of 100% females. We have strengthened our state apparatus for the last 15-20 years. So we have got, earlier we were having only one FSL at Patna, so 3 forensic science laboratories at Muzaffarpur, Bhagalpur and Rajgir have been made functional during the last 5 to 7 years. Then 9 regional forensic science laboratories at all the police ranges have been sanctioned, buildings have been constructed and recruitments are being done. So maybe within a year or so, we will have 13 forensic science laboratories functional in the state of Bihar. A DNA lab started functioning since 2013. We are going to establish 3 more DNA labs at Muzaffarpur, Bhagalpur and Rajgir. It is already underway. During the last 5 years, 3 3,154 accused have been convicted in POCSO cases in 2,513 POCSO cases. So, the conviction in POCSO cases have been ensured, and in many cases we depend on DNA evidence and other scientific evidence. We have got district mobile forensic units functional in every district. They have been provided with mobile forensic vans, and scientists have been posted in each and every district, and they are covering large number of place of occurrences. The cases in which more than 7 years punishments are provided, I think we are trying to cover most of the place of occurrences in such cases. Dial 112 became functional in 2020. The response time is just 13 minutes. So after receiving information, our ERSS vehicle, emergency response vehicle, reaches the people in distress in 13 minutes. Initially it was more, but slowly and slowly it is getting improved, and right now it is 13 minutes. We have women's safety apps also functional, and recently we started safe commute scheme, in which Bihar Police, a safe commute scheme for women who are commuting during the night. All the call receivers and dispatchers in our dial 112 control room are women police officers and women constables. We have got safe city surveillance project functional in Patna and other cities also like Bhagalpur, Darbhanga. A network of CCTV cameras at strategic locations have been established, and there is a centralized command and control center to monitor the feeds in those cameras, and we are using those feeds for investigation of cases. Our social media cell at the state level and the district level are functional, and they keep a hawk eye on antisocial elements activities. Cyber police stations in each and every district has been made functional since 2023. Recently, MOU has been signed between Bihar Police and National Forensic Science University to set up 2 forensic science labs at Patna and Rajgir. It will help fast-track investigation in cases of cyber sexual abuse of children. Just a fortnight back, a special operation called Naya Savera was launched by Police Headquarters on World Day Against Trafficking in Persons on 30th July. 112 victims, including 41 minor girls, were rescued during this operation. 30 of these girls were rescued from orchestras. 24 FIRs were registered in this connection. So this operation was very successful. CID Vehicle Section, which is headed by an additional DG rank officer, Mr. Amit Gyan, is here, is in touch with its counterparts in other states for sharing intelligence regarding traffickers, and we have been able to register a large number of cases against traffickers and catch a large number of such traffickers. We have got a G+3 4-storied police station buildings, and more than 50% of our police stations are having 4-storied police station buildings, and one separate floor has been provided for female constables and female officers. It has got all kinds of facilities like dining, kitchen, toilet, bathing facilities, etc. So we are trying to create additional infrastructure for this 30% women force who are there with us in police stations and police lines. So for the last 15-20 years, the state police has tried their best to create infrastructures which are women specific, because every year we are adding more than 5,000 to 10,000 female police in our strength. So we have been concentrating on creating additional infrastructure. We have been creating forensic science facilities, and NFSU is also going to start a campus in Hindi Bhawan, in which CIMP used to be functional earlier. So NFSU has already signed an MOU with us, and this NFSU campus is going to start very soon. So it will also aid in ensuring effective investigation of such cases. So violence against children and girls in particular is a complex and deeply ingrained problem that requires a sustained and collective effort to prevent and respond to. We need the support and engagement of all stakeholders to prevent and combat crime against girls and promote a culture of respect and equality for them. Let us work together to create a society where every girl child can grow and thrive without fear of violence and discrimination. So it's a very collective effort. Only police cannot do much. The police is trying to do its part, but it's a combined effort which can yield good results. So I thank you so much for giving me opportunity to come to this workshop and speak my mind before you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Through your address, you have expanded the theme and given this program a more fruitful and impactful configuration. With profound respect, I would humbly invite Honorable Mr. Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, Judge cum Chairman, Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, Patna High Court, to share his Lordship's wisdom with us. Your Lordship has been a shining example of compassion and fairness, upholding the principles of equity and dignity. Your Lordship, for the keynote address.
The Chief Guest, Honorable Mr. Justice J.K. Maheshwari, Judge Supreme Court of India. Guest of Honor, Honorable Mr. Justice Asanuddin Amanullah, Judge Supreme Court of India. Honorable the Chief Justice Vipul Manubhai Pancholi, Patna High Court. Shri Vinay Kumar, DGP Bihar. Ms. Margaret Gwada, Chief UNICEF. Of the dais, we have with us Honorable Mr. Justice P.B. Bajantri, Judge Patna High Court, come Honorable JD1. Our brother judges and sisters of the Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, Mr. Justice Mohit Kumar Shah, Mr. Justice Nani Tagia, Justice Srimati Gunnu Anupma Chakravarti, and Mr. Justice Saurendra Pandey. My esteemed sister and brother judges of Patna High Court, Honorable Mr. Justice Ashwani Kumar Singh, former Judge, Patna High Court, Ms. Bandana Preshi, Secretary Social Welfare, Department Government of Bihar, Dr. Amit Kumar Jain, ADG Weaker Section, other learned resource persons, and all other participants who are present here or else connected virtually. A very good morning to all of you. Today's one-day state-level consultation program is on the topic safeguarding the girl child towards a safer and enabling environment for her in India. I take it as a matter of great privilege in delivering keynote address on this topic. We will have 3 technical sessions throughout the day. Different learned resource persons having their expertise on this topic will talk about response and support services for the children who are victims of violence. We will be talking how to develop an inclusive and effective child protection system, legal protection mechanism, effective prevention mechanism, and an effective accountability mechanism and their functioning. This time the national level consultation program is being held on 11th and 12th October 2025. The date is important. As back as on 19 December 2011, the General Assembly of United Nations adopted a resolution wherein it was decided to designate 11th October as the International Day of the Girl Child, to be observed every year beginning in 2012 in order to raise awareness of the situations of the girls around the world. Prior to this resolution, conventions on the women's right, and other instruments relevant to the rights of the child, in particular the girl child. The Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, the Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the optional protocols, and the United Nations Convention on Rights of Child 1989 were in existence. The resolution recognized that empowerment and investment in girls are critical for meaningful participation of girls in decisions that affect them. It is the key in breaking the cycle of discrimination and violence and in promoting and protecting the full and effective enjoyment of their human rights. We have, though, recognized girls' rights and the unique challenges which are being faced by the girls around the world. In the present conference, we are required to take a glance over the same in the context of our own country, India. The theme for the 2025 International Day of the Girl Child is "The Girl I Am, the Change I Lead." The vision of this is on the girls taking initiative and lead the world in addressing the global changes. The girls in India are taking initiatives and leadership roles in addressing global challenges. They are contributing to positive change. They are no longer a mere passive recipient of the change. Rather, they are actively participating in driving the changes. In this state-level consultation program, we would not only acknowledge their unique identity, experience of life, potential to lead initiatives, to take up the changes, role in creating positive changes, and move towards a better future. We would also have a look at the safeguards which are required to be provided to our girl child in order to give them a safer and enabling environment. There are some areas which are required to be addressed. Inequality, discrimination, lack of resources, and access to education. Healthcare are the common challenges which a girl child faces right from her birth. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, 1989, recognizes children as individuals with fundamental civil, political, economic, social, health, and cultural rights. In India, we have the Right to Education Act to guarantee free and compulsory education for all children, including disabled children of the age of 6 to 14 years. We have legislations against child labor, trafficking, and abuse. India has legislation to deal with the cases of sexual harassment. The Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act in India has been brought to protect the girl child, to ensure their safety and dignity. We have laws against child trafficking and forced labor. We have laws such as Juvenile Justice, Care and Protection of Children Act 2015, which provides for taking care of a child in need of care and protection. We are, however, required to be sensitive towards the plights of the children, particularly the girl child. The machinery which has been made responsible to implement the laws dealing with a child in need of care and protection and the child who have been subject to sexual exploitation need to be trained. We have to empower the girls by providing a platform for them to develop their leadership skills. I understand that the UNICEF has a global girl leaders advisory group which empowers girls to participate in policy and programming decisions, ensuring their voices are heard and their needs are addressed. While dealing with the cases in the judicial side, we have noticed that either due to lack of knowledge of the law on the subject or because of the insensitive approach of one of the stakeholders, whether it is police or judiciary, the child undergoes further exploitation and mental agony. I'll give you some examples. While dealing with the case of a girl child, it was found that the police recovered the victim girl and brought her before the learned judicial magistrate, where her statement was recorded under section 164 CRPC. The girl claimed to have left her house on her own because her parents wanted to get her married with someone else whom she did not want to marry. She didn't want to go with her parents, but she expressed her desire to go to the house of her maternal grandmother. Her parents had no objection to the same, but the learned additional chief judicial magistrate sent her to the observation home at Gyan, Patna. Even though the girl kept on claiming that she was 18 years old and she was a student of class 12, the learned magistrate did not call for her date of birth certificate to assess her age. What is this? This may be because of lack of knowledge of the relevant laws, or it may be a result of an insensitive approach. What was required in the best interest of the child was not considered by the learned magistrate. In another case, the father of the victim girl had lodged a first information report giving rise to a police case under section 366 capital A IPC. The victim was recovered from the house of the accused. She was taken to Mahila police station for recording her statement before a lady officer. Thereafter, she was brought back to the police station and was kept there. For 3 consecutive days, she was made to stay in the police station. The facts of the case revealed that on the second day, when the victim was taken to PMCH for X-ray, the head of the department informed the police that X-ray time was over as it was more than 2 p.m. Therefore, the victim girl had to return again to the police station. A passport-size photograph was required to be taken for purpose of affixing it on the record of the hospital. And for that purpose, again, she was photographed. And on the 3rd day only, her medical examination could be conducted in the PMCH. The victim disclosed that she had gone with the accused because of ill treatment meted out to her by her parents. She expressed her desire to go with her parents, but at the same time expressed apprehension that they may kill her. In that case, we noticed that the victim girl was though a child in need of care and protection. The court did not follow the procedures required to be followed. She was not produced before the Child Welfare Committee, even though the law mandated that the child shall be produced before the committee without any loss of time, but within a period of 24 hours, excluding the time necessary for the journey. Here I would also like to point out that under the JJ Act, Section 31 provides for finding out fit facilities and fit persons in whom custody a child in need of care and protection may be handed over to the CWC. Only yesterday, I was talking to Mr. Banku Bihari Sarkar, the specialist of child protection. He was saying that till date, we do not have any fit facility or fit person identified in whom custody a child in need of care and protection may be handed over by the CWC. This is the situation which we have to take note of. We have yet another case of Hanifur Rahman versus State of Bihar. In this case, the informant approached Patna High Court, challenging the order of the learned special court directing release of a minor victim of alleged sexual offences in favor of her maternal aunt, who was respondent number 2 before the High Court. Her maternal aunt had been compelling her to indulge in prostitution. The victim did not disclose about her parents, as she did not know who were her parents. The respondent number 2, who was her maternal aunt, did not claim at this stage that she was the mother of the victim girl, but after about 4 days, the respondent number 2 filed an application before the learned special judge, who allowed to meet her subject to proper verification and identification. It was found that the victim girl did not identify the lady, but later on, after 6 days only, the learned court released the girl in favor of her maternal aunt. No medical examination in terms of Section 27 of the POCSO Act was ordered, and after release, again the victim child was recovered from the house of the accused. The report of the social worker was that at this stage of her life, she was being subjected to perform dance and stage shows to earn her livelihood and also the livelihood of her mother. I believe a little sensitiveness on the part of the learned special judge, POCSO court, would have made a sea difference in the life of the victim. But unfortunately, that did not happen. Recently, we have come across cases where trafficking of girls' child have gone on increase. Despite there being an anti-human trafficking unit at the state, district and sub-divisional level, as has been told to me, in many cases, the girl's child are being sold for few thousand of rupees by the drug addicts. And in more than 50% cases, the missing girls are not recovered. Lastly, I would conclude saying that the protection of girl children can be ensured by combating discrimination, violence, ensuring access to education and good health care service, promoting gender equality, raising awareness and providing financial support to them through various schemes, programs and plans. Government should invest more in girls' empowerment programs and support initiatives that enhance capacity building, leadership quality and safety of girl children. Implementation of the very beneficial provisions of law such as JJ Act would further create a safer environment for the girl's child in need of care and protection. At the end, I hope that today's whole day engagement of all honorable dignitaries, learned resource persons and participants would definitely achieve our objectives for creating sensitizations and awareness about response and support service for girl children impacted by violence, legal protection mechanism and effective prevention mechanism amongst various stakeholders for the protection of girl child. We would together achieve the objective to safeguard the girl child for creating safer and enabling environment for her in India. Before I depart, on behalf of the Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, Patna High Court, I express sincere gratitude to the Honorable Mr. Justice J.K. Maheshwari, Chief Guest, and Honorable Mr. Justice Ahsanuddin Amanullah, Guest of Honor, for taking their precious time for this program. I must acknowledge the valuable guidance given by Vipul Manubhai Pancholi, the Honorable Chief Justice of Patna High Court, in organizing this program. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Your Lordship, for your inspiring words and instances. They have illuminated our minds, touched our conscience, and reminded us that justice for the girl child is not an abstract idea, but an urgent duty. With utmost respect and honor, I am pleased to request Honorable Mr. Justice Vipul M. Pancholi, Honorable the Chief Justice, Patna High Court, to share Your Lordship's insights with us. Your Lordship has been a strong voice for the vulnerables, ensuring that rights are lived realities. We are privileged to lend our ears to your thoughts on safeguarding the dignity and future of every girl child.
Honorable Mr. Justice J.K. Maheshwari, Judge Supreme Court of India, Chief Guest for today's program, Honorable Mr. Justice Ahsanuddin Amanullah, Judge Supreme Court of India, the Guest of Honor, my esteemed colleague, Mr. Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, Chairperson, Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, my sister and brother judges of Patna High Court, Justice Ashwini Kumar Singh, former Judge, Patna High Court, Shri Vinay Kumar, Director General of Police of Bihar, Ms. Margaret Gwada, Chief of UNICEF Bihar, learned resource persons, judicial, executive and police officers, other dignitaries, and the invitees present here. Good morning to all of you. It is an honor for me to be part of this distinguished panel of the one-day state level consultation program 2025. The subject for which this one-day state level consultation program is being held is so intricate that it cannot be addressed by a particular wing, be it the judiciary, the executive, the administration bodies manning social welfare schemes, the non-governmental organization, and other stakeholders engaged in espousing the cause. Rather, a collective and objective effort as a unified society with the active participation of every individual is required to address the issue properly and achieve the intended goals. I extend my sincere gratitude to the Juvenile Justice Secretariat of the Patna High Court, the Government of Bihar, and UNICEF for organizing this crucial event. We are fortunate that apart from the subject experts, we will have the insightful guidance of their Lordship, the Honorable Supreme Court, Honorable Justice J.K. Maheshwari and Honorable Mr. Justice Ahsanuddin Amanullah on the issue. Though in our Indian culture the female has been kept on the highest pedestal and girls are worshipped, however, all are not fortunate. Suffering of some are shocking and are at the receiving end as they are exposed to all sort of exploitation, that is domestic violence, gender bias, discrimination, violence, neglect, abuse, torture, unsafe environment, etc. It is often said that empowerment of women is the empowerment of society itself. A nation can never truly prosper unless its daughters are educated, healthy, and free. Women nurture the next generation, safeguard the welfare of their families, and contribute decisively to our economic and political life. And when they are provided with education, proper health care, and equality of opportunity, personal freedoms expand and the welfare of the society as a whole advances. Despite constitutional guarantees of equality under Article 14 and 15 of the Constitution of India, gender-based discrimination remains a stark reality. The problem begins even before birth, with sex-selective abortions, abandonment of girl children, distorting our demographic balance. As girls grow, they face disadvantages in nutrition, healthcare, and education. Much of this discrimination is sustained by outdated customs and practices. The foremost instrument of social reform is education. Not only formal schooling, but cultural education that consistently reinforces gender justice. Programs such as Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao embody this vision. Encouragingly, more girls today are excelling academically and entering diverse professions, including the legal profession, where we now see the highest number of women lawyers and judicial officers. If India is to fulfill its ambition of becoming an economic powerhouse, women must have genuine opportunities for mobility and advancement. In this effort, the legal services authorities and juvenile justice committees play a crucial role in extending welfare schemes and legal protections. Our courts, too, have taken significant steps to safeguard the rights of the girl child, be it victim compensation, curbing of harassment and acid attacks, or affirming a girl's overall safety. The judiciary has repeatedly emphasized victim-centric approach. But legislation and judgments alone cannot suffice. We must strengthen institutions. Effective interagency coordination between police, prosecution, juvenile justice committees is essential. The topic before us is not merely a subject for academic discussion. It is a fundamental call to action. The Constitution of India guarantees equality and dignity to all, and yet The reality for many of our children is a stark contrast to this ideal. Too many young lives are impacted by violence, neglect, and exploitation. A society is only as strong as its weakest members, and a society that fails to protect its children fails itself. First of all, I feel that periodical awareness programs, both by holding interactive sessions and also through social media, are required to be held amongst the general citizens by forming joint team comprising judicial officers, administrative officers of the social welfare department, and the members of the local NGOs espousing the cause of girl child. The role of police is pivotal, who come to the aid of the girl in distress first. Accordingly, the police officials be imparted suitable training to handle the untoward situation and attend the victim with utmost care. Equally important is the fact that while posting the officers and staff at the shelter home, children home, observation home, caution must be taken to ensure that only skilled personnel having technical expertise on the matter be considered, as they are required to extend elderly care while handling the girl child in distress. As members of the judiciary, we are the custodian of the justice. Our role extends beyond the confines of the courtroom. It is to ensure that the laws and mechanisms for protection of the children are implemented with the utmost sensitivity and effectiveness. We must ensure that justice is not just a concept, but a living reality for every child who has been wronged. This requires a profound commitment from every judicial officer to be not just a judge, but a guardian of their rights. It is expected of the judicial officers concerned to make frequent visits to the shelter home, children home, observation home, to examine the prevalent situation over there and suggest the steps to be taken for improvement, to improve dwelling of the inmates. I would also like to take this moment to appreciate the exemplary work of Government of Bihar and UNICEF Patna. Their combined efforts have led to some truly effective achievements in our state. We have seen a significant strengthening of our child protection units, which over 50 new units established across the state. This has been supported by the training of more social workers and counselors. The collaboration between the police, the judiciary, and child welfare committees has accelerated the speed and efficiency of our response to cases of abuse. Furthermore, community-based programs and awareness campaigns have empowered local communities to become active participants in safeguarding their children, which is reflected in a noticeable decline in child marriage cases in many districts. This success are a powerful reminder that our combined efforts can and do create real positive change. In a nutshell, safeguarding the girl child is not only a moral duty, but a constitutional imperative. The importance of an integrated approach, bringing together the judiciary, executive, law enforcement, social welfare, and community stakeholders in a united front to protect our children, is the call of the day. As a Chief Justice of Patna High Court, I do feel that laws alone cannot create safety. They must be implemented with sincerity, monitored with diligence, and supported by a society that values and respects its daughters. The role of the judiciary, therefore, is not only to adjudicate cases of violence or exploitation, but also to actively promote and strengthen mechanisms for prevention, protection, rehabilitation. However, here at the Patna High Court, we have taken this commitment to heart. We have proactively established the Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee to ensure the proper functioning of child welfare committees and juvenile justice boards across the state. Through our judgments and directives, we have consistently pushed for the creation of child-friendly courtrooms and the speedy disposal of cases under POCSO Act. Furthermore, we have been a strong voice in holding authorities accountable for the welfare of the children in shelter homes, issuing crucial directions to the state government to strengthen these institutions and their monitoring mechanisms. These actions reflect our unwavering resolve to protect the rights of every child. This collaboration between the judiciary, the state government, and international organizations like UNICEF is a powerful model of how we can combine our strengths to tackle this complex issue. Our consultations today must yield not just ideas, but concrete actionable recommendations that can be swiftly integrated into our systems, with special thrust on the fact that accelerated and effective measures should be taken for skill development of the destitute girl so as to make them self-reliant and their smooth merger in the mainstream of the society. Today, the strength of women in India is being recognized and celebrated as never before. Women are no longer seen merely as beneficiary of progress, but as the very drivers of our nation's growth. Our Nari Shakti, from serving into the armed forces to excelling in studies, from sports to science, and from laboratories to space missions, women are leading India's march into future. The journey of empowering the girl child is therefore not just about protection, it is all about explore their potential so that every daughter of India can dream without fear and achieve without limit. I would conclude by saying that safeguarding the girl child is not the duty of the judiciary or government alone. It is a collective responsibility. After all, there is no tool for development more effective than the empowerment of the girl child. As we move forward to the technical sessions, I am confident that each will provide us with valuable perspectives and practical strategies. These sessions are not just opportunities for dialogue, they are platform for designing action. I urge all participants to engage with openness, to ask pertinent questions and to think beyond existing limitations. The girl child we are here to protect deserves nothing less than our full commitment. Today's consultation and expert sessions will help us to shape a clear roadmap guiding us towards effective strategies and best practices for safeguarding the girl child. I extend my sincere thanks for giving me this opportunity to share my view at this platform before this August gathering. I convey my best wishes to all the participants and stakeholders. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Your Lordship, for a deeply thoughtful address. Your emphasis on law as a living instrument for the protection has reminded us that safety of a girl child is not negotiable. It is the very foundation of a just society. With reverence, I would request our guest of honor, Honorable Mr. Justice Ehsanuddin Amanullah, Judge, Supreme Court of India, who is also a beacon of fairness and humanity in the legal arena. We await your guidance on creating a safer and more enabling environment where every girl child can thrive in dignity. We are eager to take away His Lordship's progressive perspective through this address.
With permission of Honorable the Chief Guest, my esteemed senior colleague in the Supreme Court, Honorable Justice J.K. Maheshwari, my younger brother and Chief Justice of Patna High Court, Justice Pancholi, Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, members of the Juvenile Justice Committee, Mr. Vinay, DGP Bihar, Ms. Margaret, UNICEF Head, Ms. Vandana Prayasi. Don't mind if I skip names because I see many faces, but if I start taking names, probably I'll never end. So everybody, my brother and sister, colleagues of the Patna High Court, members of the registry, members of the judiciary, all the participants who have come here from different segments of the society. A very good morning. Namaskar. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome here. It's always very humbling when you come to such a conference where it is more about what the society is facing. At the level of the judiciary, especially the High Court judges and more so for the Supreme Court, most of the times we go in sessions which are academic. We are supposed to express our views on what is the law, the prevailing legal framework. Majority of that, very few opportunities we get where we also participate, understand the dynamics which is at the grassroots level, the society we are living, the oath we have taken ultimately to do justice to the citizen, we the people of India, be loyal to the Constitution. Very high, lofty ideals. But most of the time we take it very casually. Something which is good and you possess, you don't understand its value. Today we have come at crossroad where people have started taking everything for granted. The goodness, especially the Constitution. Every time you read, you'll get good insight, new insight. And every time you are forced to feel pride in the system we are, in the society we are, our diversity, the level of humanness, umpteen stories of how people to people have worked, how communities have stood up. They don't wait for any government intervention, any government aid. It's all spontaneous. It's all from the heart. That is what ultimately, and that is what every human being has in himself. The only trouble is that we have let that basic instinct of us to be overpowered and overburdened by something which in today's life we think is more important. It's more important to achieve a position. It's more important to stand alone. It's more important for us today that yes, these are issues, social issues, can't be handled, too difficult. And sometimes we'll also speak about it. We'll have high-level conferences, and that's it. Conferences happen, resolutions are passed. Why? Are we so insensitive that we also take everything in formality, as a formality? That is something we have to ask ourselves. The topic today, which we are going to address, probably is one of the few occasions where when we sit and idle alone and you just think about what is your role in this society, the position you are holding, and every position counts. It doesn't have to be the top man at the institution. Groundwork has to be done by the middle and lower people. If everyone has that feeling of having to do something for what is ill in the society, I don't think here people say what can be done, this issue is so large. Madam Margaret was saying Ethiopia figures 40% in Bihar, girl-child marriages. It's too big, I can't as an individual. Just think for some time, I'm just giving you the reverse picture. If everybody at his own level started thinking that I will only do my job, let me try. If everybody starts thinking, then what would be the result? The entire population would start thinking. The thing is that we want others to do, we will not do because everything applies to others. We have ideas for others, we have plans for others. We are here only to show, yes, look here, this is bad. But who takes the responsibility? If it is bad, what is the corrective measure? Where do we go? How to tackle it? Probably these sessions don't need to flag out what is bad. Everybody knows what is the shortcoming. Yes, as a formality, you have to introduce something, you have to introduce a topic, you have to first say that, look here, you have to define, as we say in judicial term, formulate your points. Yes, but that should be only 5% of the initial time. The rest should be only, you can't turn the clock back. We have arrived at a situation, maybe that one particular situation, maybe a localized situation. But then you have to say, what is the way out? Now what? We are here. We'll do post-mortem, we'll do why it happened. How does it help the person who is affected? How does it help the society? That research, that thesis will go into the theory books. Nobody would even bother to look about it. Like in judicial parlance, so most of my brother judges from judiciary also are here. Straight away you say, we tell the council, come to the point, won't go for the discussions. These seminars should not turn into these discussions. Let us be very hands-on. Let us start with small things which will really have effect. Don't give a plan as if from stage A, straight away you reach to stage Z. As if everything, you start this is a problem, and then by the end of the speech, everybody should start thinking, I've given the ideal solution. If everybody follows, there will be end to everything. Don't be under that misconception. You limit yourself, give a suggestion, have a discussion, let 2 steps be taken forward in that direction. I think you have done your job. Nobody can expect more than you. Let us concentrate on actually how, according to you, there can be a way step forward, how you can contribute, what would be the end result. The moment, that is the most difficult part, because that requires that you have to involve yourself. You have to take some of that responsibility. Here, nobody wants to take responsibility. I know a baby is there, a baby is crying. I'll have very good words about it. I'll say many things, but I will not hold the baby. I'll pass on the buck kindly to the next. This is the issue. If we can handle this, I think we will be not required for anything. But coming back to the point, that small one step forward or that baby step forward is the most difficult. It is said in science, once something is idle, the most effort it requires is to start rolling. Once it starts rolling, energy required is very less. That initial push. We are in a morbid state. Everything is known. I may not be wrong in saying that all these statistics, everything, is there enough data to show that we have created a situation where these things do not occur? It is not that only 2 years, 5 years, 6 years back in Bihar it has started, in India it has started, but have we really addressed it? For 10, 20 years, we have known that yes, this needs to be stopped. This is required to be stopped. But anything in that front today? Today it's all firefighting, immediate police response, immediate response of the CWC, immediately rescue of the girls, sending to the protection home, aftercare home, all post-incident, post-incident, post-incident. We have a hands full, and then we take pride. Look here, I have now secured her. She was abused, I have not secured her. Is it enough? Have we discharged our duty? Is that the only right of a child? That yes, if something happens, I am standing for you. Don't worry, child. I am standing for you. Is that what is required of us? As members of the society, as people who can make a difference, people who count? Do you think our responsibility, our basic moral responsibility stops there? Forget about any position you are holding or not holding. As a human being, plain simple human being, put that question to you. You will get the answer. I am not supposed to reply because I know everybody will have the same answer. Nobody can absolve himself that I have done what to call of enough. I have done even my bit. I am 100% confident everybody truly introspects. He will come to the conclusion that I have not done even the amount which I could have done. What to talk about done more proactively. But why? I don't blame you. I blame this position, the society, the environment, the system we are in. This system has made us insensitive. I'll give you a very simple example. I am very scared even to look at somebody who is taking an injection. People know that I am chicken-hearted in that. Very difficult. I don't even look if somebody, what to talk about. My daughter completed it. I used to go to that. After some time, she was also jittery. But after some time, I felt that when she came home also, even with her formal in hand, she started having, and if I went, that atmosphere in the hospital sometimes was so unnerving, I really couldn't stand that. But all the doctors there, for them it was normal. Somebody is dying, it's normal. Why? Because after seeing so much the same thing, your heart starts accepting it, and to the world you appear that your heart is of stone. It may not be a fact, you may be very good from inside you, but your reaction is placid. Your reaction is stoic. Your reaction is like any normal human being seeing a normal situation. Though people say it's an emergency, you should be involved, your face should show, you should be concerned, calm, quiet, patient revives, okay, patient dies, same reaction on the face. Why? That made me think, now for the last 3-4 years, I've changed my approach to the whole thing. I keep saying that in the core of these teams which you keep, the ground level teams, make it rotating. Let people work for 2-3 years intensely, then move them away for 1 year. Move them to a lesser position which is a follow-up position. Ground level very intensive so that people retain the intensity. Move them to a position of the second stage, where from the past experience, here people are into everyone on the ground for the rest of their life, 20 years on the ground. By that time, they lose their sensitivity. Even for the police, the DGP is here, I would request him that keep on changing. And here, for these causes, till now, at least in Bihar and now, after my experience all over India, I think it is all over India, all people in the official capacity think that is one of those punishment postings where you were given the charge of these units with child protection, social issues. They feel that it is below their dignity. They have not been properly utilized. So there is discontent. People don't get involved in that. How can we expect delivery from a system which itself feels demoralized? Itself thinks that why I was chosen for this post. Forget about, you should be happy that you are the person who has this opportunity. Where others leave it, you should be the first one. And the satisfaction, I can speak for myself. I've been talking to my elder brother and my colleague Justice Maheshwari. We share a lot of things in common. The way his heart moves towards this, the way he attaches himself to relationships, to an issue, I think for me also it's an eye-opener. He's an idol in that sense. How to get involved? I thought I was very involved, but when after interacting with him and seeing his views, and that is one of the main reasons I made it a point, I requested sir and sir has kindly consented to come here. I wanted him because he speaks from his heart. He is a grounded person, he knows the ground reality. He will give you something for a take back which you will not forget for a long time. You will keep pondering. All these sections and all, I will also come with the speech and I will deliver it because people say that I speak extempore. So I should be a little bit formal. So you'll have to bear with me for when I deliver my speech, when I come to the point. But yes, some type of formality is required. I'll just try to address you because you have 4 specific sessions. Let me just indicate what actually I would think the way and for full utilization of this whole session, this thing should be approached. We have to turn our attention to the topic at hand. It would be worthwhile at the outset to refer to certain provisions. I'm just indicating a few basics of the Constitution. Because for me, Constitution is such a wonderful, and you feel so happy from inside that we have a Constitution like this. We don't realize, वो बिहार में है ना, घर की मुर्गी दाल बराबर, हमारा Constitution है ना, तो ठीक है, अच्छा है, क्या अच्छा है उसमें, वो पढ़ने में और समझने में जो मजा है ना, वो पढ़िए, you go through it, and the more you go, the more you have. The Constitution Article 15(3) of the Constitution makes it clear that the substantive provision therein would not prevent the state from making any special provision for the women and child. Article 51(a)(e) inter alia makes it a fundamental duty of every Indian citizen to renounce practices derogatory to women's dignity. I am not reading those 2 articles. Safeguarding the girl child, in my view, is a constitutional goal, is also a moral imperative. Dignity and freedom inside and outside the house and protection against violence is a collective responsibility placed on the shoulder of the society. Moving towards achieving such a future calls for concerted and coordinated effort from the judiciary, legislature, executive, and organizations such as UNICEF and other self-help groups, and even every individual. Pertinently, data would show that crime against children, including girls, are on the rise. Despite laws against the same, one sees reports of child marriages across the country. Between 2019 to 2021, data from National Family Health Survey 5, which is the latest available, indicates that 1 out of every 4 women who got married in such period were below the age of 18 years. 25%. Further, if one were to speak about cases under the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act 2012, it would emerge that most girl victims face sexual abuse from a known person. Statistics under the Juvenile Justice Act 2016 also tell a telling tale. I am very confident that the technical sessions will go into the finer nuances. I would only like to make a few broad indications with regard to what these sessions may also go into. The system has to be victim-centric and victim-focused. The system has to guarantee and provide effective legal and medical assistance to victims right from square one till the end. The one-stop centers called Sakhi are a result of the Supreme Court's 2018 intervention in Nipun Saxena versus Union of India. A further step was the 112 helpline, which has subsumed 98 child helpline. One may also include the Integrated Child Protection Scheme, now renamed as Mission Vatsalya, which is the Union Government's flagship scheme under the aegis of the Ministry of Women and Child Development. When it comes to the enforcement mechanism, the Juvenile Justice Act, the POCSO Act, the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act 2016, the PCPNDT Act 1994, etc., one is tempted to say that the legal regime appears fairly robust on paper, but systemic and infrastructural issues plague the courts and the policing system, resulting in delays and maybe even acquittals. Ultimately, the aim of the law is to punish the guilty and protect the innocent. But the question we must ask of ourselves is whether the same holds true in letter and spirit. The National and State Commission established under the Commission of Protection of Child Rights Act 2005 are in dire need of serious introspection on whether they are living up to the faith reposed in them by the people. These commissions were also bestowed additional responsibilities under the POCSO Act as also the Right to Education Act 2009. The legislature seriously needs to examine whether such bodies are capable of performing the responsibilities imposed on them. Despite a plethora of laws, there are still gaps between the legislative vision and the practical reality, not just in Bihar, but across the country. In recent past, a new menace of CSAM or child sexual abuse material being uploaded on the World Wide Web is creating serious issues, and the same has to be tackled with an iron-fisted zero-tolerance approach. The need of the hour seems to be complete and total integration, as also interoperability of all systems such as adoption, missing girls, crime against women, etc., so that all agencies involved are on the same loop and on the same page. A fully unified platform will, I believe, cover the critical pathways from the stage of first reporting to investigation, tracing and tracking to adjudication and rehabilitation of the concerned child. Besides providing access to real-time data and verifiable monitoring. Some of these are covered under the Track Child 2 new unified mission Vatsalya portal, but accessibility issues are yet to be fully addressed. From One Nation, One Helpline, the stakeholders must move on to One Nation, One System. Involving community-based organizations may also be considered, given that worldwide experience, which I am sure the UNICEF can help with, tells us that the most successful community awareness and reform programs have been women-led and society-specific. UNICEF, along with World Health Organization, have come out with the INSPIRE program, 7 strategies for ending violence against children. Of course, administrative supervision and oversight, along with accountability, must also be there at every step of the way. The onerous responsibility at the first instance lies with the Department of Women and Child Welfare of the state and union territories. The first step to take are to ensure all vacancies in child welfare committees are filled up, all special courts under the POCSO Act are manned, all sanctioned posts of police and other officers connected with related organizations are filled up at the earliest. Frontline workers must also be duly compensated and given a decent stipend or salary, as it would be unfair to expect them to give 100% without being able to earn a proper living. On a concluding note, I may address a criticism that is sometimes heaped upon us, namely that of judicial overreach. In this context, I may point out with a certain sense of responsibility that the Supreme Court's pronouncements, be it the Independent Thought 2017, Shakti Vahini 2018, or Seva 2024, to name a few, were brought about not by a desire to supplant the legislature or its wisdom, but only to protect and uphold the fundamental rights, which is the duty of the judiciary. I am hopeful that the 3 technical sessions ahead, involving persons of scholarship and eminence, will turn out to be useful for one and all. I also note that today's event is being live streamed, and thus the benefits of the discussion will help others not joining physically and will also stay available on the internet for others to watch later. Coming back to the society, and a little bit I'll do in Hindi with the permission of the chair and the UNICEF representative, Madam Margaret. I'll come a little bit of Hindi and English because I think the audience may. हमारे यहाँ गर्ल चाइल्ड या महिलाओं के प्रोटेक्शन इनबिल्ट इन सोसाइटी है. कैसे? अभी रिसेंटली चंद दिनों पहले राखी आई थी. राखी क्या है? राखी इज व्हेन अ गर्ल और वुमन टाइज अ थ्रेड ऑन द हैंड ऑफ एनीबडी फॉर प्रोटेक्शन. देखिए कितना हमारी सभ्यता, हमारी सोसाइटी एडवांस थी. वो जानती थी कि क्या इस सोसाइटी को चाहिए, समाज को क्या चाहिए, अल्टीमेटली ह्यूमन नेचर क्या है. उसने एक प्रथा स्टार्ट की जहाँ साल में एक बार धागा बांध के जो लड़कियों के, विमेन के, महिलाओं के प्रोटेक्टर होने चाहिए, उनको याद दिलाता है कि आपकी जिम्मेदारी क्या है, आपकी बेसिक जिम्मेदारी क्या है. ये कॉन्सेप्ट, इफ वी स्टार्ट फ्रॉम दैट, द पिक्चर वुड बी क्लियर. सारे चीज आपको नजर आने लगे हैं कि जिम्मेदारियां क्या है. एक जिम्मेदारी, वो सब तरह की जिम्मेदारी है. वो एक धागा कहने को है, बट उसके बियॉन्ड कुछ जिम्मेदारी बचती ही नहीं है किसी के लिए. इससे बड़ा कॉन्सेप्ट टू बिल्ड अप क्या हो सकता है. हमारे यहाँ ये तो सदियों से, क्या जब से हमारा इतिहास लिखा जाएगा शुरू हुआ, सब कोई जानता है. बट क्या कभी हमने सोचा है ये क्यों हुआ? हम लोग हर चीज रिलीजन इस पे छोड़ देते हैं. नहीं, रिलीजन क्या है? इट्स अ वे ऑफ हाउ टू लिव, हाउ टू बिहेव विथ वन अनदर. कौन रिलीजन का बेसिक अलग है? एवरीथिंग इज द सेम. हम समझते नहीं है, लेकिन थोड़ी बहुत जिससे सुन लेते हैं ना, हम समझते हैं उसी के हम माहिर हो गए. रिलीजन केवल और केवल यही कहता है. 99 सिमिलैरिटीज हैं सब रिलीजन में, लेकिन हम फोकस करते हैं जो एक डिफरेंस है. चूंकि वो फैशन है, वो करने से मुझे इंपॉर्टेंस मिलेगा, लोग मुझे देखेंगे. आई एम डिफरेंट. मैं कॉमन नहीं होना चाहता हूँ, मैं आपस में मिलना नहीं चाहता हूँ, मैं अलग रहना चाहता हूँ. अलग रहने के लिए मैं देखना चाहूँगा कि भाई क्या अलग है जो हमको अलग करता है, तभी मेरा पहचान होगा. ये अपने में झांकिए, ये अपने में कॉम्प्लेक्स है आपका, ये आपकी मनुष्यता निकाल रही है. द ह्यूमन इन यू इज बीइंग डिह्यूमनाइज्ड. बेसिकली एवरीबडी, एवरी सोल इज अ प्योर सोल. वो होते हैं ना कि ऊपर में धूल जम जाती है हल्का सा, चलते चलते रास्ते में आप जाते हैं, जूता ये हो जाता है, घर आते हैं, कपड़ा बदलते हैं, ऊपर में धूल जम जाती है, कोई तो रखता नहीं है. तो फिर अपने आप हृदय में ये द्वेष या आपस में एक दूसरे में ऊंचापन, वो ऊंचा है, ये नीचा है, वो वुमन है, घर के अंदर रहना है. अभी Brother Rajiv Ranjan just told me a shocking thing. He said the girl ratio in Bihar is very low compared to the national, about 700, and in Muzaffarpur it is 650. It is shocking. What do you expect then? अगर ये होगा तो क्राइम नहीं होगा? क्राइम होगा, बिकॉज आप तो उसका तैयार कर रहे हैं बेस. होते हैं ना पेट्री डिश में बेस तैयार करते हैं, बैक्टीरिया को जिंदा रखने के लिए रिसर्च किया जाए. दैट इज अ पेट्री डिश. यू आर मेकिंग द सोसाइटी लायबल. क्या? इट विल कमिट बिकॉज यू आर सो स्क्यूड इन योर रेशियो ऑफ अ नॉर्मल मेल एंड फीमेल रिलेशनशिप. इस पे ध्यान कभी किसी का जाता नहीं है. आई विल गिव यू अनदर एग्जाम्पल. In the Supreme Court also, a lot of cases started coming where the immediate family members, either the mother is abusive, she forces the girl, or the father is abusive. But you know, in that cases, 95% are what? First thing, wo pee ke aaye. The moment you say he was drunk, that means he was not in his senses what he was doing. So are we not supposed to take cognizance of the root cause? Why a person is allowed to be drunk? What is the reason? Why society cannot stop? You cannot stop. Once he is drunk, he is out of his control. So how, no matter how much, 20 years in jail, 40 years in jail, okay, that family goes, एक father चला गया, bed earner चला गया, क्यों? एक दिन उसकी fault नहीं थी, वो तो senses ही में नहीं था. You don't hit why the society allows a situation where drugs are prevailing, where alcoholism is on the rise. Out of alcoholism, 90% of domestic violence at the lower level is only पी के आया, मांगा पैसा, नहीं दिया, खाने में ठीक नहीं था, झगड़ा हो गया, उसके ऊपर होमिसाइड भी हो जाता है. Have we addressed the root cause? Fire fighting, no, abusive father, immediately life imprisonment. Let us be practical. Let us know, understand. In criminal law, you say mens rea. Is he in his fit state? Even insanity, it's a type of permanent insanity. Has anyone thought about that? Have we tried to even address that? For how long can we have an ostrich approach? Put your face down and only see whatever is within your eyes under the sand. See, दुनिया देखो, खुलो, नजरिया खोलो, देखो कहाँ है root cause, attach. और उसके लिए I will end up with saying personal involvement. और इस causes में I will again say एक ऐड आता है ना, उसमें कुछ तो पागलपंती जरूरी है. आप अगर पागलों की तरह एज अ मैड पर्सन, वो कहते हैं ना, पूरी तरह इस कॉज में मिल जाना, उसमें नहीं होइएगा तो ये रिजल्ट नहीं आएगा. बट एक बार वो नशा, वो पागलपंती भी अपने ऊपर लाइए, फिर देखिए इसमें मजा क्या है. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद.
Thank you, Your Lordship. We are indebted to His Lordship for the words of clarity and conviction. They have given us a direction to convert ideas into action and promises into protection. We truly appreciate His Lordship's generosity and enduring wisdom. With huge respect, I feel honored to extend my invitation to the Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Mr. Justice J.K. Maheshwari, Judge, Supreme Court of India, to share His Lordship's vision with us. Your Lordship's stewardship of justice exemplifies courage and compassion. We are privileged and humbled to be the audience of His Lordship's enlightening and inspiring turn of phrase.
Good morning, everyone. My esteemed brother Justice Ihsanuddin Amanullah, Judge Supreme Court of India, Brother Justice Bipul Pancholi, Chief Justice High Court of Patna, Brother Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, Judge High Court of Patna, Chairman Juvenile Justice Committee, along with his team, Justice Shah, Anupama ji, Pandey ji, and Tagia ji. All sister and brother judges of High Court of Patna, Sri Vinay Kumar, Director General of Police, Ms. Margaret Gauda, Chief of UNICEF Bihar, Judicial Officers, ACS and Principal Secretaries and Secretaries of the various departments of the Government of Bihar, police officers, Juvenile Justice Board members, CWC members, gracious ladies and gentlemen. First of all, मैं आप सबको इस बात के लिए मुझे बुलाया भगवान बुद्ध और मगध की भूमि पर, जुवेनाइल जस्टिस कमेटी, चीफ जस्टिस हाई कोर्ट, दोनों को मैं अपनी तरफ से ग्रेटिट्यूड अदा करता हूँ. जब मैं सोच रहा था तो मैंने देखा Miss Margaret Gauda had gave an overall perspective कि क्या है यूनिसेफ, हाउ फंक्शनिंग, हाउ द children has to be protected, what they are doing. She appreciated everything what the government is doing. Then DGP साहब उन्होंने पूरा बताया कि सिस्टम कैसे हमने डेवलप किया, चल रहा है। प्रसाद साहब ने बताया कि ये है, हमारी कुछ कमियां हैं, दूर करना है। चीफ साहब ने पैटर्न का रोल अदा किया, हम तैयार हैं हर चीज़ के लिए। और अमानुल्लाह साहब ने बड़ा अच्छा एग्जाम्पल दिया कि भाई हम बच्चे को ट्रांसफ़र कर देते हैं। मुझे सीरियस ऑब्जेक्शन है, उन्होंने ट्रांसफ़र कर दिया मेरी तरफ, बात पूरी ट्रांसफ़र कर दी कि जाओ माहेश्वरी जी बताएंगे। पर मुझे एक चीज़ बहुत अच्छी लगी उनकी, ट्रांसफ़र करने के बाद उन्होंने अपनी ड्यूटी नहीं छोड़ी और उन्होंने पूरा बताया कि व्हाट the provisions are, what the government is doing and what the judicial pronouncements are. Thank you. मैं अपनी बात रखने के लिए एक स्टोरी मेरे पास सीनियर सिटीजन्स डे पे किसी डॉक्टर ने भेजी थी। उसने ये बताया कि दिल जो होता है ना, इस दिल को परेशान करने वाली बात है, उसके टेस्ट होते हैं लिपिड प्रोफाइल। और लिपिड प्रोफाइल में जो उपद्रवी तत्व होते हैं वो होते हैं कोलेस्ट्रॉल और ट्राइग्लिसराइड्स। कोलेस्ट्रॉल शरीर में जमा हो जाता है और ट्राइग्लिसराइड क्या है, ये घूमते रहते हैं पूरी बॉडी में। फिर उन्होंने बताया कि इसमें दो अच्छी चीज़ें होती हैं, एक HDL, ठीक है, ये HDL क्या करते हैं कि इन सबको पकड़ के लिवर में डाल देते हैं, और LDL क्या करते हैं फिर इनको निकालते हैं, फिर छोड़ देते हैं। तो मैं इसको सोच रहा था कि ये है क्या, और फिर अगर LDL बढ़ गए या ट्राइग्लिसराइड या कोलेस्ट्रॉल का इफेक्ट हो गया तो हार्ट अटैक हो जाएगा। अब मैं इसको थोड़ा सा कंपेयर कर रहा था कि व्हाट इज दिस हार्ट। डॉक्टर साहब की स्टोरी में दिस हार्ट इज अवर चाइल्ड, एंड व्हाट इज दिस HDL? HDL is our police agencies. And what is this liver? This liver is overall CWC, JJC and our judicial system. Now compare this for today's function. इसको compare करिए. And today's topic is safeguarding girl child towards a safer and enabling environment for her in India. जब मैं सोच रहा था इसको तो I gone through one poem. Nobel Prize winner poet Gabriela Mistral. She wrote, it was his name is today story, but I make it because of the topic. Her name is today. She wrote, we are guilty of many errors and many faults, but our worst crime is abandoning the children, neglecting the foundation of life. Many of things we need can wait. Right now is the time. Her bones are being formed, her blood is being made, and her senses are being developed. To her, we cannot answer tomorrow. Her name is today. And today, you are consulting on this. I have my gratitude to all of you, at least who are sitting here, to have a consultation on this issue. You know what is today and importance of today. हम जानते हैं कि हमारा देश, मुझे मालूम पड़ा हिंदी और इंग्लिश दोनों के लोग हो सकते हैं, तो मैं अपना वक्तव्य पूरा अंग्रेजी में न देके हिंदी और अंग्रेजी दोनों में ही दूंगा। हम जानते हैं कि भारत प्रगति की तरफ चल रहा है। टेक्नोलॉजी, इकोनॉमी, ग्लोबल डिप्लोमेसी, एवरीथिंग वी आर प्रोसेसिंग। लेकिन इस सब में मेरा सोच जो है सबसे पहले इम्पोर्टेंस है इंडिविजुअल का, then how he formed the family, how he formed the society and what he thought about society, then he can thought about our district, state and our country. This formation in the mind is very big thing, बहुत बड़ी चीज है। For the individual मेरे दिमाग में एक बात थी कि मन से उपजाऊ कोई चीज नहीं होती दुनिया में, क्योंकि जो भी कुछ इसमें बोया जाता है वो बढ़ता जरूर है। आप चाहे अपने विचार, चाहे कोई भी दुर्गुण, चाहे प्यार, सबसे पहली बात अपने आप के लिए। दूसरी बात, जो हम सोचते हैं कि सोसाइटी की बात करें, तो मैंने जो एग्जाम्पल दिया था आपको डॉक्टर की स्टोरी का, आप ये मान के चलिए एक कॉम्पैक्ट आपका परिवार और सोसाइटी है जिसमें एक बच्चे आपका दिल है। तो जब हम इनकी बात करते हैं तो पहली बात आती है कि हम करें क्या इनके लिए। कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल स्कीम आपके सामने रखी, लेकिन मैं एक जजमेंट की तरफ आपका थोड़ा सा ध्यान दिलाऊंगा। इसमें से 2024 SCC ऑनलाइन 2922 सोसाइटी फॉर एनलाइटनमेंट एंड वॉलंटरी एक्शन वर्सेस यूनियन ऑफ इंडिया। This was related to the child marriage. Court, while interpreting Article 21, it said it's a violation of Article 21 and 21A of the Constitution of India. Court said it emphasized the intersectional vulnerabilities of girl children and directed the state to implement preventive mechanisms. What preventive mechanism, why this was think of? जब मैं इस जजमेंट को पढ़ रहा था तो I thought this judgment was confined to only to the topic. जब this preventive बात आई तो मैंने इस स्कीम को देखा कि आज आपने जो सेफ गार्डिंग गर्ल चाइल्ड है, तो मैंने उसमें देखा 3 सेशन है। And first session consists of brief discussion on problems faced by girl child, response and support service available for children impacted by violence through inclusive and effective children protection system, underpinned by a robust gender sensitive social service workforce. Second section था legal protection mechanism and its effective thereof from all form of violences, availability of integrated service delivery, and जो third topic था effective prevention mechanism and its functioning and parenting program for safeguarding girl child. I was thinking why this was planned. The plan was very robust. First, we have to understand what are the problems, what are the legal mechanisms, and then this committee has thought it. All like procedures, everything is there, but how we can work on preventing the crime. Preventing is not only the crime, I say, how this abuse which is there, how it can be prevented. So that was, I can thanks to everyone that at least they have decided to go first on a preventing. Preventing should start, from my point of view, from every family, from every individual, and from everyone, wherever. When I was looking forward some data for the state, I found that NCRB data report of 2022 is available, not thereafter. But when I was thinking and comparing most 6 states, big states, but at the same time, I found that data of NCRB report, all India offences, total crime against children registered was 1,62,449. And I was looking the Bihar was 8,122 in that year. And the highest was of the Maharashtra, 20,762. If we look percentage wise, Bihar was in a better position. When we look to the POXO offences, Bihar is in a better position and the percentage is 4.5 per lakh. When I was further looking for kidnapping and abduction, Bihar was not in a better position. The percentage was 89.49. When I was looking forward about POXO courts in Bihar, total 59 courts are there. Chief Saab is sitting here. One alarming point which I would like to point out, that in POXO court East Champaran alone, 2096 cases are pending. When I was evaluating the conviction rate, it was 15%. Another alarming factor is cases of POXO more than 3 years, less than 3 years are 7,000 and less than 5 years are 2,000. Attention must be to these factors for cure. We would not like to say what are the administrative measures have been taken by the state of Bihar that has been advanced by Madam Margaret and Mr. DGP. I would like to say what are the challenges we are facing in this situation and why this situation is coming. I will go to the basic cause. जब हम इसको देखते हैं तो मुझे लगता है जो इंडिविजुअल फॉल्ट है, मेरा भी हो सकता है, किसी का भी हो सकता है, लेकिन वो एक इंडिविजुअल इविल्स सोसाइटी के लिए इविल बनती है और वो है, पहली बात जो मुझे समझ आई, वो जेंडर बेस्ड डिस्क्रिमिनेशन. फर्स्ट, वी नो देयर आर रीजंस फॉर दैट, बट I will highlight, you will discuss all these issues and not say much more for that. But gender based discrimination is first point. Then incidences of child marriages. Bihar is not in a good position in that. I have data of that. Then inadequate legal enforcement and to access to justice. My emphasis on this issue when I will talk about cure. Now, cultural and social norms, we have to go on that. The important part, which is lack of awareness and education about rights. But I add further about duties. What we do, unsafe educational environment, economic inequality and poverty, rising incidences of sexual violences. These are main challenges with us. Suppose I talk about a prevention, then we have to first focus on prevention. Community-based mechanism, I suggest for that it should be started from family, society, panchayat, ward level, and children protection committees must be started. I will give certain examples which have been followed on suggestions before in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Then parenting program. Then spreading awareness about good touch and bad touch. It is going on in juvenile justice. मैं 4 साल मध्य प्रदेश में जुवेनाइल जस्टिस कमेटी में चेयरमैन था. अश्विनी जी बैठे हैं हमारे साथ, पेरिस गए थे हम लोग, वहाँ इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी पार्टिसिपेटेड देयर. देन एजुकेशन एंड अवेयरनेस. व्हाई आई से सो, जब घर का माहौल सुरक्षित होगा तो समाज और देश का माहौल सुरक्षित होगा. We have to start this. One drawback on this point I would like to say, with these functionings at panchayat level we should have developed these committees, and at least at every village we should have decided 4 or 5 parents to join this function. Thereby they can make awareness among other, and while selecting those persons, the peoples must be very clear in their mind. They should not take it because I know him, so I should select this man for this training or awareness. We should go for the appropriate persons for that, because those parenting and their representative may develop environment within that society. So this is first part. When we go to so many other things, then our call of actions goes to, if we apply the strict compliance of the directions in the judgment of the Nipun Sakshana for the girl child, if you look into, then first, second, speedy justice and stronger law enforcement. Do you feel the laws are there? And we are talking about a cure. Laws is there, we are there, prevention we are failed, then cure comes into the way. When cure comes into the way, then where we are faulting, laws are there. Our enforcing mechanism must be strengthened. I am not saying that it is not functioning, I am saying it must be further strengthened. Then one response, quick police access and response. I will say certain example for that. And tactile urbanism and woman-centric urban planning. अगर आप महिला को जितना एम्पावर्ड कर देंगे, आप मान लीजिए कि ये बहुत सी चीजें कम हो जाएंगी. Then widespread awareness of emergency helplines, bridging gaps of the policing and schemes, women safety awareness and workplace and schools, encouraging self-defense training, to self-safety tools and technology, community involvement and bystander awareness, and gender-sensitive urban planning and safe public transport. When I was studying for the state of Madhya Pradesh, something is very good, and I suggest those with further suggestions. In Madhya Pradesh, 10 points program have been developed. First is AI-powered safety hotspot mapping. Using crime data for district-wise hotspots targeted CCTV and patrols quarterly hurt map. Then Lalli Suraksha Kendras at Anganwadi. When it is Suraksha Kendra at Anganwadi is there, then those Anganwadi Kendras centers can be used for helpline booths, complaint boxes and legal deskes. Third, cyber safety and digital literacy. This is one of the challenge. Cyber safety, even I don't know, I use this mobile but I know this is bomb with me. So, but literacy, I am using the word literacy, none of education of that much that I can use. Then safe transport initiative. In some places we have started some buses for that. GPS enabled e-cycles for rural girls. Then panic buttons in school vans. Probably in the state of Bihar it would be there, I am not denying. But something is missing which is better in the state of Madhya Pradesh. We are not here to apprise anyone. We are here to introspect ourselves and to make ourselves better. Then Samman Suraksha Bahini, safe school and college certification. This is important. Whenever we see these are the problems and we are implementing all this, then we have to go for a rating system of the campus, society, schools and everything. When we rate them, people encourage themselves. We have to go for this thing. Then men and boys allies in Madhya Pradesh, I say in Bihar it should be from today women and girls allies, because we are discussing on this topic. And then we have to put which state, which district is doing well. It should be on the safety report card and should be on the grid. Thereby everybody can say what we can do, what we cannot do. And that may be this is not to diminish anyone. This is for enhancing ourselves. They are doing well, why we cannot do well. So these are certain points which I have highlighted. I have two more suggestions for them. Various SES of the department of the, I was discussing that child welfare and social welfare is what department. We see the problem is, if you find within the family, offences with respect to girl child are very less. The offences with those girls who are abandoning and CNCP, this is more. Then some of them who are child in conflict with law. I have one suggestion. If you feel it better, please try to implement. In our society, we know our old aged persons are there. For them, we are arranging old age houses. For the children, we are arranging children homes. Please think, brought into 4 big districts, children home and the old age houses must be in the same precincts. Ground floor must be of the old age person and the first floor and second floor must be for the children. Who is female old aged must have with the girls, and male old aged, they must be given with the child. And this must one same premise. If that would be, they would get a family environment and these children may develop as they are developing in a family. And so many other things, evils may be eradicated by this. And so many problems may be resolved. This is one. And the second suggestion is, which I think, क्या हमारा जन्म हुआ तो इसलिए था कि मेरे पेरेंट्स ने मुझे पढ़ा दिया, मुझे पेरेंट्स ने मुझे एजुकेशन दिला दिया, मेरे पेरेंट्स ने मुझे इस काबिल बना दिया कि मैं कुछ बन जाऊं, अपने लिए अच्छा कर सकूं, अपने बच्चों को अच्छा पढ़ा सकूं, अपने लिए मकान खरीदूं, अपने लिए गाड़ी खरीदूं। नो, दिस इज इंट्रोस्पेक्टिव थॉट of my own and from my side. I'm thinking this, I'm sharing my views. If you feel it, please adopt somewhere. Until you live in a society, you individual is nowhere. So your role of better education and better earning for himself is not sufficient, and is it self-servient. When you develop yourself, you must develop the family and society. If you go by this environment, if you create this environment, I can tell you, you would be counted for the purpose of Padma Shri, Padma Vibhushan and every award including Bharat Ratna. But if you go for self-servient theory, I think you can't do it. We are not like that कि हम सब कुछ कर सकते हैं, लेकिन हम कुछ तो कर सकते हैं. Please go on this theory. And I say for today's topic, बेटी केवल घर की लक्ष्मी नहीं होती, समाज की शक्ति है. उसकी रक्षा में ही भारत की प्रगति है. I can tell you 2-3 things. Justice for the girl child is not a matter of charity. It is her bright right. Safety for her is not a protection. It is her empowerment. Our role is not occasional. It is eternal. I urge all stakeholders present here to take today's discussion beyond these walls and do something. And in the 2 lines of Nida Fazli, I will say and I conclude, अपना गम लेकर कहीं और न जाया जाए, घर में बिखरी हुई चीजों को सजाया जाए, घर से मस्जिद है बहुत दूर, चलो यूं कर लें, किसी रोते हुए बच्चे को हंसाया जाए. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to share my views. My thought process was only of own. It is only to give a point for discussion. It is not to say anyone. If it has affected to anyone's thought, I am extremely sorry, but please think, rethink again. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
धन्यवाद महोदय. आपने जिस सरलता और सटीक तरीके से इस परिचर्चा के विषय पर प्रकाश डाला है, वह अत्यंत सराहनीय है. आपके आशीर्वचन और अनोखे सुझाव हमें निरंतर ही समाज की बालिकाओं, या आपके शब्दों में कहें समाज की शक्तियों के उत्थान एवं उन्हें एक सुनियोजित परिवेश उपलब्ध कराने हेतु सदा ही प्रेरित करते रहेंगे. आपका अत्यंत आभार. और इस उद्घाटन सत्र का समापन मैं अपनी लिखी कविता से करना चाहूंगी, अगर आप सबों की इजाजत हो तो. पंख चाहे हमारे काट लो, फिर भी उड़कर दिखलाएंगे. नक्षत्र विकरों से डर कहां, तूफान में चट्टान बन जाएंगे. नष्ट चाहे कोख में ही कर दो, पीढ़ियां हम ही सींचने आएंगे. ऊंची कितनी ही कर दो शीश दीवारें, हिमालय शीश पर हम लहराएंगे. नभ गगन धनुष अब दूर कहां, चांद की कल्पना हम ही सिखाएंगे. अन्याय असुरक्षा उत्पीड़न में कुरीतियों की बेड़ियां तोड़ मुस्काएंगे. इंदिरा सुषमा रूप से राष्ट्र उत्थान हम ही कराएंगे. युद्ध के विध्वंसक मझधार में झांसी बन असाध्य साधने आएंगे. पगडंडी के रोड़े दृढ़ता से हटाकर मंजिल तक पथ हम ही दर्शाएंगे. नष्ट चाहे कोख में ही कर दो, उत्पीड़न चाहे जो कर दो, पीढ़ियां तो हम ही सींचने आएंगे. I thank all the dignitaries on the dais for the productive summation of today's topic, which would surely guide us to build a safer and enabling environment for the girl child in India. With this, I would seek the permission of our honorable dignitaries on the dais for the closure of this inaugural session. And I request you all to kindly assemble for the group photography near the stage. The group photography near the stage. After the group photography, we have a short tea break, and you all are requested to reassemble in the auditorium for our first technical session sharp at 12:30 p.m. लाइटमैन से मेरी आग्रह है कि मंच के सामने की बत्तियां जला दीजिए और मंच की बत्तियां बुझा दीजिए ताकि छाया चित्रण में सुविधा हो। मंच के आगे की बत्तियां जला दीजिए। हमने इस बार एक नई और अनोखी पहल की है। हम अक्सर ही कानून और सरकार द्वारा बनाए गए नियमों एवं उनका पालन करने में इतने व्यस्त हो जाते हैं, या यूं कहें कि समस्याओं से हम मात्र मशीनी या यांत्रिक तौर पर ही जुड़ पाते हैं और हमारी घटनाओं एवं समस्याओं को लेकर संवेदनशीलता शून्य होने लगती है। आज हम इन समस्याओं के समाधानों की ही चर्चा नहीं करेंगे, बल्कि आज हम जमीनी हकीकत से रूबरू होंगे। आज हम उन लोगों की जुबानी सुनेंगे जिन्होंने विभिन्न तरह से कैद बच्चियों की सुरक्षा की और निरंतर कर रहे हैं, और उन लड़कियों की भी व्यथा सुनेंगे जिन्होंने अत्यंत उत्पीड़न सहने के बाद भी आशा की नई किरण से नई और प्रेरणादायक जीवन शैली अपनाई है। मैं अत्यंत हर्ष के साथ मंच पर आमंत्रित करती हूँ श्री सुरेश कुमार जी को, जो अधिवक्ता होने के साथ साथ बाल मित्र नामक गैर सरकारी संगठन भी चलाते हैं। इनके साथ हैं हमारी 2 बहादुर बेटियां, तथा साथ ही हम डॉक्टर अभय कुमार, जो सामाजिक नीति विशेषज्ञ हैं यूनिसेफ के, उनकी भी प्रस्तुति इनके पश्चात देखेंगे। आप सभी का मंच पर स्वागत है।
Thank you. Honorable Justice A. Amanullah, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Justice J.K. Maheshwari, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Chief Justice Vipul M. Pancholi, Patna High Court. Honorable Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, Patna High Court. Honorable Justice Ashwini Kumar C, DGP Government of Bihar, Sri Vinay Kumar Ji. ADGP का sections Dr. Amit Kumar Jain, Margaret Kotta, Chief UNICEF Bihar, Secretary Department of Social Welfare Vandana Presi Ji, Ranjita Ji, Director Social Welfare, and very distinguished participants. बात जब सेफगार्डिंग गर्ल चाइल्ड की होती है तो few offences against girl child come to mind: child labor, child marriage, gender-based discrimination, female feticide, or combination of all, child trafficking. I primarily combat child trafficking in Bihar, and I came across many heart-wrenching stories of child trafficking. One of the stories I would like to share with you, like a 15-year-old girl, she's with me. She was trafficked from Gyan when she was on her way to the coaching class, and she was sold here into Patna to a lady who deals in girls. The lady kept the girl in a drugged position almost 2 weeks, and during those 2 weeks, many people visited and sexually exploited the girl. After 2 weeks, the girl was resold to a Jaipur-based person. Jaipur-based person did the same thing. After a month, he sold the girl to a Bhawan-based person in Rajasthan. Bhawan-based person resold the girl to a man who wanted to marry that girl against all her will, wishes, forcefully. And after a week, he performed all rituals, he married the girl. And after a week, this person who sold the girl to the person who got married went to him and said, I got a better deal. Now I am getting 6 lakh, you just paid 3. He said that I gave you all I had, I had only 3. He said, keep your 3 and I'm taking the girl back. So he took the girl back, and another customer saw the girl and said, okay, I'll give you 6 lakh, मैं देख लिया सब कुछ, मैं कल ले जाऊंगा इसको. Before that, Rajasthan police rescued the girl. I would like to play a video that is related with this case to show you how this is the offense of human trafficking, the offense of against girls, how the people have internalized it, how the people are participating and celebrating it. The bondage of a girl. Please play the video one, Rakesh ji. Yeah, marriage wala. Light.
लाइट कम करिए, साउंड
चला बेटा पत्री भरा दे गला में जब मंगल से तो पाया पूरा गला में
माफ कीजिएगा, ये विजुअल बहुत क्लियर नहीं है. somehow we got access to these videos from राजस्थान. मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगा उस बेटी को जो इन सारी चीज़ों से गुजरी है, निकली है और पढ़ाई में अभी अच्छा कर रही है, उसे आगे बढ़ना है. मैं आमंत्रित करता हूँ पूनम को कि अपनी बात रखें.
सभी को नमस्कार. मेरा नाम पूनम कुमारी, गया जिला. सभी को नमस्कार. मेरा नाम पूनम कुमारी, गया जिला की रहने वाली, फतेहपुर ब्लॉक की. जब हम कोचिंग पढ़ने जा रहे थे तो पढ़कर हम आ रहे थे तो उसी के बीच में एक मेरे गांव के बगल के दो लड़का ने ज़बरदस्ती गाड़ी पर बैठाकर कुछ नशा खिलाकर, वो ज़बरदस्ती, हमको कोई होश नहीं था हम कहाँ जा रहे नहीं जा रहे. तो हमको होश अचानक आया पटना में और देखे तो मेरा साथ कुछ गलत काम हुआ था. उसके बीच में 1 हफ्ता तक रखे, वहाँ पर भी मारपीट हुआ. उसके साथ बहुत बेचारे से बहुत मारपीट किए थे वहाँ पर भी पटना में. वहाँ 1 हफ्ता रख के अचानक दूसरे व्यक्ति के हाथ में जयपुर भेज दिए. जयपुर भेजने के बाद वहाँ 1 महीना रखे. 1 महीना रखने के बाद भी वहाँ से राजस्थान एक हरी सिंह के हाथ में सौंप दिए. हरी सिंह ने अपना क्या दूसरी जिले ले जान के राजस्थान में वहाँ भी रखे. तो वहाँ 2 महीना रहने के बाद ज़बरदस्ती शादी ब्याह करवा दिए. करवाने के बाद वहाँ से भी हरी सिंह ने वापस ले आया. तो कम रकम देने के बाद भी बबलू सिंह के साथ शादी हुआ था. तो वहाँ से ले आए, रखने के बाद वहाँ से भी लाए. तो वहाँ लाने के बाद भी वहाँ से और कम रकम देने के बाद भी वहाँ से ले चल आए हरी सिंह अपना घर. दूसरे के यहाँ बेचने भी जा रहे थे. वहाँ 6 लाख रुपया दे रहे थे. तो आज चुपके से अपने माँ के पास फ़ोन किए, माँ के पूरा सारा बात बताए कि माँ से मेरी बात हुआ है. मेरी माँ तुरंत थाना पर गए. 2 महीना से थाना पर मेरी माँ जाते रहे, लेकिन पुलिस वाले लोग वहाँ के भगा देते थे. मेरी माँ 2 महीना से लाचार थे, लेकिन कोई पुलिस वाला कोई भी साथ नहीं दे रहा था. तो कोई व्यक्ति ने सुरेश सर के बारे में बताया. सुरेश सर के बारे में बताया. मेरी माँ सुरेश सर के पास फ़ोन किया. सुरेश सर की सहारा से हम वहाँ से फिर मुक्त हुए. तो वहाँ से आने के बाद हम अपना पढ़ाई शुरू किए. अभी 10 पास किए. इस बार 11th एडमिशन करवाए हैं. अभी पढ़ रहे हैं. अभी भी कुछ पढ़ लिख कर आगे बढ़ना चाहते हैं, आगे भी कुछ करना चाहते हैं. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू बेटा, थैंक यू. We are very fortunate to have DGP like Vinay Kumar sir at DG Vikas Sections. We take advantage of calling them at midnight even. I call sometimes and they pick up the phone and they offer us help while doing rescue operation. तहखाने के अंदर, तहखाने में बिहार के बोतल हाउस में कैसे कैद है बेटियां. अभी रिसेंट रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रही है, ऑपरेशन सवेरा बिहार में अभी कंक्लूड हुआ है विद लॉट ऑफ सक्सेस. एक रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन की वीडियो हम दिखाना चाहते हैं कि तहखाने के अंदर कैसे तहखाना होता है और हमारे राज्य में है और कैसे बंद है अपनी बेटियां.
एक आदमी बता के इस दोनों घर में नया दूध है. चलो इसमें देखना है पूरा ये भरा हुआ है।
अच्छा इस बिल्डिंग
इसको ले चलिए। हाँ इधर 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 इसके अंदर भी गेट है क्योंकि तो इधर से रास्ता है इधर नहीं देखो तो पांडव है पूरा उठाओ कहाँ पर है पूरा चिमटी उठाओ इधर देखिए सीढ़ी है इधर देखिए सीढ़ी है पूरा पॉलिथीन उठाओ ना पूरा पॉलिथीन सब भरो तो इसमें फोटो खींच लिए तो जी फोटो खींच लिए तो रिकॉर्डिंग आ रहा है फोटो खींच लिए सब डालो इसमें इसको वाह ये अंदर से अंदर एकदम गया हुआ है इधर से भाग गई नहीं नहीं इधर से भागी है इधर से गेट खुला है यहाँ इधर से भागी है गेट खुला है ना गेट खुला हुआ हाँ यहाँ से भागी है।
इनकी रियल जो बैटल शुरू होती है पोस्ट रेस्क्यू होती है। ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग के विक्टिम की स्ट्रगल एक तो सबसे पहले है कि फीमेल को दो बैटल करना पड़ता है। एक ही प्रूव करना है हमें कि नहीं मेरे साथ रॉन्ग हुआ और हम गलत नहीं थे, क्योंकि नैरेटिव जो बिल्ड होने लग जाती है होती है कि मामला प्रेम प्रसंग का था, इलोपमेंट था, इसमें हम क्या करें। 14 years old girl, 15 years old girl are sold और नैरेटिव पूरी तरह से चेंज कर जाती है। शी इज ऑल अलोन ट्रैप्ड देयर। I want to share one story, one incident from this, like one tall 5.5 height, fair looking, long face, speaking Khade Hindi, and she was there. So I wanted to know about her, which state does she belong to. So after a week I made a call and tried to know about the girl. I came to know, I was told, sir, she has come here for the second time. I mean, someone pretending to be her father or mother, presenting forged Aadhaar card to the Child Welfare Committee and taking the position back of the girl and sending her to the same situation. And we just accept it, what we are seeing, we are not applying the human trafficking lens that how badly they are trapped, and whatever they are speaking is not truth. Give her some time to open up. Human trafficking victims in general require some time to open up, and the truth will surprise you. We work very closely, so we know the truth. But I request everyone sitting here, those who are working with the children, especially Child Welfare Committee, district ADCP, DSP and all, you must keep this in mind while rescuing or extending support to the post-rescue, that please allow them some time. Because this has happened in Araria, anyone, if I show photo, I got the photo also, but I will not going to show you the photo. But she looks different. She is not from Bihar, I can say, but second time she is there, and the same human traffickers might be going to the CWC for taking the position of that girl and taking her back. These girls are very vulnerable post-rescue. इनके ऊपर इतना थ्रेट होता है, इतना फोन आता है, उठा लेंगे, ये कर लेंगे, वो कर देंगे. I want to request everyone sitting here that please make a provision, please fast track cases of human trafficking in Bihar and India. पूनम की केस की बात करें तो 2022 में रेस्क्यू हुई थी मई जून में, अभी भी इसका मैटर चल रहा है. इन्हें विटनेस प्रोटेक्शन स्कीम के तहत भी इन्हें प्रोटेक्शन देने की बहुत जरूरत है, वरना आप ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग की प्रोसिक्यूशन का जो एंड रिजल्ट देखेंगे कि भाई कन्विक्शन तो बहुत पुअर है, बहुत लो है, पर रीजन ये है कि they are so afraid of going there and recording testimony and telling the truth because they are fully controlled by a remote control. Whatever they say is not true, you have to go deeper into that to know what is the truth. And truth will surprise you. Truth will make you cry that we are there, all powerful persons are there, strong systems are there, and still our girls are going through this.
I want to make another request to you, like, please make a provision in the state or in the country for online recording of testimonies of such victims, because they are rescued in Gujarat, Maharashtra, Kolkata or somewhere else and come back to Gaya or Sitamarhi. From there they have to go to all the way back to the there. Make a provision that testimonies are recorded authorities, or now she works somewhere else now, she has to come all the way from there or from workplace, because she should not suffer. Girl like her should not suffer for the wrong done by others. She doesn't cover her face. She says कि मैं क्या की हूँ, मैं क्यों अपना चेहरा ढकूंगी. She is building an organization named Change Makers. Change Makers will come forward. You'll see. But I want to make another request to Secretary Vandana Presi sitting here. Please strengthen Child Welfare Protection Committee at the Panchayat level. Let's make Panchayat child friendly in coordination with Panchayati Raj Vibhag as the new provision came in the Mission Vatsalya, and save these girls at the committee level before harm. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. In this short presentation, in fact not short, but I'll try to make it short, I will just try to present the status of girl child in Bihar with some statistics. So, just to begin with, this is the structure. I'll just directly come to the slide. We all are aware that the United Nations Conventions on the Rights of the Child 1989 was ratified by Government of India in 1991, which provides there are almost 42 rights given to the children, and these rights are given to both boys and girls. And out of this, if we combine or if we group all these 42 rights, they are into four broad dimensions. The first is child survival, the second is child development, the third is child protection, and fourth is child participation. So I will just try to walk you through the statistics under these four broad themes. So I'm starting with child survival first. So demographic first. So let us understand what is the status of the demography of the girl child in Bihar. And as we can see, there are, as per the population projection estimates of Census of India, by 2026, there is an estimated to be 2.6 crore girl child in Bihar. In 2011 census, it was 2.42 crores. This girl child population is 41% of the total female population of Bihar, and it is also 20% of the total population of Bihar. Now coming to the girl child survival indicators, if we see the infant mortality rate, which basically is the children who doesn't even see their first birth, doesn't stay back to celebrate their first birthday. We have seen there are good progress that Bihar has made over the past 1 decade or so. If we can see, when in 2015 we had 50 per 1,000 girl childs dying even before completing first year, which has now reduced to 27. And if you can see there, the differences between the boys and girls in 2015 was almost of 14 points, which has now reduced to 2 points. So there are a very small gender differences that we can see in infant mortality, and infant mortality is right now at par with the national average. So Bihar has made good progress here on the infant mortality rate. However, the aim is to bring this figure into single digit, which many of the developed states of India is already achieving. If we talk about the under 5 mortality rate, similarly we see there is a good progress of the under 5 mortality rate. Here the girl child under 5 mortality rate is 31 girls per 1,000 live births. Again, we had a status of 54 girls per 1,000 live births dying in 2015, which has now reduced to 31 girls per 1,000 live births. And again, we can see here the boys and girls differences have reduced quite a bit. So we are progressing in a right direction, but this progress needs to be accelerated. If we can see, the Kerala figure is 7. So we have to go a long way to reach that figure. So we have to accelerate the momentum of reducing our infant and under 5 mortality rate. Similarly, if we see the immunization rate, we have again done a tremendous progress. The full immunization in 12 to 23 months girl child have increased significantly. Here I have shown from 26.6 in 2005-6, now it has gone, I mean, as per the last NFHS, it was 68.5, and the data that is coming out from HMIS, we are seeing that the current HMIS data shows that we have already achieved almost 95% immunization rate of the children in Bihar. If we look at the nutritional status, the malnutrition status here, again we can see that Bihar has been able to reduce the malnutrition from 2005-6 to 2019-21. If we see the stunted girls from 57 to 42.6, it has been reduced. The wasted girl child has been reduced from 25.2 to 22.5, and similarly the underweight girls have also reduced from 57.8% to 41.4%. So in all the 3 dimensions we have seen the decline, but the figure that we still have, the stunted, wasted and underweight girls, is still very high, and we have to reduce it to a much greater, much lower level. If you can see in this graph, I have shown it, I have compared it with the national average, and you can see that national average is still much lower than what Bihar figure is showing. So here at the malnutrition level, again, we have to do a lot of work. Anemia, which is another nutritional indicator, we can see anemia is pervasive not only in Bihar but is across India. We have seen the rise in anemia, particularly among the adolescent girls. If we see, India figure is 59.1, whereas Bihar figure is 65.7. And I also tried to show the picture in by districts, where you can see that anemia level goes for the adolescent girls at the tune of 74%, 73.6% for Bhojpur. So these are some of the girl-child survival indicators. Coming to the girl-child development indicators, there are certain educational indicators that we have tried to map out. So here we can see the girl gross enrollment ratio in primary, upper primary, secondary and higher secondary school. If you can see, look at the girls which I have encircled through the orange line. We have been almost stable at the gross enrollment rate at the primary level, but and we can see that there has been a marginal improvement in at the secondary level. But the more we go from primary to higher secondary level, it basically the enrollment declines. Similarly, picture you can see in the dropout rate also. The dropout rate declines as we move from the primary to secondary level. Similarly, we can see the transition rate. Transition rate declines from, the transition is like how many girls are transitioning from one level to another level, and we can see that the decline is there consistently from the as we move to the upper secondary level. Learning outcome is again not great, but even the national average is not that great. If you can look at the grade 9 statistics I have just highlighted, the learning outcome of the girls and boys both at the national level as well as for Bihar girls, you can see it's almost similar. Now coming to the girl child protection indicators, child marriage, as we have already discussed in the inaugural session, the child marriage rate is very high in Bihar, but if you can compare it with the previous picture in 1992-93, from 1992 to 93 till 2005-6, it remained stagnant over almost 69%. But from 2005-6, we have made some improvement. quite a good improvement, in fact, but it is still very high at 40.8%. If we look at 2 minutes more. If we look at the data at the district level, there are districts where the child marriage is over 50%, which is highlighted in yellow. Similarly, related to the child marriage is also adolescent pregnancy, which is another big risk for the girl child, because once the girl is married, they go for the pregnancy, and that becomes the highest risk pregnancy. So if we want to control the MMR, if we want to control the IMR, we have to work at this level. This is the root cause from where this comes. Fine. I'm okay. Perfect. I'm okay. Yeah, no problem. So if we want to control the MMR, IMR of the Bihar, then we will have to work around the adolescent pregnancy. So this is the status of the adolescent pregnancy, where we can see that though we have made the improvement from NFHS 3 to NFHS 5, but it is still at 11%. The India figure is 6.8%. Sex ratio at birth, as we have discussed, again it is a big challenge that is coming up. We can see that sex ratio at birth was at par with the national average till 2015-17, but we can see that the sex ratio at birth of Bihar has declined after that, and in fact it was better before that, but it has declined, and we'll have to work around that on how to. I'm closing. And these are some of the child protection indicators which Honorable Justice in the inaugural session has already used the data of the child protection, but here child labor data we have from 2011, and we don't have further data from after 2011. So this is the statistics that we have on the child labor. POXO victims, Honorable Judge has already discussed about the NCRB data in the previous session, so I will not repeat them again here. So I'll just try to walk you through this. Finally, I'd just like to come to the child participation. Child participation, girl child participation is still a very newer ideas, and we are just see how we can give the voice and empowerment to the children. So there are initiatives that has been taken by the government both at the national level and the state level. So at the national level we have at the state level now we have a Bal Sansad and Meena Manch, which is there in the school, which basically gives voice to the children. They organize, they try to participate in these groups. Similarly, with the Panchayati Raj department, we have done child-friendly Gram Panchayat initiatives, where we are just trying to provide voices to the adolescent girls, and they are trying to bring their issues with the Panchayat secretary. And and then lastly, Udan group we have already seen. So this is about some of the initiatives on the child participation. These are some of the policy priorities that we'll have to give. I'll just stop here for you to go through since the time is limited. I just want you to thank you for your time, and we just need that this initiatives, this consultation brings some of these policies at the implementation level. Thank you very much.
इस प्रभावशाली प्रस्तुति की जितनी सराहना की जाए वह कम होगी। आप सबों की हिम्मत हमारी प्रेरणा है, आपके कार्य हमें भी प्रोत्साहित करते हैं, आपके जज्बे, आपकी सोच को हम सभी सलाम करते हैं। Also, we are very apologetic for the unfortunate event. Hope you are fine, sir, and not hurt. With this understanding and compassion, we move to our first technical session. I would like to invite the Chair, Honorable Mr. Justice Alok Kumar Sinha, Judge, Patna High Court, the Co-Chair, Honorable Mr. Justice Saurendra Pandey, Judge, Patna High Court, the resource persons, the first resource person, Honorable Mr. Justice Ashwani Kumar Singh, former Judge, Patna High Court, our second resource person, Srimati Bandana Preyashi, Secretary, Department of Social Welfare, Government of Bihar. Kindly grace the dais. For the felicitation, I would request Shri Syed Muhammad Shabbir Alam, Registrar cum Secretary, Patna High Court Legal Services Authority, to kindly felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Alok Kumar Sinha, Judge, Patna High Court. Also, sir, I would request you to felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Saurendra Pandey, Judge, Patna High Court. Now I would request Shri Digvijay Kumar, OSD, Patna High Court, to kindly felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Ashwini Kumar Singh, former Judge, Patna High Court. Sir, to kindly felicitate Srimati Bandana Preyashi, Secretary, Department of Social Welfare, Government of Bihar. The topic for this first technical session is a brief discussion on problems faced by girl child, response and support services available for children impacted by violence through inclusive and effective child protection system underpinned by a robust gender-sensitive social service workforce. Over to the chair. Thank you.
A very good morning to all of you. So I'm just cutting the frills and fancies because we have to maintain certain time schedule and we are a little late. So let me start with a disclaimer that although I'm chairing this session, but I'm nowhere near the kind of knowledge that my co-chair and my two learned resource persons have on the topic that we are discussing in this technical session. So let me introduce to you my co-chair of this session is Honorable Mr. Justice Saurendra Pandey, the sitting judge of the Patna High Court, and two learned resource persons we have who will share their views on this topic. They have vast experience. The first resource person is Honorable Mr. Justice Ashwini Kumar Singh, former judge of Patna High Court, and I've had the privilege of working with him as a lawyer. Now then thereafter he was a judge of the Patna High Court, and now again he is practicing in the Supreme Court. So, and the second resource person is again a person of immense experience and knowledge, and she heads the parent department as a secretary of the Department of Social Welfare, Government of Bihar, and that is Srimati Bandana Preyashi. So these two resource persons will share their views on the topic, and you can have your questions that you can ask them. Just to briefly introduce the topic that is there for this technical session, and that is the problems faced by girl child and response and support services available for children impacted by violence through inclusive and effective child protection system underpinned by a robust, gender-sensitive social service workforce. Now, violence against the girl child remains a pervasive global issue, deeply rooted in systemic gender inequality, harmful cultural practices, and institutional failures. Girls are frequently subjected to physical, sexual, and emotional abuse, including child marriage, human trafficking, female genital mutilation, child sexual exploitation, and denial of access to education, all of which undermine their fundamental rights and jeopardize their physical and mental well-being. These discriminatory practices, such as sex-selective abortion and child marriage, reflect entrenched societal biases against the girls and perpetuate cycles of deprivation. Moreover, the threat or reality of violence, whether at home, on the way to school, or within educational institutions, discourage families from sending girls to school, further eroding their opportunities and reinforcing marginalization. Exposure to violence can have severe and lasting consequences on a girl's physical, emotional, psychological, and social well-being. These effects can manifest both immediately and over the long term, impacting various aspects of her development and potentially perpetuating cycles of violence, such as psychological and emotional trauma. Now, under this psychological and emotional trauma, the things that we need to particularly take notice of is, amongst the girl child, is depression and anxiety, low self-esteem and feeling of worthlessness, emotional numbness or detachment, fear and hypervigilance, dissociation. Then you have behavioral consequences. Now, what are indicative of that? You have regression, aggression and hostility, social withdrawal and difficulty with relationships, self-harm and suicidal ideations, risk-taking behaviors. Then you have physical effects. And what are indicative of that? Direct injuries, chronic health problems, impact on brain development. Sadly, girls exposed to violence are at a higher risk of perpetuating or experiencing violence in their own adult relationships. They may be more likely to become victims of domestic violence or engage in abusive behaviors themselves based on the patterns they witnessed or experienced in their childhood. It is important to remember that not all girls who experience violence will develop severe consequences. Some children may be more resilient and with the right support can recover and thrive. Early intervention, access to therapy, a supportive environment, and healthy relationships with trusted adults can significantly improve outcomes. If we are concerned about a girl child who has been exposed to violence, it is crucial to seek help. Support is available through various organizations and mental health professionals specializing in trauma and abuse. Now, what are the remedial measures and response and support services that we have as on date? Now, in India, the protection of girl children impacted by violence is anchored in a robust and evolving legal and policy framework designed to ensure safety, dignity, and access to justice. The Constitution of India forms the foundation of child rights, guaranteeing equality before law, that's Article 14, protection from discrimination, Article 15, and special provisions for children, Article 39E and 39F. These constitutional mandates have been further operationalized through comprehensive legislations tailored to the specific vulnerabilities of children, particularly girls. One of the cornerstone statutes is the Juvenile Justice, Care and Protection of Children Act, which we call as JJ Act, which provides for care, protection, rehabilitation, and social integration of children in need of care and protection, as well as those in conflict with the law. It establishes statutory bodies such as child welfare committees and juvenile justice boards. CWCs are empowered to make decisions on placement, rehabilitation, and legal aid for vulnerable children, including those affected by abuse, neglect, and trafficking. The Act adopts a child-friendly approach and ensures that the best interests of the child are prioritized in all proceedings. Notably, it mandates the appointment of support persons to assist victims, especially in cases of sexual abuse and exploitation. Complementing the JJ Act is the Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act 2012, that is the POCSO, a gender-neutral legislation that criminalizes various forms of sexual violence against children under 18 years of age. POCSO sets out stringent penalties for offences including sexual assault, harassment, and pornography, and incorporates child insensitive procedures during investigation and trial. It provides for mandatory reporting in camera proceedings, use of video conferencing, and the appointment of special public prosecutors. Under the Act, CWC may designate a support person to provide psychological and emotional assistance to child survivors, ensuring they are not re-traumatized during the judicial process. The Commissions for Protection of Child Rights Act 2005 further institutionalizes child protection by establishing the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights and respective state commissions. These bodies are tasked with monitoring child rights, investigating violations, and ensuring effective implementation of child protection laws and policies. The law also mandates that at least one member of the Commission should be a woman, reflecting a commitment to gender sensitivity in governance structures. Additionally, the National Policy for Children 2013 outlines the Indian government's commitment to securing the rights of all children with a specific focus on protection from all forms of violence, abuse, neglect, and exploitation. The policy calls for strengthening child protection systems through coordination among various stakeholders, legal, health, education, and social service, and underscores the need for preventive, promotive, and remedial approaches. Together, these legal instruments provide a multi-tiered framework that not only addresses incidents of violence against girl children, but also facilitates their rehabilitation and reintegration through a child-centric, gender-sensitized approach. Operationally, the Integrated Child Protection Scheme provides the backbone for implementing child protection services. It coordinates institutional care and emergency support to district child protection units and state child protection societies. Childline 1098 24/7 helpline offers immediate rescue, counseling, and referral for children in distress. Additionally, one-stop centers funded by the Nirbhaya Fund provide integrated services such as legal aid, medical assistance, and counseling to female survivors of violence. Some states have introduced fast-track POCSO courts to ensure quicker justice, reducing the trauma of prolonged legal procedures for child survivors. Significant innovations have emerged at the state level, reflecting efforts to build gender-sensitive mechanisms. Kerala's Suraksha Mitram initiative encourages school children to confidentiality report abuse, while Arunachal Pradesh has issued model guidelines to ensure legal, psychological, and emotional support to POCSO survivors throughout court proceedings. These localized inventions reinforce national mandates and adapt them to regional needs. However, disparities in implementation between urban and rural areas remain, with several regions still lacking trained personnel and consistent access to services. Strengthening the gender-sensitive social service workforce is critical to ensuring child protection. Training programs have been implemented for police officers, social workers, educators, and frontline responders across states like Tamil Nadu and Uttar Pradesh, emphasizing trauma-informed care and empathetic handling of abuse cases. Civil society organizations such as Protsahan and Bal Raksha Bharat have been instrumental in building capacity within the system, offering a large-scale training on legal frameworks, counseling, and community-based interventions. Despite these efforts, the challenges persist in workforce shortages and even uneven coverage, indicating the need for sustained investment in human resource, especially in rural and marginalized areas. So this is briefly the introduction of the topic that we have for this session. And now, without taking much time, I'll invite our first resource person, Honorable Mr. Justice Ashwini Kumar Singh, former judge of Patna High Court. He is a man of vast experience, knowledge, and wisdom on this and many other topics. And I'll request you, sir, to kindly come up and address and share your views. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Honorable the Chief Justice, Sri Vipul M. Pancholi, Honorable Judges of the Patna High Court, Honorable Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, Judge cum Chairman, Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, and other members of Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, Honorable Justice Alok Kumar Sinha, Chair for the session, Honorable Justice Swarendra Pandey, Co-Chair of this session, Madam Bandana Preyashi, Secretary, Department of Social Welfare, Sri Vinay Kumar, DGP Bihar, Ms. Margaret Gowda, Chief of UNICEF Bihar, learned judges, dear participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today I am honored to be here and would like to first thank the organizers of this program and especially Honorable Justice R.R. Prasad, Chairman JJMC, on whose invitation I came here to speak at this event today. At the outset, I seek apology because the topic is such which has been touched by various speakers in inaugural session and there may be some repetition. But I can't avoid it. You have to bear with it. Ladies and gentlemen, India's progress is not solely reflected in its economic metrics such as GDP, but in the ways we uphold the rights and dignity of our girls. The protection of child rights in India is a crucial issue that demands our immediate attention and concerted efforts. Despite constitutional guarantees and various laws, millions of girls in India continue to face denial of their basic rights, which have been highlighted since morning. The current data which has been shown to us presents a sobering illustration of the persistent challenges facing the girl child in our society. Each statistics reflect a real child whose potential is limited by discrimination and neglect. Our shared goal is to move beyond identifying these issues to creating inclusive and equitable solutions. Our country stands as the only large nation in the world where girls face an 11% higher mortality rate than boys during early childhood. This stark statistics highlight the entrenched gender bias that still pervades our communities. Furthermore, the sex ratio at the birth remains stagnant at 899 girls per 1,000 boys, revealing a deeply rooted societal preference for sons over daughters. The health and nutritional status of adolescent girls also remains a critical area of concern. Approximately 42% of girls aged between 15 and 19 are undernourished, and 54% of them suffer from anemia, twice the rate observed among boys. Girls are less likely to receive adequate breastfeeding, appropriate medical interventions, and are often given the lowest priority when it comes to food allocation within their households. Although gender parity has been achieved at the primary school level, the transition to secondary education remains unequal, with only 88 girls progressing for every 100 boys. Barriers such as child marriage, unsafe sanitation, and the burden of unpaid care workforce 23% of girls to drop out of school during adolescence, undermining their opportunities for personal and professional growth. As far as violence and exploitation is concerned, the prevalence of these aspects against girls is alarmingly high. An overwhelming 94.6% of sexual violence against girls is perpetrated by individuals known to them. Family members, teachers, or neighbors. Among married women, 15 to 49 means the married women between 15 and 49, 31% report experiencing intimate partner violence, yet less than 1% seek legal recourse. Additionally, 47% of girls are married before reaching the age of 18, depriving them of their right to education, health, and autonomy. On the economic and social front, the marginalization remains a harsh reality for many girls and women. Despite 77% of rural women working in agriculture, only 12.7% of land holdings are registered in women's name. Girls continue to be perceived as economic liabilities, subject to dowry demands, denied inheritance rights, and caught in cycles of dependency and exclusion. These are the harsh realities of our society. These are not just numbers. They are indictments of systemic failure. So far as legal safeguards are concerned, it has been highlighted by previous speakers. We have developed a comprehensive legal framework to address child protection issues, especially those affecting girls. The Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act, enacted in 2012, specifically criminalizes sexual violence against children, aiming to deter offenders and provide justice to survivors. The Juvenile Justice Act of 2015 further reinforces this commitment by mandating care and rehabilitation services for children who have survived abuse or exploitation. Additionally, the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act of 2006 serves as a crucial legal instrument to curb the practice of child marriage, although enforcement remains inconsistent across different regions. The Indian Constitution, along with the aforesaid laws and some other laws, provide a strong legal protection to safeguard the rights of girls. The judiciary has supplied or judiciary has supported their rights through landmark judgments, which need not be highlighted here. Despite these legislative measures, significant challenges persist in their implementation. For instance, cases registered under POCSO Act have increased by 30.8% over a span of 5 years, reflecting either a rise in incidents or improved reporting. This needs a further research whether there is rise or reporting is, they are being made more aware and they are reporting more. However, I would still not put a stress or emphasis on it, but conviction rate for these cases remain below 30%. And this may be because of false application or because of other factors such as social stigma, lengthy and complex judicial process, and risk of re-traumatizing victims during the judicial process. As far as institutional mechanisms are concerned, to complement legal safeguards, several institutional mechanisms have been established. Childline 1098, India's National Helpline for Children in Distress, has handled over 8.2 million calls since its inception, offering immediate assistance and intervention. One-stop crisis center and fast-track courts play a pivotal role in providing support, protection, and expedited justice to survivors. However, only 35% of districts currently have functional one-stop crisis centers, indicating a significant gap in the availability of these essential services nationwide. Community organizations and non-governmental organizations are instrumental in bridging gaps left by legal and institutional frameworks. Groups such as Save the Children, Kailash Satyarthi Foundation, and Udyan Care are actively involved in rescuing vulnerable children, providing education, and offering legal aid to those in need. Nonetheless, scaling these interventions to reach all affected communities remains an ongoing challenge, limiting their overall impact. So, what is the verdict? The verdict is we have the tools, but they are blunt without systemic reform. What is the path forward? The path forward is of building an inclusive, gender-sensitive child protection system. To effectively dismantle the persistent barriers in India, child protection efforts, 4 paradigm shifts may be implemented to create a system that is both inclusive and sensitive to gender disparities. First is strengthening governance and accountability. I would say that activation of village child protection committees with trained gender champions is essential to ensure that local efforts are both effective and equitable. Additionally, it is crucial to mandate gender audits for all child welfare schemes. By linking funding to measurable outcomes, these audits can drive accountability and ensure that resources are allocated where they are most needed. Second is revolutionizing education. Under this head, strict enforcement of National Education Policy 2020, gender inclusive mandates is necessary to foster environments where girls feel safe and empowered. This includes providing comprehensive life skill education focusing on consent, bodily autonomy, and legal rights. Implementing zero tolerance policies for school-related gender-based violence further ensures that educational institutions serve as spaces for all children. The third way forward would be leveraging technology for protection. Innovative technology solutions are vital for proactive child protection. AI-driven predictive analytics can help identify at-risk, girls in districts with high prevalence of abuse or exploitation, enabling targeted interventions. Furthermore, blockchain-based anonymous reporting system offer a way to combat stigma and encourage reporting of cases, particularly under the POCSO Act. And the fourth way forward would be empowering a gender-sensitive work. Under this aid, building the capacity of frontline workers is fundamental to delivering effective child protection services. Specialized training for police, social workers, and teachers in trauma-informed care equips them to handle sensitive cases with empathy and professionalism. Doubling budgetary allocations for these frontline child protection workers ensures that they have the necessary resources to fulfill their critical roles. As we look to the future of child protection in India, it is imperative that we move beyond words and take decisive steps towards transformative change. To this end, I urge each one of you to commit to 3 critical, non-negotiable actions that will save a safer and more equitable world for girls. First and foremost, we must prioritize prevention. Under this scheme, no girl should ever be in a position where rescue is necessary. Our goal should be to stop violence before it begins. By channeling resources and efforts into preventing measures, we can ensure that every girl grows up free from the threat of harm. Second is, we should amplify girls' voices. It is vital to create platforms where girls can share their stories, express their ideas, and develop as leaders. Initiatives such as child parliaments, digital storytelling, and leadership incubators provide essential opportunities for girls to be heard and to shape their own futures by amplifying their voices. We empower girls to take active roles in forging the path ahead. Lastly, we should demand accountability at every level, because accountability from the Gram Panchayat to all the way to Parliament would certainly bring real change. Each tier of authority has a responsibility to prioritize the safety and well-being of girl children. Only by holding these bodies answerable can we ensure sustained and meaningful progress. Let us remember, when a girl is educated, an entire family rises. When a girl is empowered, the transformation of a nation becomes possible. As Dr. B.R. Ambedkar said, and I quote, "I measure the progress of a community by the degree of progress which women have achieved," unquote. Malala Yousafzai reminds us, we cannot succeed when half of us are held back. Let us commit to supporting every girl's potential with justice and action. Lastly, I would say right action should involve deed, mind, and speech, which we say in Hindi, Mansa, Vacha, Karmana. If these 3 align together, true success follows. Thank you for giving me opportunity to speak with you. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir, for your views on this topic. It was enlightening. This will be followed by an address and sharing of views by our second resource person, who is also a person with vast knowledge and experience, that is Srimati Bandana Priyashi, the Secretary, Department of Social Welfare, Government of Bihar. Srimati Priyashi.
Thank you. Honorable Chief Justice, Shri Vipul M. Pancholi ji, Honorable Justice, Shri R.R. Prasad ji, also the Judge cum Chairman, JJMC, Honorable Justice, Shri Alok Kumar Sinha ji, Honorable Justice, Shri Saurendra Pandey ji, Honorable Justice Ashwini ji, and all the dignitaries here present in the hall. I stand before you with little more than 2 decades of experience in the sector, half of which has been spent as a field officer working at the grassroots, working in districts, working with various sectors, and half of it has been spent in the policy making. And policy in various sectors. I've been in finance and WCD and now social welfare. So this is the place where I come from, and my first proposition to you today is that every girl's journey to empowerment is unique. There is no one-size-fits-all when we come to women's empowerment, and therefore, as a policy maker, when we are making a policy regarding women and girls and adolescents, we take that it is very nuanced. We take their age into consideration, the place where they come from, their social context, their cultural context, the socio-economic background from which they are coming, and other life circumstances. So policy making as a secretary of the department is a very complex issue and very, very nuanced, and there is no homogeneous concept of a girl child. So why do we invest in girls? We have heard speakers saying that it is not only a moral responsibility and a social responsibility, also a constitutional responsibility. So I'm adding another angle to it. It's also an economic concept. So I'll come to it. So investing in girls, particularly through education, benefits not only girls, but their families, but their communities and their economies. It has been proved through data that girls' attendance in formal school during adolescence is correlated to later marriages, later childbearing, decreased fertility rates, lower rates of HIV and AIDS and other reproductive morbidities, fewer hours of domestic work and greater gender equality. So a formal school can have so many concomitant benefits. And then these benefits accrue to the next generation. So it is if you are empowering one generation, the benefits are accruing to the next generation. Each extra year of girls' education is correlated with 5 to 10% reduction in infant mortality, and a child born to a mother who can read is 50% more likely to live past age of 5. So education has a direct correlation into the next generation as well. So investing in girl child makes a lot of sense. So 2 decades, I just put before you 2 decades of Bihar's progress. There has been a 38% increase in women's literacy rate, 28.2% decrease in child marriage, 59% women and girls use better, safe, hygienic menstrual products, 14% decrease in teenage pregnancy, and 34% increase in women with 10 or more years of schooling. So these are parameters which we have come in a long way, and today DGP sir talked about we are having the maximum number of women in police forces, and that is another achievement which we have done in last 2 decades. So this is the journey we have made in 2 decades, and yet the key challenges remain. The challenges, there are certain generic challenges because this is basically gender-based. So one is the gender-based inequality. Second is the violence, which a lot of speakers have spoken about. Third is the educational barriers. Fourth, I want to talk about this. There is also a kind of aspirations which are throttled, which are suppressed, and these are and their ambitions and their aspirations are always placed on a secondary to the male child. So this is a key challenge, that their aspirations are thwarted, and new and very, very pertinent issue now is the cyber abuse and cyber crimes, and all the teenagers which are coming into social media contact and the content on the internet which is highly unregulated. So these are the challenges that I feel are very important, and if these challenges are compounded by economic hardships, if they are social context they come from, their caste, and also if there is a disaster, the challenges for women girls become more. So these are the key challenges that we feel that these girls are facing. But what does the government do about it? How does the government proceed with it? First is that there are various departments that we are working with. Social welfare department is the nodal, but there will be health, education, labor, panchayati raj. So these are the various departments which they have their own programs, and they are converged with social development and with a particular aim of creating an enabling environment for a woman to come up with. We plan outreach activities in schools and panchayats, Jivikas you've heard, I'll come to it later. We have Anganwadi centers, other community platforms where we do constant IEC activities, outreach programs, in engagement with women, girls, mothers. And third is our focus on our policies. Our narrative is to empower women for having empowered girls. So this is the narrative that the department is trying to build through various other interdepartmental convergence. If we are focusing on women, be assured that children, their girl child specifically, are going to be much more empowered. And second narrative that we have changed in recent times is early engagement with boys. Because we had an UDAN program where we engaged with boys, and the results were very, very encouraging. And that is the time when we want to catch them young and get them into the conversation about girls, about their responsibility, and how to develop the entire ecosystem where the boys and girls can live together without violence and without problems. So our focus now is on early engagement with boys. There are a lot of programs through various departments, as I said, which we work through it. I'll just mention a few, and school being the fundamental of it all. So for schools, we give, for the girl students, we give, and for the boys, of course, but since, we give them uniform, we give them cycle, we give them scholarship, we even have residential schools, we give them menstrual hygiene products, we have life skills programs for them, we have adolescent programs for girls, they have skill workshops. So these are the programs which are anchored in the education department, and I feel that is the place where the change can begin. Apart from that, there is Mahadalit community, so we have a Mahadalit Vikas mission there, and there is very encouraging concept there of Kishore Kishori Samu. That is what I talked about, engaging boys, adolescent boys. So today they have around 37,000 samus, societies with a ratio of 3:1, 1 boy and 3 girls in each samu, and they are the kind of community leaders in the Mahadalit community. And today they have 3,52,800 members there, and all from Mahadalit community, visiting houses, engaging with parents, engaging with other stakeholders for better environment. You'll be happy to know that the health department actually has adolescent-friendly health clinics. And in these clinics, the boys and girls can go there and talk about the transitions that they are facing in their physical or emotional state. So specific adolescent-friendly health clinics are there. Apart from the other routine like iron and folic acid and etc. that are given to girls, this is there. This is something new. In minorities department, they have Bhimrao Ambedkar residential schools for girls, and these residential schools actually take out girls from the Mahadalit community, place them in the hostel, give them education, expose them to the various things around them, and then nurture them to become self-reliant. And recently, the transport department, you would know, has come up with pink buses. Pink buses is actually enabling women to travel late at nights. It is enabling parents to trust women to go out, and I'll take 5 minutes. So this is important again. This is something I want to talk about, empowering women for empowered girls. You know, we all know about Jivika. Jivika has 1 crore 40 lakh members, and out of that, I don't want to talk about Jivika. I want to talk about the Jivika that has had an impact on the next generation. I just give a few examples. There are Jivika Didis, they're girl children. They are physiotherapists, they are software engineers, they are working in hospitals, they are working in airports, they are working in malls. They are everywhere now. And every time it's so heartening to see that they say, because I was part of Jivika, we were exposed to certain kind of social systems, economic activities, and that my mother encouraged me to go out and be apne pair pe khada hone ke liye. So this is something that is the transition that we are looking at. This is the transition that the government is trying to give. Yet, we have to prevent girls from falling out of social safety networks, social security schemes, and this is what we are talking about, the vulnerability of the girl child. Speakers have spoken about it, about child marriage, child labor, trafficking, extremely moving example which was here, child sexual abuse. So, and what we have to understand here is that these things affect boys and girls differently. While it affects both, the girls, the impact of these things on girls are very, very critical. The kind of social stigma that is attached to it, the kind of social acceptance which is there, is very, very different for boys and girls. So as sensitive individuals, as policy makers, we keep this in mind. If anything that happens, the impact on boys will be different from the impact on girls. So we have Mission Vatsalya, which incorporates both CNCP and CICL, and I will not get into this in a lot of details, but we all know that the child protection systems are in place. We have DCPUs and child helplines, we have CWC and JJBs, we have special juvenile police, community participation, and now, and DGPs have also said that now 112 comes in within 13 minutes, which is, so we have child protection systems, but it's not enough. We all know that it's not enough. The systems are the place, and we are all, as together, we are moving towards making it better, more robust, more responsive, more accountable. We also have non-institutional care, family-based solutions, and we have sponsorship where we have already give 4,000 per month to girls. Foster care where we have family-based care system. Parvarish scheme where 7,000, around 8,000 girls have been benefited. Adoptions of girls are very common, and the 383 girls have been adopted since 2022-23. And we also have aftercare services. Again, this I want to emphasize that girls who come to our homes, we are in the process of finalizing our aftercare policy, but we have a case-basis approach to them. And we actually have her example from here. Shikha is here, as somewhere she's come. She as the elopement ka case hai. But elopement case is not merely an elopement case. It is a stigma that is permanently attached to a girl. And Shikha was one of those adolescent girls who with a young boy eloped. But when she comes back, what the boy goes through is different, and what girl when she went through is different. But today, she's a shining example of our afterlife, aftercare, and she's not only an entrepreneur today, but she's become a mentor for all these girls who are subjected to such stigmas because of one false step they have taken in their life. So Shikha is here. Hats off to you. So way forward is my second last slide. We all know that we have to talk about strengthened infrastructures. Our infrastructures are there, but they are wanting, and we are working towards it. Yes, government is very, very sensitive towards it. We have to fill all the vacancies. There are vacancies, and I think we don't have people there, no system can function. There is a we need better coordination between various enforcement agencies, intensified community outreach programs, capacity building and sensitization of child protection force. We do it, but everything has to be scaled up, more intensified, more at the grassroots level. And we have to talk about community mobilization, as family is the first institution, and then the immediate neighborhood and the society. I want to focus on the society because preventive, yes, and acceptance is very important. So families is an important institution. Society is the most important institution because it judges. And sorry, pun intended. So the society judges a girl differently. So finally, as a passing last slide, I want to say this. This is the food for thought for today. How ready is the society? Are we ready to accept an empowered girl? Because this is a problem that we are seeing now. Now there's because women are aspiring, they are achieving. But there is a population, 50%, the other half of the population, which does not know how to accept them, how to react to them. So this is another problem that we are coming to. So as a society, just a food for thought, are we really, truly ready to accept an empowered girl? Thank you.
Thank you, Srimati Bandhaji, for your address. Due to a paucity of time, we are just skipping the interactive session and coming straight away to the concluding remarks by the Honorable Co-Chair, Honorable Justice Saurendra Pandey. I'll just request my brother also to be brief.
Thank you, sir. Just to cut short the pleasantries, the honorable guests on the dais, my brother judges and my sister judges of Patna High Court, and all the distinguished guests who are here. I would just, in fact, go through as fast as I could of the deliberations we have just made in this first interactive session. As we have come close to today's important deliberations, I want to thank each one of you for your thoughtful reflections and invaluable contributions, sir. The discussions we had on the challenges faced by the girl child have made it abundantly clear that while progress has been made, much remains to be done to ensure that every child grows up with dignity, protection, and equal opportunity. We have our resource persons referring to so many important points, the laws which are there to help the girl child out. Just to refer to a few of them, we have discussed on the basic rights of the girl child, the gender biasness, the sex ratio, health, the nutritional area, which is an area of concern, child marriages, data of sexual violence against crime, denial of inheritance rights, cyber issues, and so on and so forth. We had also gone on to just acknowledge the fact that the girl child especially, which the challenges they are facing, right from the homes to when they are out in the society. So thank you, sir, for all your inputs, and I hope the entire crowd would be very happy with the insights which has come forward from our distinguished resource persons. And just as we conclude, I call upon all of us, sir. That was one thing which I wanted to communicate, that let's all of us now come together. I mean, even the government agencies, the development partners, the community leaders, and most importantly, the families, to strengthen our collaboration and ensure that protection of children, particularly the girl child, continues to remain at the heart of Bihar's development journey. Let us carry forward today's momentum with renewed commitment and collective responsibility, because the future of our state depends on the well-being and empowerment of children, especially the girl child. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time. Thanks.
Thank you, Brother Sorin. Before we leave the dais, I once again would like to thank both my resource persons, Brother Ashwani Singh, former judge of Patna High Court, now currently practicing in Supreme Court, and Srimati Bandana ji. Thank you so much, and thank you to all of you for listening to the resource persons and all of us over here very patiently. So this concludes this technical session, and now we'll break for lunch, and then post-lunch, the technical session number 2 will start. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. As this session comes to the end, and I can hear the stomach making noises, so I request you all to kindly move forward for the lunch break. And as we are running short of time, I request you all to kindly reassemble for our next technical session sharp at 2:45 p.m. It's a humble request. Kindly consider it. Thank you so much. Weaker Section, Bihar. Also, ma'am, to kindly felicitate Shri Prashant Kumar C.H., Director Panchayati Raj Department,
those persons and my co-chair. The topic for today's discussion at this juncture is legal protection mechanism and its effectiveness therefrom from all form of violence, availability of integrated service delivery supported by strong data and case management. In order to introduce this topic, I would like to recite a quote from the book Breaking Free from the Chains of Silence, written by Lauren Nellon, an Australian author who is also a spiritual teacher and a soul intuitive. She says, I quote, "Abuse is never deserved. It is an exploitation of innocence and physical disadvantage, which is perceived as an opportunity by the abuser." See, there are various forms of violence against the children, which can be physical, emotional, or sexual, occurring in homes, school, communities, and online. We also have seen that some of these severe forms of sexual exploitation and violence are usually hidden, making children, especially those unable to report or comprehend the abuse, highly vulnerable. We also have seen there are also some devastating types of violence which are also hidden from public view. Perpetrators go to a great length to conceal their acts, leaving children, especially those who lack the capacity to report or even understand their experience, vulnerable to further exposure. These injuries not only threaten the safety and dignity of girls, but also undermine their rights to survival, development, protection, and in particular in the society in which they are living. Therefore, recognizing the seriousness of such issues, the government has come out with wide array of legal framework, institutional mechanism to prevent such violence, protect the victim, as also to ensure access to justice. As already deliberated at length, there are various constitutional provisions which provide for protection. Article 14, Article 15, 3, Article 21, Article 23, Article 24, Article 21A, Article 39, E and F. Since Mr. Gyan, ADG, would be dwelling upon the various legal framework, I will not go deep into it. But to cut it short, we have POCSO Act, the protection of, in order to just sensitize the stakeholders. I am just running down through the legal mechanism. Then we have the UNICEF Protection of Children Act 2015, the Inaugural Closing Act 2006, Criminal Law Amendment 2013 and 18, they were enacted for effective legal deterrence against sexual offences. Immoral Traffic Prevention Act, Information Technology Act, Rights of Children to Free and Compulsory Education. There are various international conventions like the UN Convention on the Rights of Child, UNCRC not elaborate upon them. Section 300 relating to sexual offences against child. 317, 363A, 366A, 366B, 369, 370, 370, capital A, 373, 376, 376AE, 376BA, 376BB, and then now to come to the Bharatiya Marriage Act 2023, very relevant. Some very pertinent sections have been introduced pertaining to the offence against women and child pertaining to sexual offence. Section 65(1) is one of such important provisions which provides that if rape has been committed upon women under 16 years of age, punishment for this offence shall not be less than 20 years but may extend to life. Then 65(2) is regarding rape committed upon a child of below 12 years of age. Minimum punishment prescribed is 20 years, which may extend to life or death. These are very relevant provisions which have been introduced. Then Section 66 of BNS 2023 deals with punishment for causing death or resulting in persistent debilitating pain of victim. Section 335 of the Indian Penal Code to align the same with the POSCO Act and protect the girls' children right. And the reasoning given there was that the Honorable Apex Court held that the exception 2 to Section 375 is not only discriminatory, but it is arbitrary, violative of Article 14, 15 and 21 of the Constitution, discriminatory and inconsistent with the provisions of the POSCO Act. Then we come to one Gurmeet Singh, State of Punjab versus Gurmeet Singh, reported in 96, Volume 2, SCC 384, wherein it has been held that the sole testimony of the victim is enough, rape victim is enough to justify any conviction. And it also postulates that all such cases involving rape victims, especially child, should be handled with full sensitivity. And then we have Alak Alok Srivastava versus Union of India. Courts directed that all the POSCO cases should be tried by the POSCO courts under the special act, and for this also postulated that the learned trial judges who conduct POSCO cases should be trained, the trial should be fast-tracked, and there should be strict adherence to the procedures. Then there is another case, Bachpan Bachao Andolan versus Union of India, 2011, Volume 5, SCC 1, where the Supreme Court ordered the government to ban child employment in circuses, rescue and rehabilitate affected children reunite with families. Then we have another case, Society for Enlightenment and Voluntary Action versus Union of India, reported in 2024 SAC Online SC 2922. Here the Supreme Court held that states and UTs must appoint trained full-time child marriage prohibition officer, conduct regular reviews, and establish special child marriage prohibition units with social workers and district officials being accountable for preventing and prosecuting child marriages. Then another case, last one which I would dwell upon, is Just Rights for Children Alliance and another versus S. Harish and others, reported in 2024 SAC Online SC 2611. The Supreme Court replaced the term child pornography with child sexual exploitative and abusive material, CSAM. Regarding all those issues pertaining to integrated service delivery and case management, the learned director, who is here from Panchayati Raj Department, would dwell upon it, so I am not elaborating on it. Now, one another thing which I would like to dwell upon is the role of data and case management. The role of data and case management is that it facilitates tracking of cases from FIR to conviction, identifies trends, high-risk areas, and repeat offenders, and helps policymakers design targeted interventions. The fragmented and non-uniform data between police, judiciary, and child protection agencies and under-reporting due to social stigma and fear of reprisal is also a burning issue which we need to ponder upon. I would say that we should engage in the discussion of building one national child protection data portal which would integrate the NSRB records, court case status and child protection services, real-time case tracking with mandatory digital documentation and implement predictive tools to map high-risk areas, which would further result in dealing with the issue which we are at the moment pondering upon. Now, there can be many recommendations for strengthening this system. Legislative is like already we have in place, all the POSCO cases are required to be disposed of within 6 months, but it's not happening because of various problems which we have to ponder upon, like inadequacy of the number of judges manning the POSCO courts. Plus the infrastructure is also poor. Then institutional problem is there, training. We have to train police officer, prosecutor, judges to have a sensitive child, to have sensitivity towards the child. Then data integration is very important, as I have dwelled above. Community awareness is also important. And what my opinion is that to address all these issues, continuous efforts in capacity building, community sensitivity, legal literacy, judicial reforms are essential for translating the legal provisions into effective protection and justice. Moreover, I would say that all the stakeholders, whether it be the police agencies or the administrative agencies who are in place for enforcement of the legislative intent and the provisions of law, as also the learned judges, not only of the subordinate courts, as also of the high courts. We should all engage in a very sensitive approach towards the crime against women and child. There should be zero tolerance. And as far as enforcement of the legal provision is concerned, the enforcement agency should be made accountable. If they can't function to enforce the law and protect the girl child, then I don't think they have any business to be in service. So with that, I would introduce my co-panelist, Mr. Gyan. First, I would Justice Gunnu Anupama Chakravarti has been into the nuances of the law dealing with the girl child since a long time. And being a co-chair, I think she will be helpful in summing up the entire things. Before that, I would say Dr. Amit Kumar Gyan, ADGP Weaker Section, Bihar, would dwell upon the legal framework involving the legal provisions which are there to protect the girl child. And second resource persons, we have Mr. Prashant Kumar Chaudhary, Director, Panchayati Raj Department, Government of Bihar, who will dwell upon the availability of integrated service delivery, supported by strong data and case management. So I would request Mr. Amit Kumar Jain to kindly enlighten us.
इसको Honorable Chairperson, Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee of Patna High Court, other Honorable Judges of Patna High Court, respected DGP Sir, Chief of UNICEF Bihar, other esteemed guests, learned judicial officers who have come from all over Bihar, other participants and stakeholders. Good afternoon to everyone. Now, with the permission of Honorable Chair and Co-Chair, I would like to start off with my presentation. The topic allotted to me today is legal protection mechanisms and for safeguarding the girl child and the effectiveness thereof from all forms of violence. To begin with, as parents, we all are worried about the safety of our daughters, isn't it? But have we ever wondered why isn't this case, why is it not so in case of our sons? Because we feel that our daughters are vulnerable. They're vulnerable to exploitation, they're vulnerable to all kinds of violence prevalent in the society. But the answer lies in the patriarchal societies that we have been brought up in, the deep-rooted social ethos that we have ingrained in our psyche, the gender stereotypes that we all have in our minds about the role of girls in particular in society. And this gender discrimination leads to what is called sense of insecurity in the minds of our daughters, our young girls, which, because of this, they are not able to realize their full potential. And one indicator of this discrimination or one indicator of this insecurity in the minds of girls is the enrollment of girls in STEM education programs, the science, technology, engineering and mathematics. Not many girls get enrolled in STEM education because of the stereotypes that we have in our minds regarding the girls and the careers that they can choose. Now, there are exceptions. There are islands of excellence. Girls are coming forward and they are breaking the glass ceiling. That's also a case. But then those exceptions are rare. In a sea of mediocrity, there are islands of excellence, no doubt. But then we need to work on so that we can expand the scope of these islands of excellence. So, this slide shows the kinds of violence that a girl child is exposed to in different stages of her life cycle. As you can see, the discrimination starts from the womb and ends in the tomb. The discrimination to a girl child, that is gender discrimination, starts from the womb. The day the girl child is conceived, and ends the day she leaves the world. So on the top side of the, or top half of the slide, you can see the kind of violence that she is subjected to and the age group at which she suffers those kinds of violence. And the lower bottom, the half of the slide shows the acts that deal with those kinds of violence. Although, I mean, these are only indicative and they're not exhaustive, because at the ends there are plethora of laws and there are other institutional mechanisms and special acts and BNS and policies and schemes, campaigns, so many things. So when the girl child is conceived or when she is in the womb, she is subjected to female feticide. So there is a law, a special act enacted in 1994, that is a Preconception Prenatal Diagnostic Test, PCPNDT Act, which prescribes for appropriate authorities and advisory authorities to check the genetic counseling centers where these kind of tests are taken up, and for child sex selection. Later on, through the numbers, we'll see how effective this law has been. Then, as she grows up, as the child is born, I mean, she's subjected to infanticide, she's abandoned, she's subjected to neglect. There are laws to deal with it. Section 93 to 99 of BNS prescribe for punishment for abandonment of child if the girl child is abandoned and left to fend for herself. So there are provisions in the BNS, and similarly there are special acts to deal with other kinds of violence. When the girl grows up, she is subjected to discrimination, education, nutrition. Then there is problem of child marriage, as it has already been dealt with in detail earlier. Then there is physical and sexual, online sexual abuse of children. There is trafficking of girls. There is corporal punishment in schools, although it is legally banned in India, but still it is prevalent. There are constitutional safeguards. We'll see what kind of constitutional safeguards are there. Then there are Child Rights Act, which prescribes for, through which this NCPCR has been constituted. Then there are JJ Act, Child Labour Act, Child Marriage Act, Immoral Traffic Prevention Act, POXO Act, IT Act. There are provisions in BNS, as I said. There are international conventions that to which India is a signatory to. Then there are policies, there are schemes, there are campaigns, there are all kinds of laws are there. But how effective or ineffective they are, we'll see later. So why girl safety is important? Because if you look at the overall crime against women, we see that 74% of the cases, the victims are minors, that is less than 18 years of age, in all crimes against women. And young girls between 11 to 18 years, they form 51% of the total cases. So that's why there is so much focus on safety of girl child. If you look at the victims of sexual abuse, we find that 47% of the victims of sexual abuse are in the age group of 16 to 18 years, that is in the adolescent age group. So this age faces the maximum sexual abuse. So coming to the evidence on violence against children, this slide shows the prevalence of violence, both physical and online. The burden of violence we can see through numbers. So, and also the effects on children exposed to such kinds of violence. We find that 3 in 4 children, that 75% children aged 2 to 4 years, experience some kind of violence in their lifetime. I mean, between that age group. And 6 in 10 are punished by physical means. And 1 out of 2 children aged 2 to 17 years suffer some form of violence each year. So the prevalence of violence can very well be judged by, gauged by the kinds of figures that we are seeing. 1 in 4 children under age of 5 years lives with a mother who is a victim of domestic violence. And when these children grow up, they either themselves become perpetrators or they become victims of domestic violence. So, children who are born in families or raised in families who are broken, or single mother, or who the children who are who see domestic violence in their household, they later on develop to be abnormal children. Coming to the sexual abuse of children, there is child sexual abuse material, that CSAM as it is normally called. It is the online availability of sexual abuse material that has grown by leaps and bounds. It has been estimated by 51% it has grown. And 13 years old or younger children are portrayed in 91% of these materials. And 80% of the victims are girls. And there's a National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in US, that's called NCMAC. It has estimated that nearly 12% of this CSAM material is generated in India. That is around 25,000 images of CSAM, child sexual abuse material, are uploaded from India alone every day. And as I said, children exposed to such kind of violence, there are increased risk of developing psychosomatic illnesses later on in their life, anxiety disorders. There's high-risk behavior seen in them later on in life, like alcohol and drug abuse, smoking, unsafe sex, and chronic diseases. This slide shows the robust system of legal framework that India has for child protection. At the apex level, we have the Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committees of the Superior Courts, that is the Honorable Supreme Court and the Honorable High Courts. And then we have at the national level, there are institutional mechanisms like NCPCR. State level, we have similar bodies like SCPCR. Then we have National Commission for Women at the national level and State Commission for Women at the state level. Then there are other agencies to cater to the different acts. Like, for example, Juvenile Justice Act is catered to by JJB, CWC, JSPU. Similarly, for Child Labour Provision Act, we have Labour Department, Police Department, and then there are other social welfare departments for the rehabilitation. And for prevention of child marriages, we have Child Marriage Prohibition Officers, and for special POCSO courts, which are special courts to enforce prosecute the offenders in POCSO cases. And then we have different ministries of the government at this central level as well as the state level. Since law and order is state subject under 7th schedule of the Constitution, so we have different agencies at the state level which cater to the needs of children as far as their protection is concerned. We have Child Line National Office, District Child Protection Committees. Then we have similar committees at the block level, village level. Then we have NGOs, child care institutions. I mean, so many plethora of agencies. But how effective they have been in catering to the cause of children, we'll see later. So coming to legal protection mechanisms in India for girls, we have laws and policies. As I said, there are a plethora of laws and policies, so I did not take it up again. I mean, laws and policies, they prescribe, they define violence, they outline the prohibited acts, and they also prescribe punishment for those acts. Then we have enforcement, as police is one of the enforcement agencies. Then we have prosecution, courts. They are well trained and sensitive to needs of people. They need to be. I mean, whether they are well trained or not, that's the subject for discussion. But they need to be well trained and sensitive to needs of people and equipped to handle cases appropriately. Then we have protective orders, restraining orders, which can restrict access of the perpetrators to the victims. We have access to justice, legal aid provided by the legal aid service authorities. Then we have assistance in court procedures. Then there are specialized courts and tribunals which have the expertise and the sensitivity to deal with such cases. As I said, there are constitutional safeguards which, they are there, which protect the dignity, the safety of our children. Article 14, Article 15, Article 21, 23, we have directive principle state policies, Article 39, Article 45. Then there are fundamental duties also, which protect the rights of children. Then we have key legislations. I said there are special laws, PCP NDT Act, as I mentioned earlier. This act has been enacted to protect the girl child from sex determination, because this act was specially promulgated because the child sex ratio was declining, and as you could see from the earlier slides that were shown in the morning session, the child sex ratio has come down from 934 to 908 in the NFHS, National Family Health Survey 5. Then we have provisions on BNS, as I said. There are Section 93 to 99 deal, especially with children. There are sections, special provisions for girl children. Then there are changes made in the procedural law also to make it more victim-centric in the new BNSS. We have POCSO, which is a very comprehensive law for sexual abuse of children, which prescribes for child-friendly procedures. There's mandatory reporting is prescribed, and also it's gender neutral. It's applicable in case of sexual abuse of male child also. Then the onus of proving his or innocence lies on the offender, on the perpetrator in POCSO. We have JJ Act, which is a very comprehensive act, which provides for protection, care, rehabilitation of children in need, includes victims of violence and exploitation. Then there are other special laws like Child Labor Prohibition Regulation Act, which prohibits employment of children in hazardous occupations, provision of Child Marriages Act, which declares child marriage voidable. Then we have Immoral Traffic Prevention Act, ITPA. It's a very, it's a benchmark act. It's a benchmark legislation, I would say, to address the issue of human trafficking, especially commercial sexual exploitation. I'll just briefly dwell upon, there's a unique kind of, profession that goes on in certain parts of Bihar. It's called orchestras or musical groups, where minor girls are trafficked from other parts of India, neighboring states, and even from Nepal, and they're made to perform vulgar dance and vulgar songs, and they're sexually exploited. So this is a major problem for police in Bihar, and we have taken up this we have made even standard operating procedure for dealing with such cases, and how to carry out raids, and how, what kinds of sections will be applied in girls who will be rescued from such orchestra groups, and what legal provisions, other legal provisions are there under BNS. So that has all been communicated to our field units, and just to apprise you that we, as DGP sir also mentioned in the morning, that recently there was a 15-day long, that is a 15-day long special drive which was carried out across the state for rescuing minor girls who were engaged in either orchestras or child labor, or they are being kept in brothels. So this has resulted in good recoveries. We could recover 41 minor girls, and overall 112 children could be rescued, and 50 girls were arrested. So this is the kind of result that we got from 15-day long operation, and that's operation was started on the day, on the World Day Against Trafficking in Persons, that is 30th of July this year, and it continued up to 14th of August. Then there are other special acts like Bonded Labor System Prohibition Abolition Act, the Domestic Violence Act. Domestic Violence Act is also applicable in case of girls who live in family settings, because sometimes, girls, they are not, their parents want them to be married off, and they are not made to, they are made to drop out of school, and then those girls themselves want to study. So they can approach the courts using this Domestic Violence Act, where the reliefs are tangible. It's a hybrid act, it's a civil kind of reliefs are possible under this act. And all these acts, the special acts and the provisions of the BNS, all these acts, they have, they are concentrated on victims, and they deal victims with a victim-centric approach. There are provisions for the compensation, for witness protection. So, and these acts are gender sensitive and child rights sensitive. So the actual acts, when they are promulgated in the field, by our field officers, so sometimes it so happens that they are not, the acts which should have been applied are not applied, and sometimes, the kinds of the sensitivity that the investigators or our officers should show, that is not shown. So we are taking care of that. Now coming to policy schemes and institutional mechanisms to enforce these child protection mechanisms. We have NCPCR, as I said, at the national level. We have National Commission of Women. We have different helpline, child line. We have women helpline. We have one-stop centers which are administered by the Social Welfare Department. We have anti-human trafficking units in all police stations, on all districts across the state. We have these anti-human trafficking units also at 3 airports in Bihar. We have special juvenile police units in all districts. We have CWPOs in all police stations. Then the JJB, CWC, POXO courts, DCPOs are all there. Then there's one Mission Shakti and other schemes, which has been launched by Ministry of Women and Child Development. Mission Shakti has recently been launched, and there was one Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao campaign which was launched earlier. Now it is part of Mission Shakti scheme. Then the Nirbhaya Fund, after the post-Nirbhaya, this Nirbhaya Fund was made by the Government of India, and under this fund, under this scheme, funds are given to different departments of the government to carry out safety, to implement the various schemes for the child protection and victim compensation. The district legal service authorities are given fund out of these funds. Then we have investigation tracking system for sexual offenders, for sexual offences. This has been launched by Ministry of Home Affairs, where they take out data from the CCTNS, the Crime Criminal Tracking Network System, and they monitor the investigation, whether investigation is completed in time, whether charge sheet is submitted in time. So this ITSO portal is a very good means of keeping an eye on the progress of investigation in sexual offences. Then there is NDSO, that is National Database of Sexual Offenders, which has a database of around 5 lakh offenders all over the country. We have ERSS, as mentioned earlier, Dial 112, which is a very emergency response support system, which gives emergency response. The response time has come down to 13 minutes in urban areas. And there's a safe commute scheme, as DGP sir had pointed out earlier in the morning, that we have introduced a scheme in Bihar Police that where girls, I'll finish it off. Girls, they can seek help from emergency response vehicles if they need to move at night. Then we have Cybercrime Portal 1930 to report obscene content, Cybercrime Forensic Lab, Safe City Surveillance Project, as said, CCTVs, they are all connected to the centralized command and control centers. We have DNA analysis units which are, present there is only one unit, but there are 3 other units coming up shortly. Then we have sexual assault evidence collection kits. They have all been distributed to districts, and the guidelines have been issued, and the investigators have also been trained how to use them. Then some of the initiatives, they have already been mentioned by DGP sir earlier in the morning, and then also by Secretary Social Welfare. So I'll just briefly touch upon them if some point is left out. Shakti Dal teams. Shakti Dal teams have been formed by Patna police recently to keep an eye on the eve teasers. I mean, there are special teams in plain dress and also in uniforms, all composed of women police personnel. They keep an eye on eve teasers around schools and colleges. And we have women help desk in all 855 police stations across the state at present, but we very soon will be scaling them up, and we'll set up those women help desks in all police stations. Then we hold Shaktikaran Sabhas across the state. I mean, women police stations, the SHO goes to the colleges, schools, and teaches, to encourage reporting, and also to teach them about the cyber safety, about the cyber safety tips, about the do's and don'ts, about the good touch, bad touch to children. Such kinds of Shaktikaran Sabhas are held at regular intervals. Then we have social media cell of Bihar Police and District Police also. Then MOU with NFSU has already been discussed earlier in the morning. Then we had DNA labs, that's already been told. Special operation, I have already given you the figures. SOPs, investigation cases of human trafficking, rape, POXO, JJ Act, missing children, orchestras, duties and responsibilities of SJPU and CWPU. We have all covered them. Different SOPs have been issued to investigators across the state so that they can, so there is uniformity and also standardization of investigation. So there is no error-free investigation. Then all districts have been onboarded on NCW, that's National Mission Women MIS Portal, Management Information System Portal, and Mission Vatsalya. Leveraging technology, data analytics is being done, taking data from CCTNS, from the ERSS, for identify crime patterns and hotspots. And based on that, we initiate targeted interventions and policy reforms. And we hold regular training sessions, awareness sessions, sensitization sessions for our field officers, special acts. Okay. I'll just skip through this because it's already been discussed in detail earlier. So there's one initiative, though I'll just briefly mention about this. This is an initiative of Saran Police. There's a dedicated helpline which has been made functional, and all women call takers are there. It's 24/7 operational, and girls or even victims of crime, women victims of crime can approach the women call takers, and they can discuss their problems. So this has empowered women and girls and made them about the kinds of help that police can extend them. Benefits to public, enhanced safety for women and girls, ex-community awareness. Operation Naya Severa I've already discussed. Then these are some of the pictures I'm sharing about the initiatives, about the awareness campaigns, sensitization campaigns, about the raids and recovery and rescue operations. Now coming to crime, data regarding crime. So this, help us understand the effectiveness of our legal protection mechanisms. So coming to PS-PNDT Act, so there were just 70 cases which were taken up in 2021. In 2021, this figure came down to 57. So actual, this is NCRB data, because figures have not been published after 2022, so the figures are available only up to 2022. So PS-PNDT Act, the action taken, the figures have come down. Child Marriage Act, again the figures are dismal. Child labor, not much is there. ITPA, the cases have come down. Rape this POXO cases have come up. I mean, there's a quantum jump in POXO cases. And coming to, there are three indicators to gauge the effectiveness of laws. First is reporting, second is the prosecution, third is the conviction. So prosecution is the number of charge sheets that we are submitting. So number of charge sheets, as you can see, you can see the data is compared to the reporting is not very satisfactory. Coming to conviction rate, the conviction rate in POXO is around 31%, and in cases of ITP, it's just 18.6%. So it's dismal. So these are the number of cases and the number of persons that have been convicted in last 5 years in Bihar under POXO Act. Then year-wise CSAM data, that is, number of registered complaints under NCRP portal, National Crime Reporting Portal for Cyber Offences, and number of claims which have been closed and number of registered FIR. So child marriage, this was shown earlier also. The child marriage prevalence rate in Bihar is around 40%, while in national level it's 20%. So Bihar is way behind. And children institutional care, this has already been shown earlier. As you can see, the children in the institutional care, they're mostly boys. In Bihar, 40% are girls, rest are boys. If you see against crime against children, the crime rate against children in Bihar is less compared to the national average. Crime against children, again the data shows that, effectiveness of legal protection, if there is reduced violence, increased reporting, improved victim outcomes, and reduced secondary trauma. Victim, the reduced violence, if the legal protection mechanisms are integrated with integrated service delivery, if they are combined with integrated service delivery, the outcomes can be, the violence is, this has been shown in studies. Increased reporting, this is the result of encouraging the victims to come and report. Now there's online reporting also. Then we have zero FIRs, concept of zero FIRs which has come up. It leads to better data collection, access to justice, improved victim outcomes because of the socio-economic reintegration of the victims, post-rescue, reduce secondary trauma, as victims have to navigate different systems and service providers. So, we have to make our systems so efficient that the victims don't have to undergo re-traumatization. There is reduced secondary trauma. Greater accountability means that with strong case management, we can lead to greater, conviction rate, and so the perpetrators can be brought to justice. Effectiveness, ground strength, the ground reality in India is that on paper we have a very robust child protection legal framework, but in practice there are many loopholes, many gaps in implementation mechanisms, and also there are societal biases. So under-reporting is one, because the stigma attached to the reporting, fear of retaliation, family pressure. Many girls don't come up and they report. Slow judicial process, POXO court, they are clogged with cases. Although conviction rate has improved, but still the pendency is huge. Police sensitivity, we are sensitizing our people, they are giving them soft skill training to deal with the victims empathetically. We are doing our bit, but much more needs to be done. Victim blaming attitude is still there in the police, which is being addressed. Implementation disparities are there in rural area and urban setting, differences there. Then interagency coordination, rehabilitation gaps, data and monitoring. So to sum up, I'll just say that although police is doing its bit, to enforce being the law enforcement machinery, we are doing everything that we can to promulgate the laws, but still much needs to be done. There are gaps in the implementation, and there are loopholes which we are addressing. But I'll say in the end that unless they all, stakeholders come together and join on one platform, and there's convergence of efforts, we cannot, dream of achieving our Sustainable Development Goal 5, that is gender equality, times to come. That is, by 2030 we are supposed to achieve gender parity, but we are still far off from our goal. So in order to achieve that goal, we need to, all stakeholders should come together on one platform and join hands, and there should be convergence of efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amit, for your insightful presentation. I will quickly request Mr. Prashant to deliberate upon the issue, and we would request to be a bit brief.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Chairman and members of JJMC, Honorable Judges of Patna High Court, Honorable guests on the dais, respected DGP sir, Chief of UNICEF, and all the esteemed dignitaries, a very warm welcome to all. Since Amit sir has already delved into the first part of the presentation, which was legal protection mechanism and their effectiveness, I'll briefly touch upon the second part of the topic, which is availability of integrated service delivery mechanisms. Though there are many integrated service delivery mechanisms, I've chose child helpline because of two reasons. Number one, because Bihar was one of the first states to roll out child helpline and has set benchmark for the nation. And number two, being a director of social welfare, I was closely associated with it right from its inception to stabilization. Though it's a gender neutral initiative, the data has suggested that majorly girl child has benefited from this initiative. It's an initiative beyond policy and statistics, which touches the lives of children at their most vulnerable stage. I'll briefly touch upon the architecture, implementation, and take you through the outcomes and case studies and bottlenecks in implementation of this initiative. Child helpline services derive their legal backing from Juvenile Justice Act under Section 2, subsection 25. These child helpline services were present earlier also. They were present for more than a decade. But as part of Mission Vatsalya, the government of India has transitioned it from NGOs to the state governments. State governments were made the nodal in implementation of child helpline because certain coordination and monitoring gaps were found when the child helpline was run by the NGOs. What we have seen as part of Mission Vatsalya is, since there was a lot of proliferation of helplines earlier, we have multiple helplines, like for 100 we have, for police we have 100, for fire 101, for ambulance 102, for AIDS helpline it's 1097, for senior citizens it's 14567, and for cyber helpline it's 1930. There were plethora of helplines and there was no integration between the helplines. So Government of India felt the need of having one nation, one helpline. Under this architecture, this child helpline was brought into the being. There was coordination between ERSS, which is 112, and other helplines. Since I've already mentioned, there are a lot of activities and there is gap of convergence or collaboration between different activities. I'll take an instance of a missing child. There are multiple activities associated with rehabilitation of a missing child. For example, once a case of missing child has been reported, number one, the child has to be rescued. Number two, the child has to be counseled and guided. If the child has underwent any injuries, then medical checkup has to be done, which is done by health department. Tracing of family members needs to be done, which is done by the police or SJPUs. And the child has to be produced in front of CWCs, which would be done by the case workers or DCPUs. And if the legal support is required, then the legal support has to be given. And the child has to be repatriated to the family. And apart from that, constant monitoring has to be done, constant feedback has to be taken whether the girl child or the child has been rehabilitated into family or not. Since there are multiple activities which go into one single operation, the need was felt that it's better to have a child helpline which will act as the first responder and which will go through the entire activities, which will coordinate between multiple stakeholders and ensure that the victim or the survivor is rehabilitated at the earliest. So as part of child helpline, the calls which are received has been trifurcated into three major chunks, which are number one, emergency calls, which are related to fire and police, which would be routed to 112, and a message is given to the DCPU, it's informed. And for non-emergency calls, like anything related to psychosocial counseling of the children, or rehabilitation of the children, or legal support for the children, which is forwarded to the DCPU Child Helpline Unit. And if it's women related, then it is forwarded to 181, which is a dedicated women helpline. And if it's related to informations, most of the calls which we have seen here are related to seeking information about the schemes, which are again forwarded to the DCPU. Here, a strong follow-up mechanism has been inbuilt. Once the case has been registered, the first follow-up will happen after 1 hour of the registration of the case. And second follow-up happens at 8 hours. The third happens at 24 hours. And after that, every 7 days, a follow-up is taken, whether the child has been properly rehabilitated, whether all the entitlements of the child have been properly taken care of or not. This effective follow-up mechanism has become the highlight of Child Helpline. And the average response time has also been fixed to 30 minutes. These are the 4 major agencies and their roles and responsibilities which have been assigned as part of Mission Vatsalya. SCPS, which is the state nodal agency. As I've already mentioned, the Child Helpline has been moved from NGOs and has transitioned to state governments. State governments have made the overall nodals of it, and they have given the responsibility of setting up a 24/7 dedicated control rooms, developing kiosks at railway stations, because what we have seen is most of the missing children or abandoned children are found at the railway stations and bus stands. So setting up a kiosk there, setting up a dedicated child helpline unit at all the DCPUs, and coordination between multiple departments, be it health, labor, education, so that a effective concerted action can be taken. And the second agency is DCPU, at which level most of the cutting edge level work happens. It happens under the administrative control of district magistrate. Here the child helpline units are set up, and coordination between various agencies are developed over here. And if the child once rescued would be placed in front of CWC and JJB as per the case. And these are the child helpline units which are developed at the DCPU level. These units attend to the calls. The calls which are received at the control room would be forwarded to the child helpline unit. They will attend to it. If there is a non-emergency calls, then the DCPU will take action based on that. If it's emergency calls, then police and fire or any other department is alerted. And there is need of outreach services, then these employees or staff at Child Helpline Unit will reach up to those services. And the fourth agency is various allied departments where there is coordination required. As part of Mission Vatsalya, Child Helpline Services, we were supposed to have a control room with 26 human resource at state level, and at each DCPU level 8 resources, which majorly includes child helpline supervisors, 3 who, 1 each at each shift, 8-hour shift, caseworker, 3 of them, 1 each at 8-hour shift, and at railway and bus stands, child helpline supervisors and caseworkers, 1 each at 8-hour shift. As I've already mentioned, Bihar was one of the first states to roll out this initiative. The infrastructure, which involves computers, printers, and UPS, and apart from that, IP phones, and apart from that, servers, and all was set up with the help of the technical nodal agency CDAC. And human resource has been deployed. Around 300 staff has been deployed at a record level. And district units, district CHL units were set up close to DCPU or CWC because there was a need which was felt for closer monitoring. And what we have seen is once the child is rescued, they have to be immediately, within 24 hours, they have to be produced in front of CWC or JJB. For this, we have realized it's better to have these child helplines set closer to or within the premises of DCPUs. And multiple rounds of training and capacity building of this staff has been done with the help of Ministry and NIPSEED and NIMHANS. Post which Bihar rolled out child helpline services in 26 districts and 11 railway stations. A robust MIS reporting system has been developed wherein all calls which were received at ERSS and transferred to 1098, all calls which have received at 1098, and apart from that, all these calls were categorized and average time to close these calls were taken. The numerous follow-ups which are supposed to be taken, whether they are being done within time or not, and if there are any shortfalls, these a robust MIS reporting has been developed. This is the recognition which Bihar has got for setting up the benchmark, and once this has been rolled out, Bihar was called for regional symposiums at Bhopal and Ranchi to showcase the child helpline. Based on our model, most of the other states have adopted it and successfully rolled out. I would like to go through, briefly touch upon the outcomes, though they are statistics, but what I would like to say are these are the happy faces of the victims or survivors. Close to 8,000 cases which were registered in the last 1 year. Most of them are missing or abandoned children, runaway children, child labor, or children who are undergoing abuse or trafficking. If you could see, most of the cases, the child helpline has more than 99% disposal rate, of which 90% cases have been closed in record time and 10% cases are in follow-up. To protect the identity of survivors, I haven't named the survivors, but however, I have listed 5 case studies. There are multiple scenarios. I've already mentioned more than 8,000 cases, but these are the 5 cases which will delineate the services which are provided by Child Helpline. The Rohtas or nutritional abuse was an interesting case. Even when we were rolling out, we did not expect that Child Helpline could be used in this fashion or in this way. We received a call that an adult child has not received the take-home ration. After exhausting all other means, her mother has raised a complaint in Child Helpline. The Child Helpline has immediately responded to it and ensured, after repeated follow-ups, have ensured that THR ration is provided to that girl child. And this Nevada case, I'm a personal witness to it. I was district magistrate of Nevada, where the person has called me up to rescue the rescue the girl child. She has eloped for the third time. The girl's father has reached out to the police, but because this was the third time, she was considered as a habitual of eloper, and the help was not so forthcoming. Immediately I've referred the case to 1098, after which 1098 they have rescued the girl. And the best part about referring it to CHL was there was multiple rounds of counselings which happened with the stakeholders, and post which the girl hasn't eloped it after that. And in Banka, the child marriage has been prevented. In Gopalganj, domestic abuse on the child has been averted, and dropout children have been enrolled. There are multiple, a plethora of cases, but I have listed 5. And there is a case study on adoption also. In adoption also, CHL Child Helpline has emerged as a first responder, where the person who first identified the abandoned child, most of the time they don't know how to respond to the situation. The moment they call up 1098, then Child Helplines rushes to the scene and they rescue the child and put them into specialized adoption agencies, post which they are given away for adoption in legal mechanisms. These are multiple cases wherein the Child Helpline has extended their services. No system is perfect. Child Helpline also has a couple of bottlenecks. The coverage currently is in only 26 districts and 11 railway stations. We have requested the government of India to extend it to to all the districts, which is still pending. And there are certain operational issues also. Like I have mentioned, there is only one human resource per shift, which is on a lower side. There is a need to beef up the human resource also, both at the DCPU and railway station level. And the third one is survivor-centric training to the staff. What we have seen is over a couple of days and months, most of the calls are dehumanized. They segregate the call from the caller. So there is a constant need of capacity building and survivor-centric training to the staff. And apart from that, there are huge awareness gap among the callers as well. On an average, we receive more than 50,000 calls, of which more than 70 to 80% are prank calls. There is a need for generating awareness about these emergency services. In the end, what I would like to say is, irrespective of all these bottlenecks, it's an initiative which safeguards the dignity and trust of the children, and it also symbolizes the responsiveness of the state. In the end, I would like to thank Honorable Mr. Justice Rajiv Ranjan sir for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prashant. It was quite insightful. Before handing over the session to the co-chair, Justice Anupama, I would like to only ask one question to ourselves, and I will also request all of you to ask this question as to what is the method by which we should approach a child's problem, and what should be the dictum of approaching the issues involving a child. I would like to answer this in the words of Mikhail Bakunin, a Russian revolutionist. He said, "Children do not constitute anyone's property. They are neither the property of their parents nor even of society. They belong only to their own future freedom." I would hand over now the session to Sister. Please sum it up quickly.
Due to paucity of time, I am not addressing in detail. My hearty pranams to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. I start my concluding remarks with the divine words, Matru Devo Bhava, Pitru Devo Bhava, Acharya Devo Bhava, and Atiti Devo Bhava. Mother is the first and the foremost teacher for every child. Awareness of child rights and violence against girls has to be initiated at the family unit. Parenting and caring of a girl child is not an easy task. Boys should be taught how they have to behave and respect the girl child. Status of women, if analyzed of pre-independence and post-independence, we can conclude that full time of a mother has been minimized, but the duty of the mother can never be dispensed with in spite of her busy schedule. We all speak about the rights, but not about the duties. Due to lack of awareness among the girl child about the violence, many cases are unreported. Awareness programs have to be initiated at the grassroots level of the family unit, and that too at rural areas, including panchayat level. Mothers have to teach the girl child about the good touch and bad touch. I request to play the video of good and bad touch. This is the video which has been prepared by the High Court staff and its members under the guidance of the Additional Registrar, Ms. Rachna Srivatsav. Sound.
Sound. हाँ स्टॉप शुरू से कर देंगे. Sound.
रास्ते में कुत्ता मुझे स्कूल छोड़ दोगे क्या?
कुत्ते से मुझे भी डर लगता है. मैंने एक और रास्ता देख रखा है. चलो मेरे साथ, तुम्हें ले चलो. तुम्हारी फोटो बहुत अच्छी लग रही है.
मुझे दर्द हो रहा है.
मैं तुम्हें कैसा लगता हूँ? चलो मेरे साथ चलो, मैं तुम्हें ढेर सारे चॉकलेट और बहुत सारे खिलौने दिलाऊंगा.
नहीं चाहिए मुझे चॉकलेट, नहीं चाहिए मुझे खिलौने. बचाओ बचाओ.
कौन है उधर? कौन है?
कौन है? कौन है वहाँ पे? My teacher taught me about good touch or bad touch. We have been taught in our schools that only my mother can touch on my chest, back, lap, cheeks and my lips. If any other person tries to touch, then it is a bad touch.
I also request to play another video which relates to sharing of phone numbers and videos.
मैंने कितनी बार बोला है तुम्हें, इस नंबर पे कॉल मत किया करो. मैं तुमसे रात में बात करूं जब घर के सारे लोग सो जाएं. और हाँ, इस नंबर पे कॉल मत करना. क्या कहा? वो वाला नंबर डिलीट हो गया? कितने भुलक्कड़ हो तुम यार. ठीक है, नंबर लिखो. मैं व्हाट्सएप नहीं करूँगी, घर में चेक होता है. मेरा नंबर है 99300003. और नाम भी बता दूं, वो भी भूल गए क्या? मेरा नाम है डॉली मलखानी. ठीक है, रखती हूँ. बाय बाय.
अब आएगा मजा. बस रात का इंतजार है.
यार थोड़ी देर इंतजार कर लेते. मम्मी अभी अभी तो सोने गई है. ये किसका नंबर है? कौन कॉल कर रहा है मुझे इस वक्त? यार थोड़ी देर इंतजार कर लेते. मम्मी अभी अभी तो सोने गई है. कौन हो तुम? ये नंबर तुम्हें कहाँ से मिला?
मैं अंतर्यामी। तुम्हारा ये नंबर अब तुम्हारे बॉयफ्रेंड के अलावे बस अब मेरे पास। तुम्हारे नंबर से मुझे कुछ फोटो मिला है जो तुमने अपने बॉयफ्रेंड को भेजा है। कहो तो केवल तुम्हें सेंड करूं?
क्या चाहते हो तुम?
अंधा क्या चाहेगा? 2 आंख।
क्या मतलब?
ज्यादा कुछ नहीं, बस 50,000 रुपए और एक।
पागल हो गए हो क्या?
नहीं, मैं तो पागल नहीं, लेकिन तुम जिस लड़की के प्यार में पागल हो उसके बारे में दुनिया नहीं जानती है। कहो तो दोनों के फोटो को एडिट करके दुनिया को दिखा दो क्या?
In these circumstances, please contact cyber police. Don't share your photos to unknown friends. Don't share your personal number in unknown place or to unknown people.
Thank you. Today, after the completion of the session, we can see my beloved brother, Honorable Justice Mohit Shah, has given a bird's eye view with regarding to the gist of legal provisions of different enactments, including IPC, BNS, case laws of the apex court, enlightening on different aspects of child rights. Further, he enlightened on the aspect of data and case management relating to girl child and also about the need of judicial reforms. The other resource person, Dr. Amit Kumar Jain, IPS, CID, has also enlightened us on patriarchal society of our country, gender and discrimination. He also enlightened on the provisions of BNS, constitutional safeguards, and other enactments, including the statistics, and also about the government machinery relating to Mission Shakti schemes and policies. The last resource person, Sri Prashant Kumar, Director of Panchayat Raj Department, also has enlightened us about the availability of the integrated service delivery, and he enlightened about the helpline architecture implementations, One Helpline, One Nation, Mission Vatsalaya, of activities, missing of child, rescuing of the child, tracing the family members of the child, rehabilitation, till the end of the case follow-up, till the end of the case is closed, and the roles and responsibilities of different agencies, including the implement and infrastructure, misreporting of the case details and studies of all the 5 districts. After important deliberations of the resource persons, I thank each one of them for their valuable contributions. Hope the collaboration of the government departments, that is police, social welfare, Panchayat Raj Department, and UNICEF, we can save the girl child and safeguard and raise her with dignity. I thank Honorable Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad sir for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. So we would conclude this session, and I hope everyone has something to take away from the present session. Please implement the legal laws, various provisions which have been dwelled upon. Therefore, it is very important that all these stakeholders have a role to play, and they should play their respective roles. Either it be the enforcement agencies or the courts who have to ensure that the criminals are booked and the law prevails. Thank you very much.
I thank all the dignitaries for such a valuable technical session. We had a very engaging discourse that enriched our understanding and opened new perspectives. अब मैं मंच पर रोशनी परवीन को आमंत्रित करूंगी। रोशनी हमारे समाज की वह बेटी है, वह महिला है जो एक जीवंत उदाहरण है कि हम प्रतिकूल परिस्थितियों को अपने अनुकूल कैसे बना सकते हैं। 13-14 वर्ष की आयु में बाल विवाह और बाद में बाल विवाह में फंसती बच्चियों को निकालने का अभियान। आइए एक प्रेरणा से मिले रोशनी की कहानी उन्हीं की जुबानी।
आदरणीय मंचसीन अतिथिगण, माननीय जज साहबान, बिहार पुलिस के वरिष्ठ अधिकारीगण, वकील साथियों, यूनिसेफ के प्रतिनिधिगण और यहाँ उपस्थित
सभी सम्मानित जनों को मेरा सलाम, मेरा प्रणाम। मैं रोशनी परवीन बिहार के किशनगंज जिले से हूँ। मैं भी कभी बाल विवाह की पीड़ित रही हूँ। उस समय जब मुझे अपनी भविष्य की नींव, शिक्षा और सपनों पर रखनी थी, उसी उम्र में मुझे कठिन परिस्थितियों का सामना करना पड़ा। मैं एक बाल विवाह, घरेलू हिंसा की पीड़ित से गुजर चुकी हूँ और उसी के साथ मैंने अपनी सोसाइटी, अपनी समुदाय से, मैं जब अपने आप को उस समुदाय से बाहर निकाली तो बहुत कठिन परिस्थितियों के साथ बाहर निकाली हूँ, लेकिन उस समुदाय ने हमारा उस समय विरोध किया। हमने अपनी शिक्षा को जारी रखा और अपने अंदर में मैंने जो अपने अंदर अपार शक्तियाँ होती है, सभी महिलाओं, सभी बच्चियों के अंदर एक अपार शक्तियाँ होती है, बस उसे पहचानने की ज़रूरत है। मैंने उस समय अपनी शक्तियों को पहचानी और आगे बढ़ी, अपनी पढ़ाई को जारी रखी। जारी रखने के साथ साथ मैं एक सिंगल मदर भी हूँ। उसी के साथ मैं अपना काम करना शुरू की। मैंने अपने जिलों में भी काम किया। उसी के साथ मैं अलग अलग संगठनों के साथ बाहर जाकर के भी काम की हूँ। जैसे मैं यूनिसेफ की बात कर रही हूँ कि यूनिसेफ के साथ सेव द चिल्ड्रेन, बाल रक्षा भारत, मैंने खगड़िया, दरभंगा के जिलों में बाल संरक्षण अधिकार, उसी के साथ शिक्षा को लेकर के, बाल विवाह रोकथाम को लेकर के मैंने काम करना शुरू किया। और जब मैं काम करते करते हमारे काम को अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर पहचान बनी। अगर मैं बात करूं, भारत की पहली प्रतिनिधि के रूप में हमें जेनेवा में विश्व युवा सम्मेलन में सम्मानित किया गया। ये पल सिर्फ हमारे लिए नहीं, पूरे भारत के लिए गर्व का पल था, क्योंकि पहली भारतीय महिला के रूप में बाल विवाह के काम को देखते हुए और हमारे काम को देखते हुए हमें अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर सराहना मिली। उसी के साथ हमने 60 से अधिक बच्चों को बाल विवाह से बचाया है। 200 से अधिक बच्चों को हमने स्कूल में जोड़े हैं, दोबारा पुनः नामांकन करवाया है। 10,000 लोगों में जागरूकता फैलाई है। 117 घरेलू हिंसा के मामले में देखे हैं। रोकथाम में प्रयास से, प्रशासन के सहयोग से, समुदाय के सहयोग से हमने ये काम को प्रयास किया, संगठनों के सहयोग से, यूनिसेफ के सहयोग से। इसी के साथ जब हम काम किए, काम के दौरान हमने ये भी सीखा कि जहाँ समुदाय, युवा और प्रशासन साथ खड़े होते हैं तो वहाँ सचमुच सभी बच्चियों और महिलाओं की ज़िंदगी बदल सकती है। अगर हमारा समुदाय और युवा और प्रशासन साथ खड़े नहीं होंगे तो हमारी महिलाएं और हमारी बच्चियों की ज़िंदगी बदलने में हम लोग इतना सक्षम नहीं हो पाते, हमारे अंदर में वो शक्ति नहीं आ पाती है। लेकिन हम महिला बाल विकास निगम मैम वंदना प्रियसी मैम को अपना प्रेरणा स्रोत, और मैं यूनिसेफ से गार्गी दी को अपना एक प्रेरणा स्रोत और एक मार्गदर्शक के रूप में हमेशा देखते हुए और हमेशा हमें एक सहयोग किए हैं, हम आगे उसी तरह देखते हुए काम को जारी रखी हूँ। और हमारे काम को देखते हुए, क्योंकि हम हमेशा एक महिला होकर के अक्सर ये सोचते हैं कि हमारे सभी रास्ते बंद हो जाते हैं, लेकिन मैंने ये सच देखा है और सीखा है कि संघर्ष से ही हमारी जीत होती है। और हमने ठान लिया और संघर्ष किया, मेहनत किया और ईमानदारी और विश्वास रखी, और उसी के साथ आज ये सफलता पाई हूँ। आप सबकी सहयोग से, दुआओं से, आशीर्वाद से। हम हमारे किशनगंज जिले के युवा साथी कासिम अलकौसरी का भी धन्यवाद करती हूँ कि उन्होंने भी हमें बहुत सहयोग किया, और आप सबकी सहयोग, दुआ, आशीर्वाद से ये संभव हो पाया है। और आगे भी मैं अभी वन स्टॉप सेंटर किशनगंज के केंद्र प्रशासक के रूप में कार्यरत हूँ, और उसी के साथ मेरी यही उम्मीद भी रहती है। रोज उन बेटियों और महिलाओं से मिलती हूँ जो हिंसा और अन्याय का सामना करती है। मैं उनका दर्द समझती हूँ, क्योंकि मैं खुद उस दौर से गुजर रही हूँ। इसलिए उनके लिए मैं काम करना सिर्फ मेरी जिम्मेदारी नहीं, बल्कि मेरा फर्ज भी है, और मैं उस फर्ज के साथ ईमानदारी के साथ काम करना चाह रही हूँ आगे भी। आदरणीय उपस्थिति जन, समाज तभी बदल सकता है जब हम सब मिलकर बेटियों के लिए सुरक्षित और सशक्त वातावरण बनाएंगे। बाल विवाह जैसी कुरीतियों को जड़ से समाप्त करना होगा और हर बेटियों को ये एहसास दिलाना होगा कि उसके सपने पूरे करने के हक उसे भी है। हर बेटियों को हमें एहसास दिलाना बहुत ज़रूरी है। हमारा परिवार, मैम की सभी बातें हमें दिल छू जाती है। आज भी उन्होंने कहा कि सबसे पहले हमारा परिवार आता है, और परिवार अगर बच्चों का संरक्षण करे तो बच्चे सही मार्गदर्शन में जा करके वो अपने भविष्य को चुन सकते हैं, अच्छे और बेहतर भविष्य बना सकते हैं। इसी के साथ अंत में मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहूँगी, अगर परिस्थितियाँ मुझे तोड़ नहीं सकती तो हमारी सामूहिक कोशिश भी इस समाज की बुराई को तोड़ सकती है। बस हमें हमेशा हर पल एक साथ और एक सजग होकर के काम करने की आवश्यकता है, और आगे भी आप सबकी सहयोग से मैं काम करूंगी। और फिर से मैं इसमें उपस्थित सभी साथियों और खास करके यूनिसेफ की सभी प्रतिनिधियों को और बंकुदा को, गार्गी दी को, सभी साथियों को मैं दिल से धन्यवाद करती हूँ कि हमको हमेशा सहयोग किए हैं। और आज इस अवस्था में कि मैं हर जगह पे जा कर के अपनी कहानी बताती हूँ ताकि और भी महिलाएं, बच्चे इससे प्रेरणा ले और आगे बढ़े। बस हमें हमारी ताकत को पहचानने की ज़रूरत है। हमारे जो हर रास्ते हम सोचते हैं बंद हो जाते हैं, उन्हें खोलने के लिए हम ईमानदारी और संघर्ष करें, हमारे सभी बंद रास्ते खुल जाते हैं। तो बस इतनी ही कह के मैं अपनी बात को समाप्त करती हूँ। आप सबकी दुआ और सहयोग से आगे कार्य करूँगी। धन्यवाद।
जहां मुझे अंधेरों में धकेलना चाहा, मैंने वहीं सूरज का रास्ता बनाया। धन्यवाद रोशनी। अब हम दो और जाबाज बेटियों की गाथा से रूबरू होंगे। ये हैं पूजा कुमारी एवं गुलाबसा परवीन। ये दोनों खुद कई प्रताड़नाओं का शिकार बनी और कई विपदाओं, बाधाओं से जूझने के पश्चात उत्तरजीवियों या यूं कहें विजेताओं की भांति जीत हासिल कर समाज में अन्य नारियों के लिए मिसाल कायम कर गईं। कहते हैं, जाके पाँव न फटी बिवाई, सो क्या जाने पीर पर आई। अर्थात जिसने स्वयं कष्ट न सहा हो वो दूसरों के दर्द को नहीं समझ सकता। आइए आज हम जीवंत उदाहरण से इनके कष्टों पर न सिर्फ सहानुभूति दर्शाएं बल्कि करीब से महसूस करने का सथक प्रयास भी करें।
यहाँ पे उपस्थित सभी सर एवं मैम को मेरा नमस्कार। मेरा नाम पूजा कुमारी है। मैं आज इस मंच पे आप सभी को मैं अपनी जर्नी के छोटे से हिस्से से आपको रूबरू करवाऊंगी कि कैसे मैंने सरवाइव किया अपने बचपन से लेकर अभी तक ले। तो मेरा नाम पूजा कुमारी है। जब मैं बहुत छोटी थी तो मेरे पिताजी का देहांत हो गया था। तो अब मैं और मेरी एक बहन, बड़ी बहन थी और मेरी मम्मी, जिस कारण लोगों ने मेरी मम्मी का पुनर्विवाह करवा दिया। तो जो समाज के लोग थे और जो हमारे रिश्तेदार थे, जो हमारे दूसरी दादी लोग थी, वो हमें बहुत ही बुरी तरीके से ट्रीट करने लगी, मारपीट करने लगी। तो जिस कारण मेरी बहन ने और हमने सोचा कि हम अपने नानी के घर जाएंगे। तो हम उस घर दादा दादी के घर से निकल के हम अपने नानी के घर जाने के लिए निकल गए घर से। बट हम जब पटना जंक्शन पे पहुँचे तो हम जब बस में बैठ रहे तो हम बहुत ज़्यादा छोटे थे, जिस कारण हमें बस वाला बैठा नहीं रहे थे कि आप अपने मम्मी पापा के साथ आओ, आप अकेले कहाँ जाओगे। तो हम दोनों उतर के कहीं खोज ही रहे थे किसी जगह पर, जिस कारण मैं और मेरी बहन भी अलग हो गए। तो मैं अकेले हो गई थी और मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा था कि मैं क्या करूँ, कहाँ जाऊँ। तो एक बंजारे लोग थे, उन्होंने मुझे देखा और पूछा कि आप कहाँ हो, कहाँ जाना है, आप कहाँ से हो। तो मुझे नहीं पता चल रहा था कि मैं क्या बोलूँ क्या नहीं बोलूँ। उन्होंने कहा कि अगर आपको समझ नहीं आ रहा तो आप हमारे साथ रहो, हम आपको अपनी बेटी की तरह रखेंगे, खाना पीना कपड़ा सब देंगे। तो मैंने भी कुछ नहीं कहा, मैं उन्हीं के साथ चली गई। जब मैं वहाँ गई तो मुझे सही गलत का पता नहीं था कि क्या सही है क्या गलत है। उन्होंने जैसे गाइड किया, जो कहा मैंने वही किया। बट कुछ समय रहते रहते वहाँ पे भी सेम परिस्थितियाँ आने लगी कि मारपीट, बहुत सारे ऐसे इश्यूज आने लगे। बट मैंने चैलेंजेस को फेस किया। वहाँ रह के मैंने सर्वाइव करना सीखा कि हम ट्रैवल कैसे कर सकते हैं रास्तों को आना जाना सीख लिया था, जिस कारण मुझे लगा कि मैं यहाँ नहीं रह सकती, मुझे अपने नानी के घर जाना। तो मैं वहाँ से भी निकल कर अपने नानी के घर खोजने के लिए मैं पटना वापस आई थी, बट किसी कारण मैं बहुत खोजने की कोशिश की पर मिल नहीं पाया मेरा घर। तो जब मैं सड़क पे थी तो एक आदमी ने चालन को कॉल किया था। चालन के द्वारा मुझे बालिका गृह निशांत गायघाट पटना में रखा गया। जब गायघाट पटना में मैं गई थी तो मुझे समझ नहीं आया था कि ये कौन सी जगह है। ऐसा भी कोई शिष्याइस होते हैं जो बच्चों को देख रेख करते हैं, मुझे इस तरह का आइडिया नहीं था। मैं बहुत ज़्यादा डरी हुई थी, बट मैंने वहाँ पे रहकर चीज़ों को समझा और देखा कि क्या क्या होता है। जब वहाँ पे मैंने देखा कि सब पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं, सब बच्चे खेल कूद रहे हैं, तो मैंने भी उसी तरह से उसी रूटीन में अपने आप को ढाल लिया। मैंने भी अच्छे से पढ़ाई, जब मैंने बहुत अच्छे से पढ़ाई करना स्टार्ट कर दिया तो हमारी जो सुपरिटेंडेंट थी उस समय, उन्होंने मेरा बिहार बोर्ड ओपन स्कूलिंग में एडमिशन करवा दिया था 10th में। तो मैंने वहीं से 10th किया था। जब मैंने 10th किया तो मेरी उम्र उसके बाद मेरी 18+ हो गई थी। तो मुझे बाहर जब निकालना था तो DGP के द्वारा मेरी एक सरकारी संस्था में मेरी नौकरी लगा दी गई थी। जब मुझे नौकरी लगाई दी गई थी तो आइडिया नहीं था कि बाहर अकेले कैसे सर्वाइव करना। फिर धीरे धीरे सभी ने मुझे गाइड किया कि आपको क्या करना है। मैंने आगे की पढ़ाई भी अपनी जारी रखी। मैंने 12th में एडमिशन करवाया बिहार ओपन स्कूलिंग में। 2023 में मैंने 12th भी कंप्लीट की। उसके बाद मुझे AOP आफ्टर केयर आउटरीच प्रोग्राम से जोड़ा गया, जिसके दौरान मैंने कंप्यूटर भी कोर्स अपना कंप्लीट किया और साथ ही मैंने ग्रेजुएशन IGNOU से साइकोलॉजी सब्जेक्ट में मैंने फर्स्ट ईयर का एडमिशन करवाया, जिसके बाद मुझे आफ्टर केयर फंड से भी जोड़ा गया, जिसमें मुझे मंथली 4000 देना स्टार्ट किया गया, जिससे मैं अपने पढ़ाई को और आगे जारी रख सकूं। क्योंकि मेरी इनकम इतनी अच्छी नहीं थी कि मैं उस सैलरी से पढ़ाई और अपने खर्चे को साथ में चला सकूं लेकर। तो जब मुझे आफ्टर केयर फंड मिलने लगा तो मैंने अपनी पढ़ाई को और अच्छे से जारी रखा। इसी के दौरान मुझे एक लिव फेलोशिप प्रोग्राम आया था उदयन केयर के द्वारा, तो मैंने उस फॉर्म को फिल किया था, जिसमें मैंने एक सब्जेक्ट लिया था लीगल डॉक्यूमेंट्स। क्योंकि मैं जब निकली थी तो मेरे पास प्रॉपर डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं थे और मैंने कुछ केयर लीवर से भी बात की थी, उन लोग के पास भी प्रॉपर डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं थे। तो मैंने इसी सब्जेक्ट को चुन के मैंने लिव फेलोशिप में फॉर्म फिल किया था। फिर मेरा चयन हो गया था। अभी मैं लिव फेलोशिप में कार्य कर रही हूँ, जिसमें लीगल डॉक्यूमेंट है। इसमें सर मैम सभी मुझे सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं कि मैं कैसे कैसे काम को कर सकती हूँ, कैसे कैसे अपने सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स को बनवा सकती हूँ। मेरा यही कहना है कि जो मुझे मिला है, मैं चाहती हूँ कि जो भी CCI से बच्चे निकले वो सभी को मिले और वो सभी वो चीज़ पाए जो मैंने पाया है। और साथ ही में मेरा सफ़र का यही दिखा था कि बाल संरक्षण जैसे CCI और DCP SCPS ऑफिस हो या कोई भी ऑफिस, जिसने मुझे NGO हो सपोर्ट किया, उस तरह सब बच्चों को सपोर्ट किया। सही गाइडेंस ही मैं यहाँ तक ले पहुँच पाई, नहीं तो मैं कहीं ना कहीं बहुत ज़्यादा भटक गई होती। कोई जान भी नहीं पाता कि पूजा नाम की भी कोई लड़की थी। थैंक यू। मैं सभी को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ जिन्होंने मुझे मार्गदर्शन दिखाया जो मैं यहाँ पर करती हूँ। थैंक यू।
आप सभी को नमस्कार। मैं बिहार के छोटे से गांव मसौड़ी के रहने वाली हूं। मेरा नाम गुलाबशाह है। मैं अपने पास्ट के बारे में बताना चाहूँ तो मैं जब 14 साल की थी तो मेरी शादी एक 35 साल के उम्र के लड़के से करा दिया गया। शादी के बाद जब मैं ससुराल गई तो मेरे साथ बहुत मारपीट हुआ, गाली गलौज वगैरह, ये सब जो एक डोमेस्टिक बैलेंस होता है वो सारा चीज़ हुआ मेरे साथ। जब मैंने अपनी फैमिली को कॉल किया कि मुझे यहाँ नहीं रहना है, मुझे यहाँ बहुत सारी परेशानियाँ हो रही है, तो मेरे फैमिली वालों ने कहा कि तुम्हारी शादी हो चुकी है और तुमको वहीं रहना है क्योंकि तुम्हारा वही घर है, हम लोग कुछ नहीं कर सकते। मैंने बहुत सारे प्रयास किए हैं, अपने दादा दादी को कॉल किए और दीदी को, तो दादा बोले कि तुम्हारे लिए मेरा घर बंद है, तुम यहाँ नहीं आ सकती हो। बहुत कोशिश करने के बावजूद मुझे जब कोई रास्ता नहीं मिला तो मैं एक दिन घर अपने ससुराल से भाग गई और मैं भाग करके मतलब किसी अनजान ट्रेन पे चढ़ गई। मुझे वो पता नहीं था कि वो ट्रेन कहाँ जाने वाला है और मुझे कहाँ तक ले जाएगा। मैं वहाँ फिर वो ट्रेन मैं मुंबई पहुँची, मुंबई आशा सदन होम में। तो वहाँ से जब मैं बिहार की रहने वाली हूँ, तो वहाँ महाराष्ट्र है, तो उसका लैंग्वेज ये सब वगैरह मुझे समझ में नहीं आता था, तो उन्होंने ट्रांसफ़र मुझे आशा किरण होम में किया। आशा किरण होम में मैंने 7 और 8 पढ़ाई की। उसके बाद फिर जब 18 एवब हो गया तो मेरा होम वाले ने मुझे घर भेज दिया। जैसे कि मैं घर जाना नहीं चाहती, कि मुझे पता है कि घर जाने के बाद मेरा कुछ नहीं होने वाला। फिर भी मुझे घर भेजा गया। घर में जाने के बाद तरह तरह की बातें, मतलब जितने भी नेगेटिव थॉट्स आ सकते हैं लोगों के मन में कि 2 साल यहाँ वहाँ वगैरह, एक लड़की के लिए कितना मुश्किल होता है वो सारी चीज़ सहना, वो मुझे सहना पड़ा। घर गई, घर में मुझे इसलिए ले जाया गया कि कहा गया कि हम तुमको बढ़िया से पढ़ाएंगे, तुम जो बोलोगी वो करेंगे, मतलब जो तुम्हारे मर्जी से सारा चीज़ होगा। पर वैसा नहीं हुआ। फिर से वही शादी के लिए खोज, वही लड़का, वही टॉर्चर, वही मतलब बहुत अतः तक, मतलब कि जितने पेरेंट्स हैं वो गलत गलत बातें कर रहे हैं। तो मैंने फिर मेरे पास कुछ डिपार्टमेंट्स के नंबर थे, जैसे शाइनी दीदी हो गई, ये संगीता मैम है, तो मैंने उनको कॉल किया। पहले मैं जिस होम से निकली थी मैंने उनको संपर्क करने की कोशिश की, पर उन्होंने कुछ नहीं, 18+ हो गया है तो हम तुम लोग को वापस नहीं ले सकते हैं, ऐसा गवर्नमेंट हम लोग को नहीं बताया। तो फिर मैंने शाइनी दी से हेल्प किया। शाइनी दी ने संगीता मैम को बताया। संगीता मैम ने नेहा मैम का नंबर दिया, जो कि मोंजनी जी केक मोंजनी फैक्ट्री हमारा पूरे बिहार में फ्रेंचाइजी लिया गया है। तो उन्होंने वो मेरे को लेने आई थी। फिर मैं यहाँ आई मोंजनी केक फैक्ट्री में, मैंने वहाँ वर्क किया। अभी मैं हमारा एक शॉप है जो हम लोगों ने खुद खोला है, उस शॉप का मैं मैनेजमेंटिंग करती हूँ। केक शॉप है हमारा, उस केक का शॉप का मैनेजमेंट करती हूँ। और मुझे बहुत सारी चीज़ आते हैं, जैसे कि मुझे बेल्डिंग करना आता है, मेंटेनेंस का सारा वर्क आता है। मैंने साइकिल मतलब सीखा, मैंने स्कूटी सीखा। और अभी मैं बोर्ड का एग्ज़ाम भी देने वाली हूँ। तो मुझे लगता है कि उस समय सिचुएशन ऐसा आता है, मैं बस ये कहना चाहूँगी कि कोई कोई लड़कियाँ होती कि इस सिचुएशन से मतलब जल्दी निकल नहीं पाती हैं, और मतलब सुसाइड कर लें या फिर ऐसा वगैरह, कुछ उनको रास्ता नहीं मिलता हो। तो मैं बस ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि अगर आप मेंटली स्ट्रांग हैं तो आप सारे सिचुएशन को झेल सकती हैं, मतलब आप उससे आगे भी बढ़ सकती हैं। तो बस मैं ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि आप स्ट्रांग रहेंगे तो आपके सामने वाला भी लोग स्ट्रांग रहेगा। जैसा आप सोचती हैं वैसा ही आगे वाला भी लोग होता है। बस थैंक यू।
ये सिर्फ पीड़िता नहीं, जिंदा गवाही हैं कि लड़कियां कभी हारती नहीं, वो हर बार नया जन्म ले ही लेती हैं। हम सबों को हिम्मत और प्रोत्साहन देने के लिए आप सबों को तहे दिल से शुक्रिया। With this, we move forward for our third technical session, and for the same, I would like to extend my invitation for the dais to the Chair, Honorable Mr. Justice Bibek Chaudhary, Judge, Patna High Court, the Co-Chair, Honorable Mrs. Justice Soni Srivastava, Judge, Patna High Court, the first resource person, Mr. Sameer Saurabh, DDC, Patna, and the second resource person, Mr. Anant Kumar Asthana, child rights lawyer. For the felicitation, I would now request Mr. Sushil Kumar, Registrar, Establishment, Patna High Court, to kindly felicitate Honorable Mr. Justice Bibek Chaudhary, Judge, Patna High Court. and also to felicitate Honorable Mrs. Justice Soni Srivastava, Judge, Patna High Court. Now I would request Ms. Meetu Singh, Registrar Judicial, Patna High Court, to felicitate Mr. Sameer Saurav, DDC, Patna, and also, ma'am, kindly felicitate Mr. Anant Kumar Asthana, Child Rights Lawyer.
Mr. Shomir Shoda, DDC Patna.
The topic of the third technical session is Effective Prevention Mechanism and its Functioning and Parenting Program for Safeguarding the Girl Child. Over to the chair. Thank you.
The Honorable Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, Chairman JJMC, Justice Mohit Shah, Member JJMC, Justice Alok Pandey, Justice Shaurendra Pandey, Justice Alok Kumar Sinha, sorry sir, Justice Shaurendra Kumar Sinha, other judges, no, I do not find other judges, the members of the administration, the judicial officers. Practically, we have reached the penultimate session of this day, but the thing is that we have started this session with a very heavy heart. When I have heard about the incident of Parveen, practically, my mother is no more under the earth, and I have lost my mother in 2021. Parveen, from this day I have treated you, though you will not be with me, I shall treat you as my mother. Because you are the emblem of Nari Shakti. You are the eye-opener for us, for the judges, for the judicial officers, and for the administration, administrative people, because of the fact that by their help, you have been stepped into a stage where, being a single mother, you can live a dignified life, and also you can maintain your child as a very responsible citizen of our country. You are younger to me, in spite of that, आपको हम नामन कहते हैं. The topic in this technical session is effective prevention mechanism and its functioning and parenting program for safeguarding the girl child. Throughout the day, we have heard various facets of law dealing with violence of girl child. So, now our scope of discussion is prevention mechanism, how it is to be effectively conducted, and parenting program. So, in this session, I shall not say anything about my subject or about anything regarding law or judicial pronouncements, etc. Throughout the day you have heard lots of these things, especially during the deliberation of Justice Shah, PowerPoint presentation of Dr. Amit Jain, presentation of the Secretary Child Welfare Department, laws as well as the recent pronouncements have been elaborately stated. So far as the prevention is concerned, you see, as per our constitutional setup, the job of prevention of a crime is upon the administrative authority and law enforcing agency. The role of the judiciary comes subsequently. When the prevention is not possible, prevention fails. And secondly, when the wrongdoer or offender commits some act or omission amounting to an offense, and the matter comes for adjudication of the case. Therefore, prevention is absolutely an administrative and law enforcing agencies subject. Here I should add that there is also a limited role of judiciary in the form of legal services authorities. Practically, the Legal Services Authorities Act says that it is the duty of the Legal Services Authority, DLSA, SLSA, NLSA, to hold legal awareness camp, pre-litigation camp, and this awareness also include the awareness against the violence against girl child. So therefore, if different organizations of the state government collaborates with the district legal services authority in the district level and state legal services authority in the state level, and the SLSA committee of the High Court grants the permission, then this prevention mechanism can be proceeded further, because so far as I understand, and in my humble opinion, the first and foremost job which is required to be done by the administration and law enforcement agency is to sensitize the people about the wrong committed against the girl child, to sensitize the people about the social anomalies, about the fact that the girls are our future mother. They are the creator of the universe, and unless there is no feminine gender under the earth, our existence was never possible. So this sensitization is absolutely necessary. When village people, when a mother and parents of the girl child would be sensitized, then they will not think that because a girl child is born, she should be thrown away. She should be given marriage even in her childhood. I would like to open my discussion by reading a portion of a letter by Rukma Bai. I will say her identity. It was published in Times of India on 26th June 1885. That is just about 140 years ago, where Rukma Bai wrote, and I quote, "Sir, I am one of those unfortunate Hindu women whose hard lot it is to suffer the unnameable miseries entailed by the custom of early marriage. This wicked practice has destroyed the happiness of my life. It comes between me and that thing which I prize above all others, study and mental cultivation. Without the least fault of mine, I am doomed to seclusion. Every aspiration of mine to rise above the ignorant sisters is looked upon with suspicion and is interpreted in the most uncharitable manner." We have crossed 140 years in the meantime. We have achieved our most cherished independence. We have the greatest written constitution of the earth. Now, a day may come very early where our mental faculty may be taken away by the AI-generated machine. But the condition of the girls remains the same. Here lies the reason for prevention of those offenses of child marriage, of sexual abuse, of violation of girl child, of lack of education, and other child labor, and other provisions. I shall conclude saying disclosing the identity of Rukma Bai. Rukma Bai was born in 1864. When she was 2 years, her father died. Her mother married to another person when she was 6 years of old. When she was 11 years of old, she was given marriage with the cousin of his stepfather. We are getting the similarity of Parveen's case. She did not go to her sasural. When she attained puberty, at that point of time, after attainment of puberty, the lady does not have any authority to say that I will not go to my matrimonial home. So after she attained puberty, she was forced to go to her matrimonial home, which she denied. Her husband filed a suit for restitution of conjugal rights. Trial court dismissed the suit because of the fact that there is no law of restitution of conjugal rights in 1888 in western province of Mumbai. Her husband filed an appeal. Appeal was allowed, and the decree of restitution of conjugal rights was allowed. Against that order, she herself made an application before Queen Victoria, and Queen Victoria, exercising her special power, annulled the marriage. Thereafter, in 1894, she became the first lady who did her MD, Doctor of Medicine, from England, and she joined in Rajkot Hospital in 1895. Up to 1929, he worked as a doctor, and thereafter, after her retirement, she started staying at Mumbai, and thereafter in 1955, she died. After her retirement, she started a journal called Parda. Parda is not the ghungat or burqa. Parda is the social taboos. Porda is the offenses against women and child, which we require to just tear away and bring our girl children at the forefront so that our all-round development of the country is possible. To end my submission, let me quote Swami Vivekananda, who stated that a nation cannot flourish keeping the women folk ignorant and illiterate. So, this is the effective mechanism which we should initiate and start. Already it has been initiate, or we should carry forward, if possible, with the help of the state judiciary and my brothers and sisters of the district judiciary. Now, I leave the podium for Mr. Shomi Shaurav, who will speak on behalf of the District Magistrate of Patna, Mr. Shaurav. Thank you.
बहुत सारे बुक्स लेके आए थे लेकिन
A very good evening to all Honorable Chairman and members of JJMC, Honorable Judges, Patna High Court, esteemed guests and participants of this one-day state-level consultation program on this topic, safeguarding the girl child towards a safer and enabling environment for her in India. I would like to start my presentation by bifurcating the topic into two parts. In the first part, I would like to address the issues related to effective prevention mechanism, and in the second part, I will discuss about parenting programs and welfare mechanisms that has been implemented by the district administration in Patna. Before going into the topic, I would like to highlight these 5 articles, especially Article 14, 15, 21, 21A, which are the fundamental rights, and the directive principle of state policy, that is Article 39F, which mandates the state to direct its policies so that the children are given opportunities in a healthy way and in the conditions of freedom and dignity. So in the first part, when we talk about prevention mechanism and its functioning, there are several acts which have been created which enables district administration to work so that the rights, the dignity of a girl child is restored. One of those acts is PC and PNDT Act, which is Preconception and Prenatal Diagnostic Techniques Act 1994. Some of the basic features which I would like to highlight over here is all the institutions, medical establishments, which can determine the sex of a fetus has to be registered under this act, under section 18. It is mandatory for them to maintain the records, and it is mandatory on the part of the government to create awareness among the public at large. We all have been to medical establishments and we have seen that there are always billboards and placards saying that there is prohibition on the sex determination. So these all are covered under PC and PNDT Act. At the district level, what we did is we randomly went to different establishments and found many of them disobeying the rules. And in the last year itself, we have already filed cases against 20 ultrasound centers and diagnostic clinics for disobeying the rule. Another act which enables us in implementing implementing and enabling a safer environment for girl child is Prohibition of Child Marriage Act 2006. In this act, the act does not simply prohibits child marriage, but it also protects and provides relief to the victim by declaring a child marriage void, or by forcing the returning of any valuables exchanged in the due course of the marriage, or even about maintenance. In Prohibition of Child Marriage Act, the government of Bihar since 2018 has initiated a massive campaign so that people are sensitized, people know about the reliefs being provided by this act or the penalties that are associated with the act. In 2018 itself, there was a massive human chain campaign which was organized, and we were able to communicate to the people through our information, education and communication programs that we have to avoid child marriage at all cost. The government schemes focus on improving girl-child literacy also, so that the age of marriage can be increased. There is an empirical data. We all know that Bihar has the highest TFR in India. It's in the range of 3 at this particular point of time. But when we delve deeper into that TFR data, we found out that when a woman is highly educated, that means if she is graduate or postgraduate, the TFR data of such women of Bihar was comparable or even better than the other states, especially western states and southern states. So that was a very encouraging figure for us, that we must promote girl-child education, so that when the girl child gets education, eventually what happens that the age of marriage of the girl child increases, and it helps in both eliminating this menace as well as improving the TFR of our state. When we talk about Child Marriage Act, we give special care on Akshaya Tritiya. Akshaya Tritiya is a pious date for Hindu Dharma. On this date, we have seen many cases of child marriages happening. So we take very special care. Our camps are going on. We go to villages and sensitize people about the ill effects of child marriages and try to stop them then and there. For the effectiveness of Child Marriage Act, BDOs and SDOs, Block Development Officers and Subdivisional Officers have been designated as Child Marriage Prohibition Officers at their respective jurisdictions. Different mechanisms like Child Helpline, Child Welfare Committee, Office of Women and Child Development Corporation, Special Juvenile Police Unit, Child Welfare Police Officers have been deployed at different levels so that we stop this menace of child marriage in our state. In total, last year in 2024, we were able to stop 34 child marriages, and this year, till now, this number has risen to 19. And we are very confident that through the help of this child helpline and other mechanisms, we will be able to stop the child marriages in a greater number in our district. One such other act which deserves a worthy mention over here is the POXO Act. The structures, actually sir has already told us that we have already discussed about the act and the legal implications. So I will just be focusing on the aspect on which the district administration is focusing. As a rehabilitation measure for the victims of this POXO Act, we have Balika Gris in our district. We provide medical, psychiatric and psychological support if needed, and various awareness programs related to POXO Act is being run by district administration under the aegis of Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. Another act which is very much related to the protection of girl child is Juvenile Justice Act. In the Juvenile Justice Act, we have different structural components like JJB, CWC, special courts, special juvenile police unit. We have different homes, observation homes, special home, place of safety, Bal Grih, Balika Grih, specialized adoption agencies. In our district, In last year, we had sent 66 girls to Balika Grids, and we were able to restore 224 girls to their family members. And on the recommendation of POXO Code, DLSA provided ex gratia amounts to 73 victims which under this particular act. And we also have residential accommodation facilities for the children in need for care and protection, especially girl child, in institutions like Balika Grih and specialized adoption agencies. Apart from the acts, we have this institution, we have this child helpline 1098, which is 24/7 emergency toll-free number. In the last year, when we were able to stop 34 child marriages, all of them were tipped by this child helpline only. Most of the callers were the girl child who had called this 1098 number, and we were able to mobilize our officers from the ground level, and we were able to stop this child marriage. Apart from the child helpline, we have a permanent booth of Railway Child Help Desk in Patna Junction, because we all know that the human trafficking happens at a large scale through our railway stations. So we have a permanent booth over there, and our child helpline nodal officers visit Rajendra Nagar Terminal and Danapur station on a regular basis to identify any such menace happening. In the second part of my presentation, when we will be talking about parenting programs or the welfare mechanisms that the state has given to the safeguarding of the girl child. In the institutional measures, different departments are functioning in tandem, in coherence to provide benefits, be it financial benefits or be it providing basic education to our girl child. At first, we have social welfare department, which has specialized adoption agencies, which have Balika Grids. We in Patna, we have a very dedicated government deaf and dumb middle school, Gyan, Patna, where deaf and dumb girls are being provided special education. We have special teachers over there in Gyan. In education department, various Kasturba Balika Vidyalayas at the level of blocks have been established. 33 Vidyalayas are running right now, in which 3,437 children, girl children are residing and getting their education. We rope in various institutions, various agencies. We ask for CSR funds from various agencies. In one such particular case, we have established AI-related labs in our Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalaya with the help of NTPC, National Thermal Power Center. We have various other departments which are running residential schools and residential hostels, like Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Welfare Department have 2 schools, BC and EBC Welfare Department have 2 residential schools, Minority Welfare Department have 2 hostels, namely Mother Teresa Minority Hostel and Sarojini Naidu Hostel. So all these institutions, all these departments are running institutions in tandem, and we all make sure that the girls residing there are provided with best possible care. Non-institutional measures like the government schemes which are being provided by us include Mukhyamantri Kanya Vivah Yojana, Mukhyamantri Kanna Utthan Yojana, in which we have given benefits to the tune of lakh to the government, to the girl child of Patna district. One particular thing worth mentioning over here is that Mukhyamantri Balika Cycle Yojana, under this scheme last year itself, we have provided bicycles to 30,000 girl child. These bicycles are being provided to high school going girls, so that because the high schools are at panchayat level, so if a girl has to travel to high school, she has to go through 2 or 3 villages to reach the school. So the government provides 3,000 rupees for purchasing a bicycle. There was a Harvard study also on this particular scheme, and it has proven that because of this particular scheme, the enrollment of girl child in high schools have increased. Through Government of Bihar, we have a very particular scheme in which we provide 300 rupees per year to students of class 7 to 12 for the purchasing of menstrual pads, so that their menstrual hygiene also taken care by the government. Apart from this, we have Beti Bachao Beti Padhao, an umbrella scheme in which all the sensitization and education of citizens take place, and we improve the efficacy of welfare services. There are different programs like Beti Janmotsav, Poshan Abhiyan, orientation program, organization of sports day, celebration of National Girl Child Day on 24th January and International Girl Child Day on 11th October, self-defense programs, baby show in Anganwadi Kendras, and a coffee with district magistrate program in which 40-50 girl child from different government schools are brought to collectorate, and officials of the Patna district administration listen to the issues. Sometimes the issues are related to the school, sometimes to the entire village. We listen to them and we give them the highest priority whenever we are implementing our schemes. These are some of the initiatives taken by Patna district administration and Municipal Commission of Patna, which include dedicated pink bus services for all females, including girl child also. Pink toilets and mobile pink toilets have been facilitated for girls and women in Patna, and also wayside amenities development program is on horizon. We have already identified some places where wayside amenities will be developed so that people traveling, especially the girl child or the women traveling on roads, will have the amenities available. At last, I would like to conclude my presentation by focusing on this special reservation in government jobs and Panchayati Raj institutions for women. It has helped a lot in creating an environment for all women, including girl child. Whenever we are giving 35% horizontal reservation to all women, so what is happening is the narrative in the village is that if there is a girl child, they promote their education saying that there is a reservation. You go and study, there are higher chances of you getting a government job. In the recently concluded Mahila Samvad by the Bihar government, we were able to visit many villages, and in almost all the villages, we were able to find out someone in police department, someone in education department, someone in medical department who had taken the benefit of this particular reservation scheme. So I would like to conclude by this presentation. Thank you very much.
Now I would request Mr. Anand Kumar Asthana, child rights lawyer, to disseminate your resources.
With the permission of chair and my co-chair, I'll take not more than 15 minutes. The lady Rukma Bai, which Honorable Justice mentioned, she was convicted by the High Court. She was convicted for the High Court, and she said, I will prefer to go to jail rather than accept this child marriage. Single judge had protected her, Justice Pinhay. And if you look at the judgment, Justice Pinhay judgment has been cited by the Supreme Court.
And it was the judgment of Justice Bailey.
Right.
It was the judgment of Justice Bailey who convicted him.
The judge was a century ahead at that time. The public opinion was against the judge. But it was the courage of that girl. She said, okay, law is not with me, I will accept the law. Please punish me. When she said, I will go to jail, I will not go to the man, I will go to jail. Now, her decision created a massive uproar. The Hindu society could not imagine that a girl will land up in jail. The moral guilt that was caused because the girl decided to face the law. Now, look at the courage of that little girl. Because of the determination and the bravery of the girl, the law had to bend itself. The society had to bend itself. And that's where that glorious journey towards India getting is one of this earliest doctor. This girl's story has been cited by Honorable Supreme Court in the recent judgment. Rukma Bai's story has been cited. And also Fulmani Das, two girls. Please do read the story. I'm very grateful that this story has been narrated. Otherwise, the discussion was getting too much into law, which I will also eventually go there. But please do study this story of Rukma Bai. Fulmani Das, on the other hand, though she was also a victim of child marriage, both were 11 years of age. when they were married. Both were 11 years of age. And at that time, child marriage did not have a social stigma the way we have now. Now we don't find anybody justifying child marriage, but that time you could not criticize child marriage. In fact, there were movements against when British were trying to raise the age. Anyway, Fulmani Das died. She could not survive. And because of Fulmani Das' death, the law on consent developed. So I'm very grateful, but also please look at the courage, because the majority of the audience is of judicial officers. We must not lose sight of the courage which Justice Pinhe displayed at that time. It's largely because of him that the future journey of that girl progressed. He was the original one who stood by the girl, and in his small judgment he has said that the law is not with me, law is not with the girl, but still I will protect this girl. I have made 7 points which I want to present before you. 7 बातें हैं जो हम आपके साथ रखेंगे, और मेरी अपेक्षा यही है कि इस पे कुछ काम हो जाए तो चीज़ें हमारी बेहतर होंगी. बहुत सारा काम हो रहा है. चाइल्ड मैरिज का आंकड़ा हम देख रहे थे, 2001 में 49% चाइल्ड मैरिज से 2021 में हम 23% बाल विवाह पर आए हैं. तो इम्प्रूवमेंट तो बहुत सारा हुआ है, बहुत मेहनत हुई है, पुलिस ने बहुत काम किया है, सरकारी अफसरों ने बहुत काम किया है, बहुत सारा काम हुआ है. लेकिन हमारे और भी चुनौतियां जो हैं वो बढ़ती चली जा रही हैं, तो उनको भी हमारी अपनी तैयारी रखनी है. सुबह जो बात हो रही थी कि प्रिवेंशन के ऊपर काम होना चाहिए, तो हमको लगता है प्रिवेंशन का मतलब है हमारी तैयारी होनी चाहिए. क्या समस्या है और उसके लिए हम कितने तैयार हैं, हमारी व्यवस्थाएं कितनी चाक चौबंद हैं, कितनी समझ के साथ हम लैंडस्केप को समझते हैं, हमारी दृष्टि समग्र है कि नहीं है. तो चूँकि हम इस स्पेस को किसी सरकारी पद पर न बैठ करके एक वकील की दृष्टि से देखते हैं, तो हम पुलिस में भी देखते हैं, हम न्यायपालिका में जो काम हो रहा है उसको भी देखते हैं, जो एकेडमिक लेवल पर काम हो रहा है उसको भी देखते हैं, और जो समाज में जो लोग जिसको भुगत रहे हैं, जैसा चल रहा है उस पर भी नज़र रहती है. उस आधार पर हम 7 चीज़ें इस मंच के माध्यम से आपके साथ साझा करना चाहते हैं. पहला चीज़, पॉक्सो एक्ट जब आया तो वो लैंगिक शोषण को देख रहा था. पॉक्सो एक्ट ने कहा मैंडेटरी रिपोर्टिंग करेंगे, ठीक. लेकिन आप ध्यान दीजिएगा, सेक्शन 19 में 2 मैंडेट हैं. एक मैंडेट पर बहुत काम हो गया, दूसरा मैंडेट छूट गया. वो मैंडेट क्या है? वो मैंडेट वही है जिसकी वजह से लोगों में मैंडेटरी रिपोर्टिंग के खिलाफ मन बन रहा है. लोग विरोध करने लगे हैं मैंडेटरी रिपोर्टिंग का. मैंडेटरी रिपोर्टिंग का विरोध असल में मैंडेटरी रिपोर्टिंग का विरोध नहीं है, वो पुलिस के काम करने के तरीके का विरोध है. कि हमने रिपोर्ट किया तो मेरे घर पुलिस पहुंच गई वर्दी में, अब हमको घर खाली करना पड़ रहा है, राइट. तो मैंडेटरी रिपोर्टिंग का कोई विरोध नहीं करता है, पुलिस को इत्तला होनी चाहिए. लेकिन हमारी तैयारी नहीं है, हमने पुलिस को वो प्रोटोकॉल दिया ही नहीं. पुलिस को ये पता है कि ऑफेंस हुआ है तो क्या करना है, लेकिन पुलिस को ये नहीं पता कि जहाँ केवल एप्रीहेंशन है, जहाँ केवल संदेह है, जहाँ केवल संभावना मात्र है, हो सकता है घटना अभी ना हुई हो, सूचना आई है शायद 2 महीने बाद हो जाएगी. तो प्रिवेंटिव काम पर हमने पुलिस को कोई गाइडलाइन दी नहीं है, पुलिस को हमने कोई सहयोग नहीं किया. पुलिस के ऑफिसर करना भी चाहें तो उनके पास कोई प्रोटोकॉल नहीं है. तो मेरा मानना ये है कि सेक्शन 19 में, पॉक्सो एक्ट के सेक्शन 19 में, जहाँ पुलिस को मैंडेटरी इन्फॉर्मेशन देने की बाध्यता है नागरिक पर, पहली है नॉलेज ऑफ कमीशन ऑफ ऑफेंस. तो अगर नॉलेज ऑफ कमीशन है, पुलिस को पता है क्या करना है. दूसरा है एप्रीहेंशन ऑफ कमीशन ऑफ एन ऑफेंस, अपराध हो सकता है. अब पुलिस को सूचना कर दी तो पुलिस के अधिकारी क्या करें? हमको उनको एक प्रोटोकॉल देना चाहिए. मुझे लगता है उससे हमारा जो सुरक्षा का जो तंत्र है वो बेहतर होगा. अगर हमारे बीट ऑफिसर्स या हमारे इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग ऑफिसर्स या हमारे SHOs को अगर लिखित में ये बात पता हो कि कैसे घरों में, कम्युनिटीज़ में बाल मैत्री, समाज मैत्री तरीके से इंटरवीन करना है उन मामलों में जहां अपराध हुआ नहीं है, हो सकता है, राइट. तो एक ये चीज़ हम आपके सामने रखना चाहते हैं। तो प्रोटोकॉल फॉर पुलिस फॉर आईओ, जो पॉक्सो के आईओ होते हैं वो, और जो जेजे एक्ट के तहत जो चाइल्ड वेलफेयर पुलिस ऑफिसर्स अपॉइंटेड हैं, हमको लगता है अगर ये एक हमारी तैयारी हो जाए तो थोड़ा सा हमारी जो अपराध को रोक देने की जो हमारी क्षमता है उसमें बढ़ोतरी होगी। दूसरा, सेवा बनाम भारत सरकार ने, माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने न्यायिक अधिकारियों को एड्रेस करते हुए कहा कि सुओ मोटो इंजंक्शन दीजिए बाल विवाह के मामलों में। ये माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने जुडिशियल मेजर्स का जो पैराग्राफ है उसमें पॉइंट बी, दो ही डायरेक्शन हैं जुडिशियल ऑफिसर्स के लिए, एम्पावरिंग मैजिस्ट्रेट्स टू टेक सुओ मोसो एक्शन ऑफ इशूइंग प्रिवेंटिव इंजंक्शन। तो हम अजय जी से पूछ रहे थे कि जिले में कौन मजिस्ट्रेट है जिसको ये जिम्मेदारी लेनी है कि मैं प्रिवेंटिव इंजंक्शन दूंगा? क्या कोई मजिस्ट्रेट जिले में है जिसको पता है कि ये प्रिवेंटिव इंजंक्शन की जिम्मेदारी मेरी है? अगर हम तय कर पाएंगे जिले में कौन मजिस्ट्रेट होगा जिसके ऊपर जिम्मेदारी होगी प्रिवेंटिव इंजंक्शन देने की, खास तौर से जब ऐसे त्यौहार होते हैं जहां शादियां होती हैं, तो शायद हमारा ये बाल विवाह को रोकने का और प्रिवेंटिव इंजंक्शन का जो एक सिस्टम है जिस पे उतना काम नहीं होता है, शायद वो गति हमारा पकड़ सकता है अगर हम थोड़ा सा इस विषय पर ध्यान दें कि कौन वो ऑफिसर होगा और उस ऑफिसर को पता हो कि तुम हो, ये काम आपका होगा। अब वो सीजीएम साहब होंगे, इलाका मजिस्ट्रेट होंगे, हमको नहीं पता, लेकिन कोई ना कोई मजिस्ट्रेट के ऊपर ये जिम्मेदारी तय होनी चाहिए। दूसरा, तीसरा बिंदु जो हम आपके साथ रखना चाहते हैं वो बस एक जानकारी के तौर पर, जस्ट राइट्स फॉर चिल्ड्रन अलायंस बनाम हरीश का जो मुकदमा है उसमें सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने कहा कि पॉक्सो एक्ट में हालांकि चाइल्ड पोर्नोग्राफी शब्द का प्रयोग हुआ है, तो सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने कहा है कि चाइल्ड पोर्नोग्राफी शब्द को हम एबॉलिश करते हैं। अपने अधिकारियों को, कोर्टों को कहा उन्होंने कि आप लोग अपने किसी आदेश में और जुडिशियल प्रोसीडिंग में चाइल्ड पोर्नोग्राफी शब्द का प्रयोग नहीं करेंगे। पैरा नंबर 228 में ये डायरेक्शन है। उन्होंने पार्लियामेंट को भी अनुरोध किया है कि आप देखिए पॉक्सो एक्ट को अमेंड करिए, लेकिन तब तक हम अपने अधिकारियों को तो हम कह ही सकते हैं कि चाइल्ड पोर्नोग्राफी शब्द का प्रयोग मत करिए। चाइल्ड सेक्सुअल एक्सप्लॉयटेटिव एंड अब्यूज मटेरियल शब्द हम कैसे प्रयोग करते हैं उससे हमारी सोच तय होती है ना। जब हम बाल अपराधी न कह करके विरुद्ध किशोर कहते हैं तो हमारी मनोदशा बदलती है उस बच्चे के प्रति, तो शब्दों का बड़ा महत्व होता है। तीसरी चीज़ ये। चौथा, हमारा जो मिशन वात्सल्य है उसमें पहले भी जो पुरानी गाइडलाइन थी और नई गाइडलाइन दोनों में एक बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण काम है जो थोड़ा सा एफर्ट इंटेंसिव है, वो है मैपिंग ऑफ फैमिलीज एट रिस्क। डीसीपीयू को करनी है। डीसीपीयू का सशक्तिकरण बिहार से ही शुरू हुआ था, ये मेरी जानकारी है। यूनिसेफ ने प्रोजेक्ट लॉन्च किया था, राइट गार्गी? जिला बाल संरक्षण इकाई बिहार से ही रफ्तार पकड़ी है। तो हमको तो अभी तो प्रशांत जी का हम सुन रहे थे कि वो जो हेल्पलाइन है वो भी पहला मॉडल यहीं से तय हुआ। तो हमको लगता है बिहार को तो एक कंपेंडियम बनाना चाहिए कि कौन कौन सी चीज़ें हैं जिनकी शुरुआत बिहार से हुई। हमको नहीं लगता बिहार के बहुत सारे साथियों को भी इस बात की जानकारी है कि इतना सारा काम हमारे यहाँ से ही आगे चल के निकला है। सीपीसी कमेटियाँ जो हैं, तो ये डीसीपीयू में डीसीपीयू का काम है। डीसीपीयू के 22 काम हैं जिला बाल संरक्षण इकाई, जिसका मुखिया अब डीएम होता है। पहले डीएम को केवल स्कीम में मुखिया बनाया गया था, मतलब अगर डीसीपीयू का कोई वायलेशन होगा तो डीएम विल नॉट बी स्टैचुरी लायबल, लेकिन अब स्टैचुरली डीएम इज हेडिंग द डीसीपीयू। इसका मतलब ये है कि अगर कोई डीसीपीयू का लैप्स है तो डीएम को उसकी जिम्मेदारी लेनी पड़ेगी कि साहब ये मेरा लैप्स हुआ है। तो ये प्रशासन को मजबूत करने की सरकार की पहल है कि डीएम को फ्रंट पे लाया गया है, और इसीलिए डीसीपीयू और डीएम दोनों मिल करके अगर ये जो एक कंपोनेंट है मिशन वात्सल्य में 2022 की जो अद्यतन गाइडलाइंस हैं उसमें पैरा नंबर 5 और 6 पर जो 22 फंक्शन है डीसीपीओ के, उसमें 5वां फंक्शन है आइडेंटिफाई फैमिलीज एट रिस्क। ऐसे परिवार जहां पर विक्षोभ है, उन परिवारों का पहचान जिले स्तर पर होना चाहिए। और साथ में फिर पंचायती राज इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, इन सबके साथ मिल करके उनको आइडेंटिफाई करिए। और 6ठे नंबर पर लिखा हुआ है undertake local vulnerability mapping of the district in terms of children in difficult circumstances, analyze and monitor trends and patterns for taking appropriate action. किस जिले में किस तरह की समस्या आ रही है, क्या ढर रहा है, उसका क्या निदान हो सकता है, ये लोकलाइज्ड ही होगा, ये प्रिवेंटिव एक्शन होगा। लेकिन इस प्रिवेंटिव एक्शन की जो बुनियाद है वो जो DCPU का जो रिस्क फैमिलीज एट रिस्क का जो असेसमेंट है वहाँ से शुरू होगा, उसके बाद बाकी एजेंसीज उसमें जुड़ेंगे। लेकिन वो असेसमेंट हमको लगता है एक अच्छी शुरुआत हो सकती है। 3 चीज़ें और बस बहुत जल्दी से। CPCR एक्ट है हमारा, अभी जिक्र किया था किसी ने, जिसके तहत बाल आयोग बनते हैं, राष्ट्रीय बाल आयोग, राज्य बाल आयोग, और एक तीसरा बेहद शक्तिशाली निकाय है, जुडिशियल निकाय है, जिसको बोलते हैं बाल न्यायालय, चिल्ड्रन कोर्ट। अब चिल्ड्रन कोर्ट का दुर्भाग्य ये है कि चिल्ड्रन कोर्ट को शक्तियां दे दी गई, प्रक्रिया नहीं है, कहीं पर भी प्रोसीजर नहीं है चिल्ड्रन कोर्ट का, ना तो रूल्स में है और ना एक्ट में है। मैंडेट बहुत भारी है, शक्तियां बहुत भारी हैं। चाइल्ड राइट्स की परिभाषा आपको केवल CPCR एक्ट में मिलेगी। The only definition of child rights you will get is the CPCR Act Section 2, उसमें मिलेगी आपको चाइल्ड राइट्स क्या होते हैं, और उन चाइल्ड राइट्स के वायलेशन को एड्रेस करने की शक्ति केवल बाल न्यायालय को है। बाल आयोग वगैरह संज्ञान ले सकते हैं, रिकमेंडेशन दे सकते हैं, लेकिन उस वायलेशन को एड्रेस करने की जो न्यायिक अधिकारिता है वो CPCR एक्ट में बाल न्यायालय को मिली हुई है, चिल्ड्रन कोर्ट को मिली हुई है। चिल्ड्रन कोर्ट अगर सशक्त हो जाए, चिल्ड्रन कोर्ट का मैंडेट अगर स्थापित हो जाए, चिल्ड्रन कोर्ट की प्रक्रियाएं अगर बैठ जाएं, चिल्ड्रन कोर्ट कैसे काम करेंगे उसके रूल्स अगर फ्रेम हो जाएं, तो हम एक बहुत सशक्त न्यायिक निकाय बना सकते हैं जो केवल अपराध ही नहीं, अन्य बाकी तरह के सिविल जो वायलेशंस हैं उनका भी संज्ञान लेकर के समाधान कर सकते हैं। इसलिए बाल न्यायालय का सशक्तिकरण हमको लगता है राष्ट्रीय एजेंडा के तौर पर हमको फॉलो करना चाहिए। और मुझे बड़ी खुशी हुई, बाल विवाह पर जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अपना आदेश दिया तो उन्होंने चिल्ड्रन कोर्ट पर 2 पैराग्राफ लिखे हैं। पहली बार सुप्रीम कोर्ट के किसी आदेश में चिल्ड्रन कोर्ट का सीधा प्रत्यक्ष उल्लेख मुझे देखने को मिला, और मुझे बड़ी खुशी हुई कि चिल्ड्रन कोर्ट को माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने अपने इतने महत्वपूर्ण आदेश में स्पेस दिया है। ये दिखाता है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट की दृष्टि भी चिल्ड्रन कोर्ट के ऊपर आ चुकी है, केवल विधि विरुद्ध किशोरों के परिप्रेक्ष्य में नहीं, बाल विवाह की रोकथाम के परिप्रेक्ष्य में वो चिल्ड्रन कोर्ट का रेफरेंस दे रहे हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं दृष्टि दिखाता है कि वो देख चुके हैं कि CPCR एक्ट में चिल्ड्रन कोर्ट है। 6, बहुत सारी बच्चियां अपराध की वजह से प्रेग्नेंट हो जाती हैं और उनके कष्ट को हम सब लोग बहुत बारीकी से देखते हैं। टाइम बाउंड रहता है उसमें अगर अबॉर्शन कराना है, और कितनी मेहनत उसमें अधिकारियों को करनी पड़ जाती है। हाई कोर्ट जाना पड़ता है, अगर समय सीमा पार हो जाए, समय पर अगर अर्जी नहीं लग पाई, वकील अगर इतना दक्ष नहीं है कि वो रात भर में पिटीशन ड्राफ्ट करके सुबह जज साहब के सामने लगवा पाए, तो उस बच्ची का जीवन खतरे में रहता है। बहुत हद तक इस पे ध्यान लोगों का गया है, लेकिन हम चूँकि इसका स्केल ज़्यादा है, बस हम ख़त्म कर रहे हैं, इसका स्केल ज़्यादा है, इसलिए हमको लगता है जो हमारे पॉक्सो के IOs हैं और JJ एक्ट के CWPOs हैं, उनके पास एक 10 पॉइंट का स्टेप बाय स्टेप एक प्रोटोकॉल होना चाहिए कि जब आप किसी पॉक्सो कोर्ट केस की विवेचना कर रहे हैं, प्रेगनेंसी पर नज़र रखिए, प्रेगनेंसी पर नज़र रखिए। हो सकता है जिस वक्त ऑफेंस रिपोर्ट किया हो प्रेगनेंसी ना हो, लेकिन कुछ समय के बाद प्रेगनेंसी हो सकती है। प्रेगनेंसी पर नज़र रखिए और यथाशीघ्र उस बच्ची को, अगर एबॉर्शन का मत है उसका, तो एबॉर्शन के प्रोसेस में उसको लेकर के जाइए। तो जो अननेसेसरी डिले हो जाता है वो हमको लगता है ये हमारी अगर पहले से तैयारी रहेगी हमारे पुलिस अधिकारियों की तरफ से, उनके पास रहेगा स्टेप बाय एक छोटा सा प्रोटोकॉल। कई राज्यों में हमने देखा है पुलिस के अंदर इसके ऊपर बातचीत शुरू हो गई है कि हम अपने अधिकारियों को एक प्रोटोकॉल मेडिकल टर्मिनेशन ऑफ प्रेगनेंसी पर बना करके देना चाहते हैं, ताकि शुरुआती जो टाइम है डिले का वो कट ऑफ हो जाए पुलिस के स्तर पर ही। और अंतिम चीज़ जो हम आपके सामने निवेदन करना चाहेंगे, बिहार पहला राज्य था जिसने JJ एक्ट के रूल्स बनाए थे। 2017 में। हमको पता है कि बिहार में बहुत एडवांस स्टेज पर रूल फ्रेमिंग का प्रोसेस चल रहा है, लेकिन कुछ डिटेल्स हैं जो हम लाना चाहते हैं आपकी नज़र में। पॉक्सो के रूल्स 2020 अमेंड हुए, 2017 में बिहार के रूल आ गए, लेकिन उसके बाद लॉ कितना बदला है। तो हमारे जो नए रूल आए उनकी नज़र पॉक्सो रूल्स पे भी होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि सपोर्ट पर्सन का पूरा सिस्टम पॉक्सो रूल में बदल दिया गया है। उसके बाद 3 बड़े लॉ आए, मेंटल हेल्थ का पूरा नेशनल लेजिस्लेशन आया, और ये सब बच्चियों के लिए बड़े, लड़कियों के लिए बड़े प्रासंगिक लेजिस्लेशन है। मेंटल हेल्थ का लॉ आया, डिसेबिलिटी का लॉ आया, HIV एड्स और ख़ास तौर से HIV एड्स से पीड़ित माता पिता के बच्चों के लिए उनकी प्रॉपर्टी के प्रोटेक्शन का जो लॉ है वो HIV एड्स वाले लॉ में आया है। तो हमारे जो रूल्स बन करके आए वो कॉग्निजेंट हों जो लेटेस्ट डेवलपमेंट्स हुए हैं, ताकि पूरा मैक्सिमम बेनिफिट हम उस पीस ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंट का अपने बच्चों को दे पाएँ। ये 7 चीज़ें हम इस अवसर का उपयोग करके आप सबके सामने विचारार्थ रखना चाहते थे। मुझे बड़ा हर्ष है कि मुझे ये समय मिल गया। जिस तरीके से डिले हो रहा था, हमको लग नहीं रहा था कि डिले होगा। सेफगार्डिंग शब्द यूज़ किया गया है इसमें। सेफगार्डिंग का एक खतरा है, बस वो हम आगाह करके जाना चाहेंगे। जब हम कई बार सेफगार्ड करने लगते हैं तो कई बार मर्यादा भी हमारी छूट जाती है। सामने वाले व्यक्ति को हम ऐसा सेफगार्ड न करें कि उसका दम घुट जाए, उसका मान मर्दन करके हम सेफगार्ड नहीं कर सकते। तो बच्चियों की एजेंसी को हम हरण नहीं कर सकते, उनकी डिग्निटी को हम वायलेट न करें। प्रोटेक्शन के चक्कर में उनके सारे पर कतर करके उनको पिंजरों में बंद कर दें, वो टेंडेंसी समाज में देखने में आती है। लोग बच्चियों को इसलिए घर से बाहर निकलने नहीं देते क्योंकि बेटा बाहर निकलोगी तो छेड़ी जाओगी। तो जो छेड़े जा रहे हैं उनके ऊपर अंकुश होना चाहिए। हमारी बच्चियां स्वतंत्र होनी चाहिए, बेलाग स्कूल जाएं और शिक्षा ग्रहण करें। ये सेफगार्डिंग का एक खतरा है, वो हम आपके सामने रखना चाहते थे। बहुत बहुत आभार। थैंक यू।
Now, I would request Honorable Justice Shoni Srivastava to conclude as a co-chair.
Honorable Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, Judge cum Chairman of the Juvenile Justice Committee, Patna High Court, the Honorable Chair, Justice Bibek Chaudhary, the resource persons present on the dais, Honorable Justice Mohit Kumar Shah, Justice Alok Sinha, Justice Saurendra Pandey, Justice Ajit Kumar, members of the Registry of the High Court and the other judicial officers, the DGP Bihar, the Secretary, Social Welfare Department, Ms. Bandana Priyasi. I also see some law researchers present in this auditorium today, and all others who have given their time to be a part of a topic, of an issue which involves emotions, which involves sensitivity. I'm thankful to the Honorable Chair, Justice Bibek Chaudhary, for his views on the topic. And we also see an emotional person with sensitivity, and the importance of sensitivity is known to all, sir. The resource persons, we've heard the first resource person, the DDC Patna, who has talked about the various works which have been done at the district level and the state level with regard to sex laws, implementation of laws against the sex determination, child marriage, and etc. Mr. Anant Kumar Asthana, the second resource person, you have raised some very pertinent questions with regard to proper implementation of laws and the challenges which are being faced by the authorities, our police officers, who also form a part of the audience today. This session is one which is concerned with preventive mechanism. Prevention is better than cure is not just a cliche, but a well-founded principle to be remembered, reiterated, and implemented. And its relevance assumes much more significance in the context of the issue, which is the subject matter of our discussion today, that is safeguarding the girl child. Thus, in the backdrop of the girl child facing a multitude of risks, as enumerated by our resource persons, expose them to several vulnerabilities from an early age. Thus, a twofold strategy comprising effective prevention mechanism and a structured parenting program is immensely vital in order to ensure a safe and healthy environment of every girl child, as poor awareness among parents, especially in rural areas, is one amongst the different challenges which needs to be overcome in order to prevent violence of any kind against the girl child. I express once again my deepest gratitude to our resources for elucidating in detail the core elements of effective prevention mechanism, role of preventing programs, early identification of abuse by way of providing the requisite education to the parents to identify the behavioral changes and other signs of stress and distress of their children. Parents are to be encouraged into indulging in more open conversations with children with regard to their personal safety, emotional health, etc. Although much has been talked about parenting programs and program for the girl child, one more area in the last where we need to focus is also the male child, which is who's present in everybody's home. It is this male child, if not properly educated, if proper values are not instilled in him, especially in the age of the devastating effect of social media, who either become juvenile delinquents or even in more advanced age, indulged in crimes and violence against females, or the female children, and become perpetrators of such crime. So whenever we talk about prevention, whenever we talk about some programs for sensitization, it is not only the parents, the girl child, but the male child, right from the beginning, has to be instilled with the values and the morals which would be required for him also to become a very sensitive man, sensitive to his surroundings, sensitive to the needs and safety of the girl child. So with this, I think enough has been said. I only would want to say that all of us today has to come together, the judiciary, the executive, the police officers, the administration. We all have to show our concerted efforts, a collective effort towards reaching the goal of an environment which is safe for every girl child. And I would only end by saying, by quoting rather a poem, 4 lines of a poem, that कोमल है कमजोर नहीं तू, शक्ति का नाम ही नारी है, जग को जीवन देने वाली मौत भी तुझसे हारी है. Let every girl's ambition soar beyond limits. Support a girl and she'll build a better tomorrow. जरूरत नहीं रोशनी चिरागों से ही हो, बेटियां भी घर में उजाला करती हैं. Thank you. जय हिंद.
Yes. So with this, we come to the close of this technical session. Over to Sakshi.
Thank you, Lordship. I'm sure that we will all carry forward the learnings from these technical sessions into our daily lives, ensuring that the impact of these sessions lasts well beyond this moment. We have now reached to the last concluding session, I would like to call upon Shri Banku Bihari Sarkar, Child Protection Specialist, UNICEF, for the key takeaways. Shri Banku Bihari Sarkar.
Good evening, and I know the clock is ticking. It's already 5:35. Just allow me 5 minutes to actually summarize today's deliberation, though the entire session is being recorded, and we will also be preparing a detailed report of this consultation, and which we will share with you. From the inaugural session, one thing came, and I think it also echoed across all the sessions, is that safeguarding the girl child is not one agency or one department, but it's need a convergent approach. So that's why I think everyone need to come together to work for the protection of the girl child or safeguarding the girl child. That was the one mantra which came across all the technical sessions. We need to see that how we can make it actionable rather than just being a semantic. The second point which came is that we need to also work on making robust system which can actually ensure protection, prevention and rehabilitation of the vulnerable girls. One thing which came is that we need to focus more on prevention, for which we need to scale up some of the interventions like adolescent empowerment work, which Government of Bihar and UNICEF has done together, is like UNAN, so that actually it can reach to all the adolescents, and which will actually providing them life skills, and which will empower them to make their own life choices. So that's the third point which came. Fourth came that sensitization of all the functionaries on gender-based violence. Because though we have been talking about safeguarding girl child, but gender-based violence came as one of the issue which also discussed across other sections also. So actually safeguarding, sensitization of all the functionaries of all the departments on gender-based violence and building their capacities in dealing with the girl child, especially the girl child was focused. Then development of community-based programs and including sensitization of parents in dealing with the girl child. That was also came in the inaugural session. And instead to prioritize filling up the vacant positions, especially for those personnel who are actually mandated to provide protective services to the children. This came out from the inaugural session. From technical session 1, that conducting gender audits of all the child welfare programs so as to ensure that resources are equitably allocated for effectively addressing the specific needs of the girls. Then provision for delivering holistic life skill education to all the girls need to be promoted, maybe in different institutions. Then families, it also came that families play a pivotal role basically in identifying and responding to the vulnerabilities of the girls. So how do we actually have programs to engage with the families? So that was also came up. Then though there are a lot of training which is happening for the child protection functionaries or child protection workforce, so how can we also further strengthen and scale up this training and bringing in more actually sensitization and being sensitive to the needs of the girl child. So that was also one of the things. Then concerted effort need to be actually made to amplify the voices of the children. Today actually we could actually hear, I will not call them survivors, they are the champions of change. They came out from the difficult circumstances and they have the courage to stand up here and share their stories. So maybe we can actually need to have such programs where we can bring these voices and we can learn from them what are the challenges that they face. And one of the session came as we can organize maybe periodically child parliament to hear these voices rather than we speaking, let's them speak. Then one of the point came that preparing society that Secretary Ma'am said, I think we also need to prepare the society to accept the change. I think recently there was a case in which I think one girl was murdered because she, I think in Andhra Pradesh or Telangana, because she has actually, I think she has been successful in the Indian civil services. Because the parents were not actually accepting that she should be going for this. If such cases are happening, it means that the society is still not accepting the girl's success. So how do we see how we can actually prepare the community to really embrace the adolescent actually empowered girls, and as well as that we need to also challenge the gender stereotypes, promoting equal opportunities for girls and celebrating their success and leadership. So for which we need to definitely change the mindset of the society. In technical session 2, it came that we need to actually have regular and sustained efforts to enhance the capacity of police officer, and with particular focus on survivor-centric approach, rather than actually routine training on different acts and provisions. Then effective implementation, as Dr. Amit Gyan said, that we have plethora of acts, provisions, policies. How do we see that the effective implementation of the acts can be more, can be enhanced? Then awareness building for increasing reporting. In some of the cases, his graph was showing reporting has decreased over a period. So reporting, if we can actually create an awareness, so maybe it will actually yield in increasing the reporting. And there were some of the cases in which conviction rate was quite low. So how do we see that the conviction rate can be improved, where I think efforts need to be made between the implementation as well as judiciary. Then awareness on all kinds of helplines which is available to the people. Then in the Prashant CH presentation, he said a very good story of Bihar leading the child helpline. Currently, child helpline is only in 26 districts and 11 major railway stations. It needs to be scaled up to cover all the 38 districts in Bihar. So that's one of the actually. Then in technical session 3, legal authorities like DLSA and SLSA should actually organize legal services camps. Then good practices like pink buses, which was shared by the Patna district, across maybe Bihar, even pink toilets concept, which has been piloted in Patna district, can be extended across the state. The development of guidelines I think Anand Sana Sahab said that development of guidelines for preventive services, particularly for police force and IO of POXO cases, empowering magistrates for issuing suo motu injunction in child marriage cases, and strengthening gatekeeping mechanism by activating child welfare and protection committees, which is actually there in the Mission Vatsalya at Gram Panchayat level. And he also talked about the provision of Mission Vatsalya for vulnerability mapping of children in difficult circumstances, so as to prevent their separation from family. Otherwise, they will become either CNCP or CCL, and connecting them with the social protection schemes which the state government or central government is providing. And then children court should also be strengthened with framing of rules and functions. These are some of the key takeaways from today's resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. The takeaways will definitely help us move forward with more clarity and confidence. Now I invite Ms. Nivedita Kumari, Research Officer, Juvenile Justice Secretariat, Patna High Court, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Sakshi. Honorable Mr. Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, Judge, Patna High Court, come Honorable the Chairman of Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, all Honorable Member of Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, all Honorable Judges of Patna High Court, Sri Binay Kumar, DGP Bihar, Ms. Margaret Guada, Chief UNICEF Bihar, Additional Chief Secretary and Secretary of various Department of Government of Bihar, learned resource persons, and all other participants who are present here or connected virtually. Very good evening, Pranam, Namaste. We have come to culmination of this one-day state-level consultation program 2025 on safeguarding the girl child towards a safer and enabling environment for her in India. On behalf of Honorable Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, I, Nivedita Kumari, Research Officer, Juvenile Justice Secretariat, Patna High Court, take immense pleasure to deliver vote of thanks before this August gathering. It gives me profound pleasure in extending heartfelt gratitude to our Chief Guest, Honorable Mr. Justice J.K. Maheshwari, Judge, Supreme Court of India, for gracing the occasion, giving His Lordship's valuable time and insightful address before this August gathering. We are incredibly grateful to our guest of honor, Honorable Mr. Justice Ahsanuddin Amanullah, Judge, Supreme Court of India, for sharing his Lordship insightful and vibrating speech and making the event exponentially successful. We extend our sincere thanks to Honorable the Chief Justice Vipul M. Pancholi, Patna High Court, for gracing the occasion and for His Lordship's enlightening address. I convey deep regards and hearty thanks to Honorable Mr. Justice Rajiv Ranjan Prasad, Judge, Patna High Court, come Honorable the Chairman of Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, for blessing us with his presence and His Lordship's illuminating speech. I am also thankful to Honorable Mr. Justice Mohit Kumar Shah, Judge, Patna High Court, come member of Honorable Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, for His Lordship's valuable time and thought-provoking speech. My sincere thanks goes to Honorable Mr. Justice Nani Tagya, Judge, Patna High Court, come member of Honorable Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, precious time in this program. I would like to thank Honorable Justice Srimati Gunnu Anupma Chakravarti, Judge, Patna High Court, come member of Honorable Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, for gracing the occasion and giving color to technical session 2. I express my deepest gratitude to Honorable Mr. Justice Saurendra Pandey, Judge, Patna High Court, come member of Honorable Juvenile Justice Monitoring Committee, for His Lordship's valuable time, for being present in technical session 1 as co-chair and for summing up session beautifully. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to Honorable Mr. Justice Vivek Chaudhary, Judge, Patna High Court, for His Lordship's precious time and insightful vision on effective prevention mechanism. I express my deepest gratitude to Honorable Mr. Justice Alok Kumar Sinha, Judge, Patna High Court, for His Lordship's inspiring words in technical session 1. We have been fortunate enough to have Honorable Justice Srimati Soni Srivastava, Judge, Patna High Court, in the technical session 3 as co-chair. So my special thanks to Honorable Justice Srimati Soni Srivastava for her Lordship's concluding remarks for this session. We are also grateful to all the Honorable Judges of Patna High Court for sparing their precious time and gracing the occasion. We are deeply honored to have with us distinguished speaker, Honorable Mr. Justice Ashwani Kumar Singh, former Judge, Patna High Court. Lordship, we extend our sincere thanks to you for your valuable time and discerning and thoughtful words which have deepened our understanding of the current topic, safeguarding the girl child towards a safer and enabling environment for her in India. We are also incredibly grateful to all the esteemed speakers, learned resource persons, Ms. Margaret Guada, Chief UNICEF Bihar, Sri Banku Bihari Sarkar, Child Protection Specialist, UNICEF Bihar, Sri Vinay Kumar, DGP Bihar, Srimati Bandana Priyasi, Secretary, Department of Social Welfare, Dr. Amit Kumar Jain, ADGP Bihar Section, Sri Prasant CS, Director, Panchayati Raj Department, Government of Bihar, Sri Sameer Saurabh, DDC Patna, Sri Anand Kumar Asthana, child right lawyer, who have shared their valuable time and gathering, and it was an enriching and inspiring experience for all of us. I also like to thank Sri Suresh Kumar from Bal Mitra NGO Patna, along with the two champions. Both champions have come on the stage and shared their journey against violence they suffered during their past life and how did they come out of and started normal life. My sincere thanks to Dr. Abhay Kumar, UNICEF Bihar, for beautiful PPT presentation on status of girl child. We also would like to express our deep sense of gratitude to three more champions, Rosni Parveen from Kishanganj, Pooja Kumari and Gulab Shah, who have come up on the stage and have spoken their journey and success story before us. Rosni Praveen has been recognized amongst 5 champions at 2023 Young Activists Summit in Geneva, Switzerland. She has rescued more than 50 children from child marriage, and now she deserves a big round of applause. Today's program has been organized in collaboration with different departments of Government of Bihar and UNICEF. So we would also like to acknowledge Department of Social Welfare, Department of Health, Department of Education, Department of Panchayati Raj, Rural Development, Women and Child Development Corporation, Bihar State Legal Service Authority for their generous support, contribution, also in terms of fund. Your contributions have been instrumental in making this program a success. A special word of appreciation to Srimati Rachna Srivastava, Additional Registrar, Juvenile Justice Secretariat, Patna High Court, who has worked tirelessly behind the scene. I also like to say a special thanks to all the team of Juvenile Justice Secretariat for working day and night, and their meticulous planning, hard work, dedication, attention have assured a smooth execution of this program. My big thanks to the technical support team of Gyan Bhawan for ensuring that all our session ran seamlessly, and also to Information and Public Relations Department Bihar for live telecast on YouTube, Twitter and Facebook, and print and electronic media for wide coverage of today's program. Your expertise and dedication are greatly appreciated. I also would like to thank Hotel Moria, Patna for catering service, and staff of Court Officer Office, Patna High Court, and also of Gyan Bhavan, and to Sri Bineet Kumar, Event Manager, for their excellent service and hospitality. Your efforts have made everyone feel comfortable. Before I conclude the vote of thanks, I want to speak my own writing on the topic female feticide, which is very relevant at this juncture. मुझे भी हक है, आने दो इस दुनिया में, मत मारो मुझे, माँ तुम अपने गर्भ में. नहीं बनूंगी बोझ किसी पर, मैं स्वयं अपना रास्ता बनाऊंगी. नई चाह है, नई राह है, उड़ान भरने का मन मेरा भी है. मेरा भी जीवन अनमोल है, मुझे भी हक है जीने का. मत मारो मुझे माँ अपने गर्भ में, आने दो इस दुनिया में, आने दो इस दुनिया में. प्लीज़ माँ, माँ प्लीज़. A special thanks to our participants for active engagement. Your presence and contributions have enriched the discussion and made this event a collaborative success. Lastly, we thank each and every one of you present here or connected virtually. We hope that the knowledge gained today will have a positive impact on all of us today. Thank you once again, and we look forward to future opportunities to come together and make a difference. Thank you all. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, ma'am, for your words of acknowledgement and gratitude. Today, with this program, we have surely taken a step to ignite a beacon of hope for our daughters, our sisters, and our mothers. The girl child is not a footnote in our society. She is the headline of our future. Her safety is not a privilege, but a fundamental right. Her dignity is not optional, but essential. To protect her is to protect humanity's promise, and to neglect her is to betray our nation's soul. With these words, I take your permission to say goodbye. Thank you, Pranam, and Jai Hind.